Now let's animate. So what I like to do when I create my character is to duplicate this composition just so I have another draft of it. If I ever want to go back, refresh, restart, I can do that. So I'm going to take the Hero 2 layer, duplicate it, and I'll just name this one Hero 2 Draft. Okay? And I'll just put that in the compositions folder if you want to look at it too. Okay, so for Hero 2, now we still have our Hero 2. I'm actually just going to close out all of these other tabs, and I'm closing those out by pressing Command W. That's the shortcut for that. Let's animate. So in our other one, actually let me open that back up. We animated the legs, so he sort of kneels down, he gets ready with his arms, and then he springs up. And there's also a little subtle, like deeper little push, and then he jumps up. We're going to do something similar, but he's just going to sort of do a squat and then lift up. So what we need to do is animate both the legs and the arms right now. So starting with the legs, which seems to be the most obvious thing to animate first, let's open up our leg right and leg left. Go into contents, and we're going to be animating the path. So I want to open the path of both of these so we have it easily accessible. Okay, zooming in. Okay, so to get that squat action, first we want to set a keyframe here at the beginning. So he's going to be standing there for just a moment. So set a keyframe for path for both leg left and right. And then go forward, maybe a second or so. And now in the path, we want to create sort of a bend. So we're going to take this point and we're going to bring it up a little bit so it's a little bit shorter, but then take the extension and drag up so we get that sort of bend. Now for the leg left, let me just show you something so that you understand what's going on. If I just click left leg and then I try clicking on this, whoa, that's not exactly what I want to do. You gotta click into the path, okay? And so we're gonna bring it up to about the same point and then bend it just like so. Kind of match the bend. Something like so. We can even bend the inside too if we want, but I'm not gonna do that. So that looks kind of close, but you'll notice something funny happening. He's bending his legs, but he's not squatting down. What the heck? So what we need to do is animate the torso as well. But how do we know exactly where we want him to squat down to? That's where we use rulers. Now, you might have noticed that I have these rulers open. If you don't have those open, go to View, Show Rulers, or press Command R. See? Now what I can do, and if you've used Adobe Illustrator or Photoshop, this is similar. We can click within the ruler on either the top or the left and drag into our composition. And this creates sort of an invisible, just for our reference, a line that we can use. And I'm going to put that right there at the bottom. That's where his feet are, right? Okay, so now what I can do with the torso, press P to bring up position. I can set a keyframe right there where our first position keyframe is for the path, or the first path keyframe is. I'll go to the second keyframe just by pressing K on my keyboard, and I'll drag down. Okay? So now it looks like he's actually squatting down. Now we might want to make this a little bit more extreme actually. So what I can do is bring him down further, closer to the ground, and then that gives us a better reference for how much we need to bend our path. So let me go again into our path 1, not just the path, because if I take the path and I take my selection tool, it moves the whole path. Click path 1. I know it's confusing and I keep repeating myself, but I know this is confusing for a lot of people. Let's take our leg up like so, and then make even more of a bend. Now with our other one, take our path, our leg left, just like that. Maybe let's take this one. We can even take this one in for the other one too. That might actually look good. So let's rotate this like so. Okay. So now if we zoom out, we get more of a squat. Okay, the one thing is that the legs kind of blend in with the arms. So actually for the legs, I'm going to change the color. So I'm going to select both leg right and left. Take the, not the fill, but the stroke and make it a little bit darker. So we just have a little bit of a difference in color from the legs and the hands in case they cover each other up like so. Awesome. So that looks pretty good. We actually, one thing I realized is that I don't want the feet to move apart. You know, this is just playing around with it. So I'm going to move this point in just a little bit. Move this point in. Okay, that looks better. And we'll play around with the speed of this stuff too, which will make it look better. Okay, so the legs go down, and maybe when the legs go down, the arms kind of go up and the elbows like point up. So let's close our legs. Okay, now go into our right arm and left arm. Go into the contents, shapes, path, shape, path. Go to the first keyframe, set a keyframe for path. So it'll start there. And then if we go into here, let's zoom in, click on our path. We can bring this up. Like so. Okay, bring the elbows in, something like that. I think that looks pretty good. Take our other path, bring it up, rotate our arm around. Okay, something like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Crouches down. That's pretty good. Okay. So let's play through this. Crouches down, and then he needs to spring up. So we'll set another keyframe for around here a second later. So let's just copy all of our keyframes. So press U on our keyboard, and then U again to see all of our keyframes. And let's just copy them. Copy, paste, or just click this little keyframe button on the far left, which creates a keyframe based off of the other keyframe that was previously set. So now it sticks down there, and then we'll have a shorter sort of jump up. So what we can do is just actually copy these first keyframes, but we might want to, I don't know if I think our arms, I guess our arms when we jump, we probably put them down, but a superhero is going to put his arms up, right? So instead of these keyframes for the arms, let's make our arms go up. So again, we have to go into our arm path layers itself. Move them up. Make sure the rotation is right. Just like so. Okay. Maybe one arm is up, one arm is down. You can do whatever, kind of motion you want. Okay, so now let's zoom out and see how this looks. Yeah, that looks pretty good. The arms go up. Like so. So let's play through this. Crouches down. Springs up. Cool. Okay, so now let's play around with the motion or the speed. So again, press U again. Select all of these keyframes. F9 on my keyboard or right click, keyframe assistant, easy ease. Now when he crouches into this keyframe, we want to slow it down. So let's go into our graph editor, select this point, which is now selected for all of those keyframes I've selected. So it's going to slow into that crouch, and then it's going to be like a pop. So let's take both these keyframes in at the end. Yeah, that's good. That's good. It looks like he's popping off the ground. So now this looks like good motion. He's jumping up, but we need to add some context to it. And that's what we're going to be doing with adding a background. Now that we have our design, it's time to rig. And basically what I mean by rigging is putting the anchor points where we want them. Because if we want to rotate the arm, for example, we want it to rotate from the shoulder, not right there in the middle of this composition. So for each of these layers, let's add the right anchor point. So with the pan behind tool selected, and then selecting any of these layers, find the anchor point and move it around. For the torso, we're just going to put it right in the middle, sort of where his belly button would be. For the leg, we're going to put it where the joint would be. So for the leg right, up there. For the leg left, right there. For the arm, right here in the shoulder socket. For the arm left, same thing up there. For the cape, which we might rotate, we're going to put up here. And actually, now that I think about it, I need to move this top part of the cape to the torso, because now if I rotate the cape, I don't want to rotate sort of the cape on the shoulders. See that? So let me actually go into the cape, go into the contents, take shape 2 and shape 1. So I'm shift clicking both of those. I'm going to cut those. So Command X, and then I'm going to paste them into the torso, which is the actual layer I want them to be on. Paste them, and I'll put them, actually underneath the top layer. So that looks good. Okay, cool. So now if I take my cape and I rotate it just subtly like that, it'll look better. With the head, we might do a little bit of nodding action. So let's take the anchor point and put it right here at the bottom. So his head might move around just a little bit. Cool. Some people, you might have a separate neck layer and a separate head layer, and that way it looks a little bit more natural too. So that's the first thing we're going to do. And then next, we're going to parent all of our layers to the torso. So if I select all of these layers except for the torso, take our pick whip for one of them, and then drag it to the torso, all of them are now parented to the torso. So if I move it around, it looks good. Even if I take the scale of the torso and drag it up or down, it increases the scale of the rest of the elements just as well. All right, so for this layer, now I can delete our superhero draft. We have our character rigged and ready to animate. Let's first design our superhero, and I'm going to do this straight within After Effects. That's another thing that other people will teach you, that you can do this in Illustrator and bring it into After Effects, which actually is a great process to know how to do, but I want you to be able to do this all within After Effects as well. So first, click Create New Composition. I'm going to call this Hero 2. 1920 by 1080 is great, and 5 seconds. You can see in the project file that I have the hero layer, which is just our simple superhero. So let's try to replicate something like this. So what I'm actually going to do is take our superhero, and I'll just take the draft version and place it into this composition. And then drop the opacity down to something like 25. And I'll actually turn on transparency. Bring up the opacity to like 50. So we have that sort of as a template to work with, which sometimes helps. So sometimes I'll go online, I'll find a character that I'm trying to not copy, but use as inspiration. And it just helps me draw the lines a little bit straighter, because I'm not a great artist myself, so I need a little bit of help. Now, before I just dive into this, I will say that these lessons in this section in particular are going to be longer, just because it takes longer to do all of this. But I want to walk through everything that I'm doing so that you can learn properly, but just you're forewarned. So let's dive into it. A lot of this is going to be created with the pen tool. So I can just take my pen tool, and let's start with the torso. I'm going to lock our superhero layer. And then let me zoom in just to the torso just a little bit more. All right, that's pretty good. So with the pen tool, let me change the fill to, we can change the colors of our superhero. So let's just start with sort of a red. Okay. Stroke at 0. I'm just going to start clicking and creating our basic shape. So going around the shoulders, making sure I'm clicking and dragging wherever I want there to be curves. You can always go back in here and adjust these things too. Clicking around and connecting to our final spot. Then once we have finished it, we might have to go in here and make some little changes like so. Okay, so that's the top of our torso. Now what I'm going to do is just start clicking to create our next little layer of his suit, his or her suit. So when I do that and I click around here, I'm just going to click above the first part like so. Now I can change the fill color once I've completed that. You'll notice that if I do it beforehand, what will happen is it will change the color of that first shape. Now in our shape layer 1, which I'm going to rename torso, we have these two shapes under content. Shape 1, shape 2. I want to put shape 2 underneath shape 1. All right, so now if I go back, I have my pen tool. You'll notice that, okay, if I change my color, what happens is it changes the color of the shape I just created. So I don't want to do that. I just want to create another shape. So we're going to make this triangular body. Now I'm going to change the color. Let me pick that red with the little eye picker and then just drop it down to something a little bit darker. Now again with my pen tool, just create the bottom part. And just like so. And then make it like a gray. And then let's reorder these layers. So shape layer 1 is going to be on top. 4 at the bottom. And yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that looks pretty good. We can go in here and adjust things. Notice that when I take my selection tool and I click on the shape, I can adjust the individual points. If I go in here and I click on the path, I take the entire path. So make sure that you're just clicking on the shape itself. So I can adjust these so it's aligned properly. Make sure it's a perfect line. Okay. So we don't have to be a perfectionist necessarily, you and I, but that looks pretty darn good. So that's going to be the torso. Next, let's create the cape. So let's take our pen tool. I'm going to actually zoom in here quite a bit. So I'll take my pen tool. Let's change the color. And now I don't have anything selected in my timeline below. And now by changing the color, it's fine. So let's pick something like blue. And let's just create these little triangles for like the shoulders. Something like this. Now I can come down here and that's fine because I'm going to put this beneath our other layer. And here I'm just creating these little triangles right here on the shoulders. I'm not worrying about the cape that's below, fluttering behind him. So now let's rename this cape and put this behind. So now that looks like two little triangles. Now let's create the rest of the cape. So select the torso, or select the cape actually. Take our pen tool. And now I'm going to start again. And it has the same color, which is exactly what we want. You can make it whatever shape you want. Now I don't necessarily have to connect it up here, because if I do that, it's going to create this shape over here, which I don't necessarily need. So I'm just going to go back over here and finish it off like so. Now I can go back in here and adjust these if I want. Doesn't need to be perfect, but there you have the cape. Now let's make his head, his or her, whatever you want. Pen tool. He's kind of a masked superhero. So let's just create this head like so, and you can add more detail. You can add a neck if you want. Actually, I'm gonna not click there. I'm just gonna click here. Click down, 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 just like so. Let's go in here, add a bit more curve. It's got more of a round head. like so. Cool. Rename this to head. Then I'm going to put this below our cape. Now I don't really see what the head looks like or the face, so I'm going to actually move the superhero draft on top now and then lock it in place. And now with the head selected, I'm going to take my pen tool. I'm going to create another shape before changing the color though. Just going to create the shape. And for the fill, I'm going to make it something like sort of a tan. Okay. Now there's this other shape right here that's kind of makes it look like they have like a chin, just to give another texture. Whoops. Like that. And I'll just make it a little bit brighter. Cool. So let me just turn off that top layer. That looks pretty good. Now let's create the eyes. So let's zoom in here. With the head selected, I still want this to be in that head shape layer. I'll take the ellipse tool and I will just click and drag over the eye, holding shift to create a perfect circle. Or if you want something a little bit more oval like so, we can do that. And let's make it more like a light gray. Now I want another ellipse that looks exact same. So I'm just going to take this ellipse that's within the head shape layer that I just created and duplicate it. Command D. Take my selection tool, pressing V on my keyboard. Select ellipse 2 in my head layer. Whoops. Make sure it's selected. Click on it and drag to the right. Holding shift down to make sure that it is on the same y-axis. And then lastly, we have the mouth. So again, with our pen tool, just click, shift click actually. And for this one, I'm going to create a stroke and turn off the fill. And for the stroke, let's make it, we can make it red, whatever, dark red, something like that. Make the stroke very skinny like that. Okay, I know this is pixelated, but when we zoom out to 100%, it won't be as pixelated. Okay, cool. Let's turn off our superhero. So this is what we have so far. We're getting there. Last, we have our legs and arms, and these are created with strokes. Now, there's different ways to create a character. If you want more detail, if you want hands and different colors, there's effects you can apply. You can use the puppet tool to animate it later, but I'm going to do it with just a simple stroke because it's the easiest way to animate. And I just want to show you the basics, and you can create these really cool, simple characters like this. So with your pen tool, you might want to increase the stroke a little bit, but not necessarily. We can adjust it later. And then just click up in the shoulder area and drag so that we have the curve. And then click down here so we have the curve. And I'm going to increase and then change the color to just like a gray, something like so. Click OK. And then I want to make the ends of the stroke round. So drop down the shape layer, properties, go into contents, shape, stroke, change the line cap to round cap. So now it's rounded, which I think looks better for a hand. And I'll type this, I'll rename this arm left. And now it's his actual right arm, but to me it's on the left. And I'll put this behind the torso. So let me just turn off our superhero draft. I think I can take it from here. The easiest way to create his left arm, or the arm right, which has the same curve initially and is the same length, is to duplicate this one, right click, choose transform, and flip horizontal. Now that flips it horizontal. We might have to move it over to the right a little bit, which is fine. This one I might actually move down just a little bit, something like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the same, an exact mirror image, but that's looking pretty good. And let me rename that arm right. Okay, click off of that and take our pen tool for the leg. I'm just going to click and drag, click down here, maybe make it a little bit longer. Make sure I'm clicking and dragging. Rename this leg left. Go down, change the stroke settings to make sure it's a round cap. So under stroke 1, change the line cap from butt cap to round cap. Now let me make our timeline a little bit bigger. Drop this beneath our torso. And we'll make it a little bit bigger too. So let me zoom out. Not too much bigger, but just a little bit bigger than the arms. Cool. That looks good. Duplicate it. Right click. Transform. Flip, not vertical. Flip horizontal. Transform. Flip horizontal. And then I can move it to the right. Okay. Leg. Right. Okay, it looks a little funny. His legs are a little too close together, or his feet. So I'm just going to click on the leg, take my selection tool. I got to get into the shape itself and into the actual path itself. And now I'm going to move this here and then into the leg left. Go into the path and click and drag to the left. Okay, the right, left, whatever it is. All right, so here we have our basic superhero. So go ahead and, if you're not following along, create something similar. You could change the shape, size, whatever you want, colors, but create something similar where it has these different layers. You have a torso, legs, arms, a cape, and the head, okay? So this is our design. In the next lesson, we're going to rig our character, which will help with all of our animation. Welcome to a new section of the After Effects course. This is the character animation section. And we're going to learn how to do basic character animations like this one, a superhero flying into the sky. A lot of lessons and tutorials, if you take other After Effects courses, will teach you the simple character walk cycle, which is rather easy to do once you understand the basics of putting together a character and moving their arms and legs. But I wanted to do something a little bit more fun and creative. So what we're going to be doing is designing our own superheroes and making them fly like this. So everything is coming up in the next few lessons. First, we're going to design the character, then we're going to rig it, then we're going to add the motion of the character itself. We're going to then add our background and things like buildings or clouds or really whatever you want to give it a more realistic look. And then lastly, we're going to add this subtle texture. It's just a little construction in paper texture to make it look a little bit more interesting. So get excited. The project file is available if you want to follow along with this one that I've already created. I'm also going to be working on a brand new one, sort of based off of this one, but we're going to do a little bit of a different motion for the arms and legs and everything. So you can follow along and build from scratch if you want. So let's get straight to it. Sometimes when creating these little animations, I like to add a little texture to everything. So one thing I'll do is add a sort of construction paper texture. So within the graphics folder, there is this red paper and paper texture. So import those if you're not using our project file. And what I basically do is just take this paper texture, I'll put it over everything, and then I'll change the blend mode until it's something that I think looks good. Usually it's something like multiply, like that. Color burn can look cool. It can be a little intense. Depending on the color of the paper too, it might change, but for me, I'm just going to do a multiply. That's kind of cool, but it looks like the texture is just like overlaid on everything, which it is, which is kind of cool. But what if I want to add this texture, kind of a separate look to our character itself to make him pop out from the background a little bit more? Well, I can go into my hero composition, add that texture or maybe a different one, Playing with the size of these images will also change how the texture appears. Now, what you'll notice though is if I change this to multiply, for example, we still see the background of this paper, and it's a little intense. So I can drop the opacity, which helps, but when I go back to my main video, I have this red composition, which looks so funky. I don't want that. I want the layer, our texture, to just apply to where our superhero is. How are we going to do that? With track mats. So what we need to do is actually create another pre-composition of our superhero. So select all of our superhero, pre-compose it, Command-Shift-C. I'll call this hero for texture. Now, with our red texture, let me just bring up the opacity so we see it a little bit better. If I put this down below our hero texture, take the track matte and change it to alpha matte hero, what you see is we just now have this red textured version of our hero. So what I want to do now is duplicate our hero for texture layer, put this beneath our red paper texture, make sure I turn it on, and then now I can play with the settings of this paper texture itself. So maybe I drop the opacity, something like so, or maybe I replace it with the paper texture. Now I haven't taught you this cool trick yet, I don't think, but to quickly replace any layer with any asset up here in your project file, click that layer with it selected. Make sure you have the layer selected that you want to replace in your timeline. Then take your asset from your project folder and Option drag it onto the layer down here. And you'll see what happens is it automatically replaces it. So now let me bring up the opacity. Let's play with the size. Maybe make it like so. And now if I go back to our hero practice or our full comp, now the texture for our superhero is just a little bit different than the texture for our other comp. Now I noticed that when he brings his hands up, the texture doesn't apply. So let me make sure that this texture, maybe if I rotate it around like so, you'll notice it's hard for you to see, I know, but if I put it to normal and then I rotate it to make sure it's covering the whole thing. And then let's change the blend mode to multiply like it was. Cool, so that adds a separate layer of texture to our superhero itself. If you really want to make our superhero stick out, just right click the superhero here and add a drop shadow layer style to the superhero. It creates that sort of construction paper cutout look, which is kind of cool. And you can even do that for all of our layers. So I can copy this drop shadow, copy it, and then add it to all of our other layers. Selecting all of them and then pasting. So now we have this sort of construction paper cutout look, which is a cool sort of style too. Cool, so that's a little bit about playing with textures to give your designs a little bit more sort of pizzazz. So if you have any questions about this or anything I went over in this section, please let me know. I would love to see your character animations, so please save them. Save them as an animated GIF if you want, or GIF, or movie file, which I show you how to do in this class, and then upload them to the class, post them online, share them on social media, and make sure to tag me in there at Video School Online and at Phil Ebener. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. There's a couple more details I can add to make this a little bit more realistic. One has to do with the cape movement. So I would imagine that after he jumps, the cape sort of would go directly behind him and flutter in the wind a little bit. So let's go into our animation, close everything down, and then with the cape, what I'm going to do is, let's bring up the keyframes for just the arm left so I can see what's going on, where those keyframes are. So I'm going to set a keyframe for rotation of the cape here. Then let's go down to the squat, and the cape is going to rotate just a little bit up like so. But what happens is now it's going over his shoulder like this, which I don't like, but that's okay. We'll adjust that in a second. I'll copy this keyframe right here, and then at 3 seconds, we will rotate back down. Maybe even just like, oh, yeah, that looks pretty good actually. So now, cool. Now let's easy ease these. So F9 on your keyboard. And it would probably be good to match the speed of the other keyframes, but it doesn't necessarily have to match. And that's one thing with character animations, changing the speed just a little bit, making subtle differences so that this graph editor doesn't look exactly the same can make things look a little bit more organic. But what I don't like is how this sort of pops up over that corner. And that's with the path of this cape. So let's go down, open up our contents, open up shape layer 3, path, and set a keyframe right here. Now let's zoom in here, go to our next keyframe, click on path, and I'll take this down like so. And maybe we might even, move this up just a little bit, move it around just to get some sort of organic movement. Then go here, copy and paste this keyframe, go to our next one. And here we might want to change our path a little bit too. So click on path, bring this down. You would imagine that the cape would change just a little bit. Something like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. So let's zoom out and see what this looks like. Awesome, so that's looking pretty cool. Let's add some easy ease. Looks like it's blowing a little bit in the wind while he's, stomping down on the ground while he's crouching. But we want to add a little bit more fluttering effect while he's going up and down. And we can just do that with the path animation. So let's go up, just half a second. Let's change the path just a little bit. So let's take all these keyframes. So what I can do is just click and drag over them. So again, what I did was click path down here with my selection tool, click and drag over all of these and drag to the right. So those are just dragging those ones on the bottom, not the path points up here. So now if I go back to 4 seconds, I can drag these to the left. Go to 4.5 seconds, drag these to the right. So now that gives a little fluttering effect. And so if I play through this at the end, okay, it's a little bit too slow. So I can just make these faster. I like making it a little organic, so I can copy and paste some of them, just repeat. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Okay, it'll look better in our other composition with the background to give us more context. So now we have the cape. Oh yeah, that looks good. Okay, cool. So now we're getting that more flying effect. Nice. One other detail I'm going to go in and add a little bit of a head rotation. So here, let's again bring up our rotation for the arm, or our keyframes for the arm. For rotation for the head, so press R, click the stopwatch to set a keyframe. Then when he goes down to his crouch, I'm going to rotate just slightly back, just like so. And then copy this keyframe there, go here and copy this first one. And add easy ease. My favorite, easy ease. Now if we play through, he has just a subtle head tilt back, which I think works good, adds a little bit more detail. Nice. I am really enjoying how this looks. I'm going to do one more little detail, and that's with the mouth. So if I go in, what I'm going to try to do with the mouth, and I'll have to go into my head, I'll have to go into my contents and find the mouth, which I think is it the shape 4? Yes, it's shape 4, so I can turn that on and off. I want the mouth to kind of widen and then purse up while he flies. And so you make that sort of more of a grimace when you crouch down or when you're working hard. So that's what it's going to look like here when he's crouching down. And the way I'm going to do it is add a trim paths animation. So I can click this add button here, go to trim paths, make sure that it's in our shape 4. If it happened outside of trim shape 4, just make sure you drag it into shape 4. Now I'm going to set a keyframe for the start and end here. Go to the top where he's standing up. And then I'm going to drag the start into like 20% and the end into 80%. So the mouth gets smaller, it gets a little wider. Copy these keyframes here, and then when he jumps up, copy these first keyframes. His mouth is going to get a little bit bigger. See that? Really subtle, not necessary, but just makes it a little bit more dynamic. Cool. And let's add easy ease. Select all of them, easy ease. Now we've added all of these little details, and I'm actually going to wait until next lesson to add the texture because I think that's a completely different type of lesson. But we really have our basic character animation, and you can see that it's all about these little details, animating stroke, animating rotation, using what we did right here, trim paths to animate a line that is the mouth of our character. And of course, adding the background too, which gives more context to our motion. I hope you're enjoying it, and I'll see you in the next lesson for adding that texture. Let's add a background to give some more context. So I could add this background to this composition, but to keep things a little bit cleaner, I'm going to take this Hero 2, drag it into a new composition, and now that's a pre-comp within this Hero 3 comp, which I'm going to retitle into our Hero Comp version 2. First, let's add a background. So I can take my shape tool, change it to the rectangle, turn off the stroke, change the fill to sort of like a light blue for the sky, something like that, and then double click. And now this is a shape layer. You could do this with a solid layer as well. And I'll just rename this to sky. Next, let's add a ground. So taking the rectangle tool, changing the color. I don't have anything selected in my timeline, so I can change the color to sort of like a brown or gray or something like that. And now let's create a rectangle down here. I'll rename this ground, and let's just I'll put it behind our hero, something like that. You'll notice that in my original version, there's like these stripes, which I thought just add a little bit more texture, made it look a little bit more well designed anyways. So what I can do is just take my rectangle 1, duplicate it. Let's change the color with that selected just to something a little bit lighter. And then now with this selected, I can just press down on my keyboard, shift down to move it down just a little bit. Let me duplicate it one more time. With that selected, I will change the color again, something maybe even darker. And then with it selected, shift down on my keyboard. Okay, so now we have sort of a layered ground, which I think looks good. Then let's add the buildings in the background. So take my rectangle tool, let's just pick gray, and let's just create sort of these buildings. And we can actually, change the colors and shapes, but we can make our superhero a little bit smaller if we want. Something like that looks pretty good. Oops, maybe like that. Okay. So now for some of these, let's just click in, change up the color just a little bit yeah, that looks pretty good. And let's put these behind our ground. I'll call this building. Okay. Now let's make our superhero just a little bit smaller. So press scale, change it to 75%. And let's put him on the ground still. So if we scrub through this, we can still see he does his sort of squat on the ground. And next we have to animate our background. So we want to have the ground and the buildings move down after he jumps up. And then we'll add some clouds to see that he's like flying through the air. First, let's parent the buildings to the ground. So just take the pick whip, parent it to the ground. So whatever happens to the ground happens to the buildings. Let's go right when he starts to leave, like when he would leave the ground, like something like there. Set a keyframe for position. And then go forward, depending on how fast our superhero flies, and drag down. And we can change this up, so let's play through this a little bit. That looks pretty good. We can add some easy ease just to give it a little bit more of a pop. That looks pretty good, actually. And let's also add some motion blur to the ground and the building layer and enable it. Once the buildings and the ground leave the frame, though, it's kind of hard to tell what this Superman is doing. Is he flying? Is he just stuck in the middle of the air? That's why we need to add more context with clouds. So what I'm going to do is take our ellipse tool, and we've created clouds before in this class, so you know how to do it. I'm not going to do it with a mask of a solid layer, actually. I just want them to not be feathered. I just want them to have solid edges. So I'm just going to take the ellipse tool, create our cloud, just like so. I'll call this cloud 1. Now let's animate it. So this one we can have right about here. Press P to bring up position. Move it up above our frame. And then go down or just forward in time just a little bit until you think it would be below our frame, and drag it below our frame. And we can play through it and see it. Did it go too fast? Yeah, it went way too fast. So let's extend these keyframes. Cool. Now, if we think, oh, well, we want that to appear a little bit earlier, we can just take this whole layer and drag to the left. Cool, right? And we probably want to add some motion blur to it, but while I'm building it out, I'm just going to leave motion blur off so that I can work a little bit faster. Okay, cool. So now what I can do is take my tool, my ellipse tool, and create another cloud. So let's just create maybe something that's a little bit bigger that will appear in front of our superhero, again, to give him just a little bit more context. Call it cloud 2. Move it in front like so. I'll put here cloud 1 behind our hero, and actually behind our buildings too. Not that it necessarily matters. Yep, no, it won't matter. And I can actually just copy and paste the position keyframes for this other one in front on this cloud. So here I can paste. So now I might have to adjust them. So if I press P and go to this first one, I gotta make sure that it's off the frame. Then go to this last one, and yeah, it's off the frame too. So let's just play through this. That looks pretty good. Now, the fastest way to sort of create more clouds based off of these two is to duplicate them. So if I press Command D for cloud 3, and then I press A to bring up the anchor point, I can move it to the left. And that doesn't mess up my position animation. Then I'll just take this layer and drag to the right. So it's happening a little bit later. Then I'll just duplicate cloud 1, press A to bring up the anchor point, drag it to the left. This one should be happening a little later, so I'll just drag the whole layer to the right in the timeline. Move it around like so. Awesome. And then just keep doing that. All right, so I've added a bunch. I think that's pretty good. Maybe we end our animation a little bit earlier. So let's just go in, and I'm going to close everything down. Make sure I have motion blur enabled for everything, except I'm not going to actually enable motion blur for our hero itself. And that looks pretty good. After watching this, I realized that his he stands in his squat a little bit too long. So what I can do is go into our Hero 2, open up our keyframes, and let's actually take these first 2 keyframes and drag them to the right so that the squat happens and it's a little bit shorter. Yeah, maybe even kind of just squats and then goes right into his leap. So we might want to just start this comp a little bit later, something like this. Awesome, now we have the basic motion of the background of our superhero. We're getting really close. Hopefully by now you understand if you want, you can animate, a kneel down instead of the squat. That's perfectly fine to me. You could even animate a walk cycle of him walking in. You just have to animate the legs that way and move the torso from left to right, however you want. In the next lesson, what I'm going to do is add a couple more details, a little bit of movement to the cape, and then add that texture effect to make it look a little bit more designed. Welcome to this new section in the After Effects course. In this section, we're going to learn how to export your videos from After Effects. We're going to learn how to do this in a few different ways. One, just a normal export, one with a transparent background, and then also how you animate an animated GIF or GIF from After Effects, which actually uses Photoshop because you can't do that straight from After Effects. So to do a basic export, what you would want to do is take your composition that you want to export, open it up, set your work area to where you want to export. So for example, with this lower third, maybe I want it to go to this point and then export there. And then go up to Composition, Add to Render Queue. Now there are 2 options for exporting. By adding to the render queue, you can export right within After Effects. If you want, you can add to the Adobe Media Encoder queue, which opens up a separate program, which comes with your Creative Cloud subscription. And I'll show you how to do that in the next episode or next lesson. So click Add to Render Queue. Now that opens up this Render Queue tab, which is where your timeline usually is. And it has your lower third comp right here. The cool thing about After Effects is you can add multiple compositions to your render queue at the same time and export them, set them all up for exporting, and then export them all at once. So starting from the left, you have some settings. Typically, you actually just leave the render settings as best settings, and then under Output Module, this is where you select the format and quality and things like that. If you click this drop-down arrow, you have some presets, or you can create presets. So I have some like for H.264, ProRes Transparent. That's my After Effects export with a transparent background. But you might see some here. If you just leave it at lossless, it's going to export a full quality, sort of like the maximum quality, max resolution, which matches the size of your composition as possible. So that's a really good one if you're exporting and you just want a full quality. But if you want to change it, just click this text right there for lossless and you get your output module settings. From the top, you can change the format. Most of us are going to want to export a QuickTime format project. If you have a specific other thing, such as an image sequence, you can also export just as audio. But most of us will be using the QuickTime format and then changing our options down here. So over here, let's jump over here to Format Options, and clicking that brings up another window. And here is where you change the codec. Now, this is a little bit more advanced. If you don't know much about video, then this might be a little confusing. But the video format is kind of the container. So QuickTime is going to be the container, the type of file, and then the codec is the process for how it's sort of compressed. And so if you drop down the video codec, you have here animation, you can see you have ProRes, you have H.264 down here. There are different ones, and for different reasons, you might want to choose a different option. If you want full quality, animation is a good option. A lot of video editors will want ProRes versions. So if you're working with other people, or if you're working with these effects and you want to add them to a video that you're editing in Premiere Pro, for example, you might want to choose Apple ProRes. 4444 is sort of the max quality out of the ProRes options. Or if you just want to quickly export more compressed version, but still a high quality version of your file, choose H.264. That's going to be the smallest file size or one of the smallest file size codecs, but still have a great quality. You can decrease the quality here if you want to make it an even smaller size, but you're going to lose some quality, so it might get more pixelated by doing that. So I leave that at 100. If you want to limit the data rate, which is another thing you might do, you can click this button right here and limit it to a specific data rate, but I usually leave that unchecked, so I'm getting the full H.264 quality. And then just click OK. All of these should stay the same for just exporting an H.264 file, RGB, millions of colors, pre-multiplied. If you want to change the size of your export, for some reason, you can click this resize button and then change the resize to another width and height. But if you're just trying to export the same size as your composition, leave that unchecked. And also, if you want to export audio, you can turn that on and off. I usually have it off or just leave it at auto, which won't export audio if there's no audio in your actual After Effects project. Here you can click Format Options to change the audio format too. Okay, so once you're happy with all of those, click OK. And now while I'm here, let me just tell you, so say you set that up, this is the H.264 setting. If you want to create a preset for that, just click the drop down button and click Make Template. And then just name your template. I already have one, but I would call this H.264 and then click OK. And now whenever you want to export anything from After Effects, you can quickly choose that H.264 template. To choose where you save, click this Output To and click that text right to the right and just choose where you want to save it and click Save and give it a title. When you're all ready to export, click the Render button, and this is going to work through your composition. It's going to give you a little ding when it's done. And then in your Finder, you should be able to find the video clip that you exported. So now we have this full resolution 1920 by 1080 H.264 file of our lower third. Now this file though, for this lower third, has a black background. It's not transparent. If I bring this into another program like Adobe Premiere Pro, say I import this into Adobe Premiere Pro and then put this on top of a video clip onto a new layer, what's going to happen, and here's just a quick little video I made recently, is, and let me turn off this audio, it goes from the video to this blank lower third, and that's not what we want. So for most animations where you have a background and everything, you can just export it that way as an H.264 file, but if you need a transparent background, I'm going to show you how to do that in a couple ways next. Here's how you can export your video clips with a transparent background, which is very beneficial for graphics like this with titles. So if I click on the toggle transparency, you can see that this actually doesn't have a black background, it's transparent. So go up to Composition, Add to Render Queue. Click on Lossless, and there's one thing that we have to change to make this a transparent background, and that's under Channels, choose RGB plus Alpha. So it actually saves the alpha channel, which is the front layer, separately than the back layer. Under Format Options, not all of these work with a transparent background. So H.264 won't work, but Animation or ProRes will work. So I can choose ProRes and then click OK, then OK. You can play around. Some animation is a really large file size, so ProRes will be a lower file size, but still a great quality. Now let's change the output to and just call this transparent so we know what we're working with. Click Save and then render it out. Now once it renders out, we'll see that when we play this, at least on a Mac, I'm just pressing spacebar to play it, you can already see that the background has this kind of transparency versus the lower third. Here's the lower third transparent, so that's what we want. Now if we go back to that Premiere Pro project file and bring in this lower third and then drag this onto our video clip, we can see that now it has a transparent background. So I can put this over our video clip. And this is perfect because if I want a lower third and I want to use it over and over and over for all of my videos, then I can export it and save it and reuse it. There's another way that we can bring in any sort of transparent composition, or really any composition, into Premiere Pro. And that's using Adobe Dynamic Link, which is this sort of automatic process that happens in the background where you can use multiple Adobe products at the same time. So say I find my lower third composition in our project window. What I could literally do is choose this, click it, and drag it, and I'm still holding it down, and then tab over to Premiere Pro. And to tab on a Mac, it's Command Tab. So I believe on a PC it would be something like Control Tab. And then I drop this composition. I still have it, and I'm clicking it, and I drop it into our project. And look at that. We have this composition. It's an After Effects project composition inside our Office, this project. And if I take this, now I can put this on top of any video clip. And the cool thing about this is that it's a live project. So say I make some change in After Effects. So let me go to the lower third and change the name. Maybe I want to have my middle initial, which is John, if anyone is curious. And then if I go back to Premiere Pro, whoa, look at that. It automatically changes. So this is great for lower thirds. It's great for any sort of titles. It's great for any sort of animation in After Effects when you're working together with Premiere Pro. And as I've mentioned before, I really believe After Effects is a great program for building out complicated graphics, but not editing an entire video. That's what I use Premiere Pro for. So that's how you can export your project with a transparent background, and also how you can use After Effects compositions in a Premiere Pro project. This doesn't work with other programs, like if you're using another video editor, but it does if you're working with Adobe Premiere Pro. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in another lesson. In this lesson, I want to show you how to export your videos from After Effects using Adobe Media Encoder, which gives you some extra options for your export. So choose the composition, set your composition in and out points, your work area, and then go up to Composition, Add to Adobe Media Encoder Queue. And the reason why you might want to do this is because since it's a separate application, it can be running at the same time as After Effects. So if you need to continue working in After Effects on your project, say another composition you're working on, you can do that while your project is exporting from Adobe Media Encoder. When you're rendering out from the render queue of After Effects, like we learned previously, it shuts down After Effects. You can't do anything until that's done. And sometimes when you're creating these really complicated graphics that take minutes or even up to hours to export, you might not want to waste your time. So that's why you would export using Adobe Media Encoder. So once I click that, it takes a little while, but it will open up the Media Encoder. So here there's a couple windows that you should pay attention to. The project or the composition that you bring in comes in right here. And it will probably bring in the settings that you used the last time for your export. But to change your settings, you can either use a preset, which you can choose one from your preset browser. And this is another benefit of using Adobe Media Encoder, because there's all sorts of other presets that you don't have within After Effects. So there's an entire web video folder. And so if you want a perfect video that's going to work well on YouTube, you can choose one of these presets. And to actually use that, just click and drag it on top of the composition right here, and it changes those settings. Or you can choose your settings yourself. With this drop-down menu on the left, you can choose the media format. Over here in the middle, again, you have your presets, or to customize it, you can click on this setting right here, and it will open up the traditional export settings window of Adobe Media Encoder. So over on the right-hand side, there's a lot. You've got your format at the top. You've got your preset again. You can choose the name and the folder where you're going to output it here. You can choose whether to export video and audio, or just video, or just audio. And then down below, here's where you change your settings, kind of like we did with the render queue. Here's where you can change the format. I'm using the H.264 setting. You can click the match source button to just match your source settings, so the frame size, the frame rate, etc. Or you can change this if you want to resize or change anything. If this is on another setting, say QuickTime, then under here you have video codec options. So here's another option where you can find H.264, but you also get your ProRes, your TIFF sequence, your animation, all of those other options too. So I'm just going to use that H.264 format though. Here's where you can change your bit rate settings here, which gives you both your target and maximum bit rate. And the cool thing about using this export settings module is you can see the estimated file size. And to decrease the file size, one of the easiest ways to do that is by decreasing the target bit rate. The max bit rate is, it just won't go over that bit rate no matter what. The target is where it tries to stay around. And the bit rate is basically how much information per second is included in your file. I typically like to check the render at maximum depth and use maximum render quality options right there to make sure it's the maximum quality. Then click OK. And then just click this Start Render Queue right here, or Start Queue. And it will pop open right here. It will start rendering. And then like I said, we can go back here. We can start working on another project while it's rendering. And we're good to go. Once it's done, just click the output file and it will open up that folder where it exported. And here we have our lower third. Now this wasn't rendered with a transparent background, so you'll have to use the same settings as we did in the other lesson with the transparent background. But that's how you export with the Adobe Media Encoder. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. If you want to export animated GIFs, GIFs, whatever you want to call it, from After Effects or from even Adobe Premiere Pro, you can now do it through the Adobe Media Encoder. So here I have this graphic for our digital marketing masterclass. If I want to export this as an animated GIF, just go up to Composition, Add to Adobe Media Encoder Queue. That's going to open it up in Media Encoder CC. I already have the preset selected, but if you want to choose the animated GIF preset, just type in GIF up here or look under Image Sequence under GIF. You have this animated GIF preset. Then just drag that preset over here to your queue on top of this preset over here or whatever's there already. And now it's going to animate or export as that. One thing you'll have to do though is click on the preset right here, these settings, just click right there to open up your export settings, because if you don't change the quality and the size, it's going to be a huge file. And if you're going to be uploading online, you'll want to make it a lot smaller. So play around with it. I was finding that quality of 20 is pretty good, and then making it a lot smaller. You know, typically 500 or 1,000 is probably pretty good for uploading online. Clicking OK, and then choosing your output file destination. Let's just put it on my desktop. Then press the play button to start the queue and export through Adobe Media Encoder. So if you're watching this in my After Effects course, I will show you a way to export an animated GIF in the previous versions of Creative Cloud, which you actually had to do through Photoshop. But if you do have the CC 2018 update, you have this available to you. So now if I go to my desktop, and this is a little big because that's bigger than 500 pixels, but if I open this up, now we have this nice animated GIF that we can upload online. It's only 1.2 megabytes, so that's a pretty good size for uploading online. Cool, so that's how you export animated GIFs right within all of your Adobe software. So good for Adobe After Effects or even Premiere Pro. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Let me walk you through exporting your video and turning it into an animated GIF. And so this is a project that I created earlier for a flat animation challenge. So hopefully you followed along, and welcome for those of you coming from that. So if you want to animate or export as a GIF, you can't actually do that straight from After Effects. What you first have to do is export a video and then bring that into Photoshop. So I know that's a little tricky, but if you have the Creative Cloud version of After Effects, most of you will also have access to Photoshop, which comes with your Creative Cloud subscription. So first, choose the composition that you want to export, and go to Composition, Add to Render Queue. This is how we exported earlier, so you already learned that in a previous lesson, but if you're coming straight to this one, just click this lossless button down there, and we want to change our format to something that's going to be a little bit smaller, so easier to work with. And you can do that by clicking Format Options and changing the video codec from animation to H.264, which is a high-quality QuickTime file. Leave the quality at 100, click OK, click OK. And now to choose where you're going to save it so you can find it after it exports, click on the output to and then the composition text and just name it and choose the folder where you want to export it to and then click save. Now to actually render it out, click this render button and that's going to actually export it. So rendering in After Effects means export basically. So once that's done, we can go to that folder. And we have this QuickTime movie file. So this is just a video though, it's not an animated GIF. And we want to create that animated GIF that we can post online and it loops forever basically. So to do that, we need to open up this movie file in Photoshop. So you can literally just take this video clip and drag it into your Photoshop app. Or you can right click it and say open with Photoshop. So right click and open with. Now this might look different on PCs, but on a Mac you would say open with and then click other and then choose Photoshop. When you open up a video in Photoshop, you're going to have this timeline tab down here. And so this is good if you want to make it shorter. So I exported this entire video, but maybe I want to make it a little shorter. So maybe 4 seconds. So I can take the end of this and drag it in like that. That's your sort of play area, your work area in Photoshop. And now it's only going to export that area. To save as a GIF, go up to File, Export, and I still use the Save for Web Legacy option because it's an easy way to choose your GIF settings or GIF, however you pronounce it. It might take a few seconds to load because it's bringing in all of that video data, so just be patient and let it load. But while we're letting it load, we can see all of our settings on the right. So down below you have, actually this is good to start from below, we might want to change our animation from looping once to looping forever. And then the image size, we typically don't need it to be 1920 by 1080 for online, so maybe we just want to set the width to 1000. And once we do that, nothing happens, but if we click anywhere else, if we click onto another setting, it's going to process that and then it's going to change the image to 1000 pixels wide. And you see that this is linked, so because we set the width to 1000, the height is going to be 563. It automatically decreases that the right amount. While this is processing, you'll notice that the size of the GIF is down here in the bottom left. And so this is 523 kilobytes, which is pretty small, which is good. You definitely want somewhere below 1 megabyte if possible. Below 2 is even better. And so if your animation is too big, you can either change the size of the canvas or you can change the quality up here. So here you have your GIF settings, and you can also from here, this menu, you can change it to JPEG, PNG, and if you didn't, actually the thing is you should change this to GIF. That's the first thing you have to save it as or choose. It might have been on JPEG, so make sure you change that to GIF. And then you can play around with these settings. The color setting is an important one to look at because basically what this is doing is allowing a certain amount of colors to be in your image. Because this animation we created has very few colors, we can actually drop this down and it will still look good because literally there's only like 10 or so colors in this from the background to the cabin colors. So if we drop this down to 32, it's going to process it again, but it still looks pretty good. You get a little bit of that animated GIF pixelation in there, but the size of the GIF also decrease, which is nice. So this is one thing that you can do it increases the quality, but it also increases the size. So you have to kind of balance what you want. So if you want it to be really small, maybe choose something that's a little bit lower. You can also change the dither percentage. Dropping it down a lot, you'll see it kind of decreases. Depending on what your video looks like, it will decrease the blending of the colors or increase. If If you're making an animated GIF of a video clip, this will look a lot different than this sort of flat animation. To preview how this is going to look, just click this preview button, and it's going to open up your web browser and show you what this looks like. Now, I actually realized that once I changed these settings, it changed the looping options back to once. So let's check forever, and now preview again. Nice. So that's looking pretty darn good. But with only 8 or 16 colors, you see that we don't get the difference in the color of the hills and the trees and this path up here. So I'm going to increase the colors. I think actually 256 is fine because under 1 megabyte is perfectly fine with me. And dithering, I want to set back to 88%. So now let's preview this. Now that looks pretty good, and it's looping infinitely. So once we're happy with all of those settings, click Save. It's going to ask you where you want to save it. Set your settings and your name and your folder and click Save. Now you can take this animation and upload it to really any website. So if you're watching this course on Udemy, wherever you're watching it, please share your own animation with us as this animated GIF. Cool. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know if you have any questions, and we'll see you in another lesson. In this lesson, I want to talk about working with audio in After Effects. Now, my first piece of advice is that you really shouldn't be doing a lot of audio editing in After Effects. While it's possible, it's going to be a lot easier to edit audio in a program like Premiere Pro, or if you're doing more advanced editing in Adobe Audition. But you can do some audio editing in After Effects. The first thing you want to know, though, is when you have a clip that has audio on your timeline, pressing L will bring up the audio levels. So this is a slider for the decibel level, which is the way that you basically calculate the loudness of your audio in video editing. And so you can decrease by dragging to the left or right. This is also keyframeable, so you can set your audio level and then bring it down or up for specific points. And then you can also drop down the waveform to see the waveform of your audio. Another quick way to get to the waveform is by pressing LL on your keyboard quickly, and that just brings up the audio. And then L again will bring up audio levels, and then again closing it down. And so those are basically the two things I wanted to talk to you about. You also have in your effects and presets some audio effects under the audio folder, so you can do things like affecting the bass and treble. You can do a high and low pass, which is a basic effect, and whenever you apply any of these effects, the options will show up in your effects and effects controls panel up here. And so with the high and low pass, you are basically allowing the sounds either above or below a certain frequency. But I don't really want to dive too much into specific audio editing because you really should be doing this in another program. If you have any questions about specific things regarding audio, please let me know. But you can find these effects here, play around with them. But the main things, again, are just pressing L to bring up your audio levels, and you can decrease or increase there. You also have this option just to mute audio here on the left or right. One other quick tip, if you are scrubbing through your video clip and you want to hear the audio while you're scrubbing through, press the Command key. Hold that down. I know it's hard for you to hear, but by holding that down, I hear the audio. That would be the Control key for PC users. So in After Effects, one thing that I like to do with my motion graphics is make the graphics work with the audio. So when there is a change in audio, I might change the motion or move something around, especially with music. If you have beats of a song, you might want to have the motion of your graphic go with the beats of a song. And so by opening up the waveform, you can see where those beats are, and then you could add your motion to those specific points. So these are just some tips to keep in mind while you're working in After Effects. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in another lesson. If you're creating graphics in After Effects, there's a good chance that you also work with Adobe Premiere Pro. And in this lesson, I want to talk about how you can have an efficient workflow using both Premiere Pro and After Effects. In one of the earlier lessons about exporting with a transparent background, we learned about Adobe Dynamic Link, which allows you to work with both applications at the same time. So not only from After Effects can you bring in compositions that you've worked on into Adobe Premiere Pro, but from Adobe Premiere Pro, you can also send compositions or sequences or parts of sequences right to After Effects to work on. So say I'm working in Adobe Premiere Pro and I have an entire video. Imagine that this has a bunch of video clips. I've edited it all together. And then there's just one part of the video clip that I want to add graphics to. What I can do, so let me just add a couple cuts right here. Just imagine, use your imagination to imagine this as a bunch of different clips. And so I have this one clip right here that I want to edit and add graphics to. What I can do is right-click this clip in the sequence and click Replace with After Effects Composition. Now this is going to open up After Effects and it's going to ask you to save the project. So I'll call this Working with Premiere Pro. Save it. And what happens is it brings this drone shot into After Effects and adds it to a new composition. And then back in Premiere Pro, this clip turns into a composition. It's no longer a video clip. So if I add a title here, drone shot, change the color so we can see it, make it a little bit bigger. You add your graphics, you do anything you want to this clip, and then we go back to After Effects, or Premiere Pro rather, and now all of those things are applied here. So it's a live way of editing graphics in After Effects. So this means that you don't have to import the video clip into After Effects, edit it perfectly to the time, export it from After Effects, go to Premiere Pro and import that export into Premiere Pro. You can just simply take clips, any clip you want, and add it to After Effects. Now let me show you one important thing though, because now this clip that we had here is now a composition. So if I want to go back to that original clip, I have to undo this. And now I lost that connection. I still have the shot that I edited here, but I've lost that connection. So a better workflow is actually to create an adjustment layer. So in Premiere Pro, if you click the new button down here and choose adjustment layer, click OK. Add this on top of your graphic. So this is good if you're adding titles or something on top of your video clip, not if you're doing visual effects, but if you're just adding it on top. And now make this the right size. So for the length of the clip or the length of the graphic that you want, then right click the adjustment layer and say replace with After Effects clip. Now what we can do is add our titles, drone shot, or whatever it is. And then we can go back to our Premiere Pro project. And now we have this title, which is just this After Effects composition up here. Now you might be saying, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Why wouldn't you just create this title within Premiere Pro? Well, that's true. I would just create this title in Premiere Pro. But if you're doing motion tracking, you're adding all kinds of motion graphics or things like that, that's a lot easier to do in After Effects. And so that's why this is a better way to do it. But remember, if you're doing this now, then what you need to do in this After Effects shot is you'll need to bring in the drone shot so you know where things are going to be. And so you're going to have to adjust the timing of that. So there's one last tip that I'm going to show you. Another way to do this is just to duplicate this shot. So say I'm starting from scratch and say, hey, I want to add some graphics and change this shot up. What I would do is just duplicate this. And to duplicate easily, just press the Option key and drag up. That would be Alt for PC users. And now I have 2 clips of this shot. And right click this top one, say replace with After Effects composition. And now we have this all timed out properly. Now I can add my title, drone shot. I hope I'm not getting annoying. Put that there. Do my color correction, do my motion tracking, whatever I want to do. And now this is a separate clip. So if I want to go back to my original one, I can always go back to this original clip here. I can redo it, change it up. And so if you are editing a shot in After Effects that actually has the video clip in it, then you might want to do this version of duplicating and then replacing with an After Effects composition rather than the adjustment layer that I showed you previously. The adjustment layer version is fine for just simple motion graphics, but not when you're really working with video clips from Premiere Pro. I hope this all makes sense. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in another lesson. Bye. Welcome to this new section of the After Effects course. In this lesson, we're going to understand expressions and how you apply expressions to your layers in After Effects. Basically, what an expression does is it's a mathematical way to adjust layer properties, anything that is keyframeable, basically, and you can add expressions to those keyframes. So with this sort of wiggling ball right here, I added an expression that tells it to do this wiggling. It's sort of a random amount of wiggling, and I'm not using any keyframes whatsoever. Another example that you can do with the wiggle effect is this flickering light bulb, and that's what we're going to be doing in the follow-up lessons. We're going to be creating this flickering light as well as the camera, and we're going to be adding lights, which is something we haven't touched upon in this class. So this is all done with the wiggle expression, and expressions are a very advanced part of After Effects, and you can go and look up lots of different types of expressions. My goal with this class is to help you understand how expressions work, how you apply them, and then give you sort of an introduction to the ideas of what is possible with expressions. And then if there are things where you think, oh, can I do this with expressions? There's lots of tutorials online. There's lots of expressions you can find online, and there's actually lots of references within After Effects that you can use. So first, let's explain by actually doing. So let's create a new composition, add a white background. So Command Y to add a white solid. I'm going to lock that in place and then just create a little ball. So I'm creating a perfectly spherical blue ball, and I'm putting that in the middle of the layer using my Align tool. If we wanted to get this sort of motion before, what would we have done? We would have opened up the position properties. We would have set a keyframe here, gone forward in time, moved it here, go forward in time, move it, etc., 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 and we would have got some sort of motion. And you do have a lot of control over that motion. But what if we wanted to sort of wiggle randomly? Well, what we can do is, instead of setting keyframes, press the Option button and then click the keyframe stopwatch. And that opens up this entire new system within After Effects. So when you option click any stopwatch, what you'll get is this text box where you can type in an expression. And think of an expression as sort of a mathematical formula. So going back to our good old algebra days, that might help. There are also a few different buttons down here, and this last one right here, the expression language menu, is a cool one to dive into because you can see all of the different expressions that After Effects has to use right here. And if you have one that you specifically think you want to use, you can find it within here. So for example, you might have an expression that you want that deals with the height of a layer, or here you have interpolation, so the easy easing of a layer. Now I know this is really advanced, so we're not going to dive into all of these, but here we have one that's called wiggle. So you can choose one from that menu, or there's also a reference up here, help, in the help menu. So if you click on expression reference, that will take you to an Adobe reference with a lot of help for expressions. But I'm just going to create one from scratch because it's called wiggle. So I'm not actually creating this from scratch. It's within the program itself. You can't just type in a random word and hope that it works. But if you type in wiggle, then left parentheses, then in a number, let's just put 2, comma, another number, let's put 50, then end your parentheses, this is the wiggle expression. Now, I want you to get used to pressing the semicolon after any expression, because as you start to add multiple expressions to the same layer or the same property, you'll need to separate them with semicolons. And then when you're done, just click off, okay? And that implements this wiggle expression to this layer, which is the position. And you could do it to the position or the opacity, and we can see what that looks like too. But now if I play this, our ball starts to move. So this expression is saying, and you can just click into it to get back to it, that twice per second, we want this ball to move the position by 50 pixels. If we want it to go faster, we could put in 10. So 10 times a second, we want it to move 50 pixels. If we want it to move it more, we can increase the pixel amount. So let's put in 500. So it's moving 500 pixels on this composition. Now let's make this a little bit more organic. So I like that 2, and then let's just do 100. So this is going to move it around. So it looks like it's kind of floating in space. Let's copy this and let's paste it to another property of this shape layer. So what if we want it to also change in scale? So let's option click scale and paste this. So right now it's changing the scale, both properties, at a rate of 100 2 times every second. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. And that's also going to depend on where the anchor point is. What about opacity? So let's option click opacity, paste. So right now it's changing the opacity twice a second, somewhere around up to 100 points for opacity. So if we do this at, say, 20, it's only going to go up to 20% or down to 20% opacity. And this is all random, and you can see the numbers changing. So this goes down, sometimes it goes down to 80, sometimes to 83. If we put it at 100, then you would see that sometimes it goes all the way down. You know, it's going down to 10, and it goes back up to 100, and it's all random. So this is how you can create sort of some organic motion or organic movement with an expression. And that's the wiggle expression. There's other ones that do all kinds of other things. So hopefully you understand the basics of using an expression, because in the next lesson, we're going to build out this composition, which is this flickering light. Using the wiggle expression, you can do some cool stuff like this without any keyframes. In this lesson, we're going to recreate this flickering light bulb effect using the wiggle expression that you've used before. So you can follow along with the flickering light After Effects project or build it from scratch using the light bulb JPEG image. So the first thing you want to do is create a new composition. I'll just call this light bulb 2, 1920 by 1080, 5 seconds. You know the drill by now. And then bring in our light bulb. And I'm just going to decrease the size and put it more in the center, like so. So when you think about a flickering light bulb, what's actually happening? Well, the filament inside the light bulb is flickering on and off. And so that's what we're going to have to really intensify or turn on and off or add some sort of effect to make it look like that. Also, what's happening at the same time is the image or the view, the room, or wherever you are in that with that light bulb is getting brighter and darker. So the first thing we want to do is separate this filament so that we can apply an effect to it. So let's duplicate our light bulb layer and then turn off our background one. And we're just going to be working with this filament. So let's just take our ellipse tool and draw, with our light bulb layer selected, draw it around our filament. Press F to add a little bit of feathering so that whatever we do blends in with the background. And I'm going to rename this to be glow. Okay, so there's one effect that we haven't used before called Luma key that I want you to apply to this layer. So type in Luma, and it's actually under the obsolete folder, which means it's an older effect that might not be with future versions of After Effects, but for now I'm still going to use it. If you don't have access to this, just skip this part and it's going to be fine. So once I apply this to this layer, up in our effects controls, you see the Luma key effect, which is similar to the key light effect that we use to get rid of all the green screen background. But the Luma key actually keys out, instead of color by color, it keys out by brightness. So you can key out darker or key out brighter. We want to key out the darker because we want to key out everything except for this bright filament within this light bulb. So let's crank up our threshold until everything disappears except for really just our filament. So that looks pretty good. Then we can play with the edge thin and the feathering to add a little bit of feathering this. We can increase or decrease the edge thin if we want to add a little bit more. We'll add just a little bit more like that. Crank up our threshold a little bit to get rid of any of those spots, and that looks great. So if we turn on our background image and then turn on and off our glow, nothing happens because it's just the same image. We have to apply another effect to this filament to make it look good. So type in glow and apply the glow effect under stylize to this layer. You can drop it on the layer or drop it in the effects controls window. As soon as we do that, you see that there's this glow applied and it's pretty darn bright. We can play around with how this affects this filament with things like the threshold, the radius, and the intensity. So if I bring up the radius to like 50 or so, or even more, what happens is it spreads out the glow, which I think looks a little bit more natural. The glow intensity, if we drop this down to 0, it means nothing is happening. And then if we bring it back up to 1, it means that it has whatever 1 pixel or 1 point is for the glow intensity, it increases a lot. With glow intensity, this is what we're going to be adjusting with our expression. And it has the stopwatch icon, so we can add expressions to it. So if we option click that stopwatch, we see that we have our text box down here. And what we can type in is wiggle. And then we have to decide every, 4 times a second, we want it to adjust by 10 points. Parentheses, semicolon, and let's just click off. So if we play through this, let me turn down our quality so we can play through a little quicker. We see that it turns on the glow. It's probably a little too bright, and it doesn't really flicker that fast. So I think we need to increase the speed of this flicker. So let's go in here. Let's do 10 times a second, maybe 5 instead of 10, adjusting by 10. That looks pretty good. I think that's more of a flicker, maybe even a little faster. So let's do 15 and maybe a little tiny bit less, like 2. So that's really flickering on and off, which I think looks pretty good. So that looks good, but the other thing with our light is that if this is flickering on and off like this, we need the whole composition to flicker on and off. And we're going to do that with a new tool that we haven't used called lights. So if you go up to layer, then new, then click light, it opens up the light settings, and we can call this light 1. When we want to make sure it's on spotlight, you have different lights, but typically I'm going to use spot and ambient lights. And this is, think of it as like a spotlight. You can shine it on a specific part of your composition. Leave all of these settings the same. We can adjust them later and you'll be able to see what it's actually doing then. And then click OK. Now nothing happens, and that's because lights only affect 3D layers. So let's enable the 3D layer for both of these layers, glow and light bulb. And when we do that, you can see what the light bulb is doing. If we turn this on and off, you get this sort of spotlight effect. And within lights, you can make all kinds of changes. Under the light options, you have like the intensity, you have the cone angle, which will make it wider or smaller, the feathering, which will increase the feathering or decrease the feathering of that cone, all kinds of things. And then under transform, you can adjust how this is positioned. So you can adjust the position of the light itself further or closer to your composition, up or down. You can put the light up or down at the bottom. And then you can also change the point of interest. So this is actually changing where the light is, but where it's shining is the point of interest. So I can put this down like so, which I think is pretty cool. So we put the light up and then we drop the point of interest. So it looks like, it's a light shining down, which I think makes sense. Now with the light options, it's the intensity that we're going to add the wiggle expression to, because we want this to go on and off. So if we go down to glow and we find our wiggle expression, which is wiggle 15,2, and copy this and paste this to the intensity by option clicking the stopwatch for intensity and pasting it, what happens is not much. And that's because the intensity of this light isn't changing much. It's only changing by 2 points. And so since this is a range of 0 to 100%, it's not going to work. So what if we want it to be 100 so it flickers on and off? Well, that's good. That's more like what we're doing, but there's another problem. While this is flickering on and off at the same rate as the filament inside, it's not doing it at the same time. Sometimes when the filament is bright, the light is dark. Or when the filament is dark, the light itself is bright. And we want it to happen at the exact same time. We can do that by tying this part of this effect, the intensity, to the intensity of the glow. How do you think we're going to do that? Similar to parenting, when you add an expression, there's this pick whip tool right here. So let me open this up just a little bit so we see both the glow intensity down here and the intensity of the light here. First, let's delete the wiggle, and then let's option click intensity and drag the pick whip of the intensity of the light to the glow intensity. What's going to happen is, it's going to go with the intensity of the light, but again, it's not that much because it's only by 2 percentage points because it's right here. So with expressions, we can do a little math. You can do subtraction, addition, multiplication, division. So we could say, this is affecting by 2. So maybe we just want to do plus 90. But that's not going to look that good because it's only staying at 90 and then 92, 90, 92. So we want to do a multiplication. So let's delete that plus 90. And for multiplication, you use the asterisk, and that's the multiplication sign in After Effects. And so let's do times 50. And then let's do a semicolon, click off. So now it is increasing or decreasing the light intensity at the same time as this glow intensity and multiplying it by 50. So see, you can do a lot of stuff with the After Effects expressions, which is pretty cool. But there's one other thing I don't like about this, and that's that when the light is completely off, I still want to be able to see our scene a little bit. I don't want it to be completely dark like right here. So we can add another light bulb. So let me go here where it's like completely off, somewhere right there. Okay. And let's add a layer, new light. And for this one, let's add an ambient light. Leave the settings as it is now and click OK. Now what happens is this ambient light, it adds to the other light. So when you're adding multiple lights together, they kind of multiply the effects. So you have to be careful because it could get too bright. It could get overexposed. Like, I think that's a little too overexposed. So let's go to that point where it was dark. So let's turn off the ambient light. So this is where it's dark. Turn on the ambient light and then drop the intensity of the ambient light to where it's more natural. Something like that. That looks good. Okay. So that looks pretty darn good. So that's our flickering light, which I think looks pretty good already. There's one thing that also bugs me a little bit, and that is the fact that when this filament is off, when the intensity is not high, you still see the filament of the background. So the filament of this background is always happening, which I don't like. So what we can do is actually use another tool that we haven't used, the clone tool. So let's go to the start of our composition, click on this clone stamp tool, and then double click our light bulb. And that takes us into the layer settings. We can zoom in here. And if you've used the clone stamp tool in Photoshop, this is going to make a lot of sense. If you haven't, when you click on the clone stamp tool, you can change the size by pressing Command and dragging to the right or left, clicking and dragging. And then what you need to do is tell After Effects what do you want to stamp. And you do that by Option clicking. So if I hold Option down, you have this little target, and that's the selection I'm going to make. So I want to make a selection around this light bulb. So click Option click, and then if I take my regular brush without the Option button and then drag over, then we get, it's copying what I selected over here. Now, just for example, if I Option click over here, then paste over here, it's copying what I pasted over here. The other thing to note is that, say I pick something on the edge closer, like Option click there, and then I drag, and then I keep dragging. Well, what's going to happen is it's just going to copy this area over to the left. So it's copying the edge of the light bulb, which I don't want. So you might have to just Option and then click and drag, and then do it a couple times. See what I'm doing? I'm just Option clicking, then pasting over. Option clicking, pasting over. Option clicking, pasting over, little by little, until it looks a little bit more natural. Now, since this is a still image, it works fine, and it's going to stay the same throughout the entire video. If it's a video clip, the clone stamp tool only applies to that frame. So just be aware of that. Now, if I go back to my composition, this is what it looked like with it off. And now, if we turn everything back on, we can see that when the filament intensity is lower, it looks a little bit more natural. The background is a little bit more natural. What we could even do is add a sort of black filament. So if we duplicate the glow layer and then put this down below, call this filament. I don't even know if that's how you spell it. I think it's maybe filament. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then delete our glow. And then instead of our glow effect, add a fill. So generate fill effect. Drag that on there. And then change it to be black. Okay? So now you don't see anything, but let's turn off our glow layer. So now you see that this is just black. And let's thin the edges quite a bit. So something like that. And maybe we don't want it to be completely black. Let's change the color, something like that. Maybe something a little bit more natural, like a dark brown. Okay, so that's our light bulb off. And then we add our glow. So when the glow goes down, you can kind of see those filaments down in the background. Cool, so now we have our light bulb all set up, looks more proper. The last thing I'm going to do is add a camera move. So layer new, camera, click OK, and then layer new, null object, because I always like my null objects and parenting my camera to the null object, which I'm going to make a 3D layer. And then I'm just going to do a subtle push in. So I'm going to click here, set a keyframe, then go forward and drag to the right to push in and put that keyframe at the very end. And now we have our moving composition with this flickering light. The cool thing now is that if we think, oh man, it's going too fast, it's going too intense, what we can do is go into our glow settings and change the wiggle settings. Say it's going too fast and maybe it's too intense. Let's just make this 1. So 10-1. This is cool because it adjusts both the glow itself and it affects the light automatically because the light is parented to this. The only thing we might have to do now is adjust the ambient light itself, or if it's not enough, we might have to multiply this by something a little bit brighter. But I think this looks pretty good. Maybe increase the ambient light to like 60 or something like that. And I think that looks pretty darn cool. So now you know how to use expressions. You know how you can parent different properties to expressions to match the animation to that other expression. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to link to some other resources and tutorials that I think will really help you with using expressions and taking it to the next level. Because once you start using expressions, you know, you're becoming a more advanced user, which I applaud you. But for this course, I really just wanted to help you understand how you apply expressions and understand what they are. And hopefully I've done that so far. Thank you so much for watching this lecture, and we'll see you in another one. What do my favorite YouTubers like Drew Binsky, Johnny Harris, and most of the other top YouTubers, and even yours truly, have in common? We work smarter, not harder.
I didn't go to Antarctica for this video.
And what does that mean for video creators like you? It means using stock templates, video, music, graphics when necessary or when it makes sense to make you a more efficient video creator and even to make your videos better. When I started making videos professionally for years, I would spend hours creating my own unique motion graphics, going out and getting B-roll no matter where it was. But then it hit me that my viewers and my clients that I work with don't even care that I made those things from scratch. They just want me to tell a better and more visually interesting story. And clients would rather me save time and money by using templates. So how do you do this? That's what this section is all about. There's so many different platforms out there that provide unlimited stock footage, music, graphics. We really live in a golden age for content creators. Back when I started, I had to pay individually for each song, each graphic, and now you can get it all for a low monthly fee with services like Envato Elements, which is the one I use and I've been using for over 10 years. Envato Elements has everything you need from stock video, photos, music, editing, and motion graphic templates like title cards, lower thirds, openers, logo stings and bumps, transitions, and even full social media video templates. And you get it unlimited for one low monthly fee, making it so practical to be able to put out great videos. Those YouTubers I mentioned earlier on, like Johnny Harris and Drew Binsky, they make a lot of videos where it's about travel or about countries and other locations. They are using stock footage too. Successful content creators are leveraging talented motion graphic experts around the world using their expertise in their videos. This allows beginners to make a big impact with the quality of your videos. It also allows them and me to save hours and hours of time that I can use better for building up my business in other ways or just having more time with my family at home. And that's honestly one of the biggest reasons why I use stock elements. In the next lessons, I'm going to show you first how I use templates in my own videos, give you some examples of why I use them, how it's helped me grow my client base, make more professional videos, and then we're going to do a deep dive into actually how we navigate the website, find exactly what you're looking for, and then also implementing them into our editing projects with both Adobe Premiere Pro, and I'll even be showing you Adobe After Effects and how you use templates that you download from Envato Elements. So click to that next lesson and I'll see you there. In this lesson, I want to show you how I personally use stock elements. So to give you some ideas for your own videos. This first example contains a bunch of stock elements. This was a food series that I created a couple years ago. I did a video on baking bread, on learning how to cook ramen, and here you can see some examples. I'm not sure exactly when my love of bread began. As a kid, my parents would buy a big loaf of freshly baked bread at the local farmer's market. We'd sit watching a concert at the park, and my sisters and I would tear big fluffy bits off. And that was dinner. But for the most part, classic American sliced bread was the norm. So most of this previous segment was all with stock footage, stock overlays. So I was actually combining multiple elements. I did not have video of myself tearing apart bread as a child. I didn't have this VHS recording of this family pulling out a picnic blanket. I used a stock element of this video, cropped it square, and then I added this VHS overlay, all the while also using the stock music that I downloaded. All of this footage here of the bread factory, all stock footage used to better tell this story. But it was about this vision, this fairy tale that we have of French families waking up in the morning to freshly baked bread. All of this using stock footage to tell this story better. Another series of videos I made was for the local newspaper, and this one contains a bunch of transitions that I used. I also used some stock elements to come up with this unique style, taking what I found online and customizing it with colors and font choices that matched the branding of the newspaper.
When I was younger, my mom worked in the movie business, so I spent like 3 years in Italy. I was probably like 13, 14. We kind of wanted...
Similarly, in this video, it was about this cafe where the worker grew up and visited Italy. I didn't go to Italy to get this shot. It was much more feasible to use a stock video that I found online. When I was a wedding videographer, using light leaks as a transition, one of the most common ways that I used stock elements. And then for certain clients, finding that right piece of music can be difficult, but with Envato Elements, they've got thousands of tracks that will fit any style of video.
Or giving all your money to this guy. Shouldn't there be a better way? We thought so. Welcome to Face-to-Face DIY, the very first app.
Finding music that perfectly fits the mood for a commercial like this.
To a trained technician through a live video call.
One other case where I use a lot of motion graphics and video templates and title cards is in my recent course video promos to really spice them up, make them look good. Here you see an example of what I'm doing for a course on programming in Python. I'm working with someone across the world on a course that teaches Python, and I was able to find stock footage that matched what we were trying to convey in this course. Here's another example of combining elements from background, motion graphic templates to title cards and animated graphics, things that I would never be able to create myself. And then I just want to throw this out there. I use Envato Elements website themes for all of my websites, from videoschool.com, where I purchased a template called Avada, to photographyofriends.com, which is also another template. As you can see, completely different, really different style, but very professional looking. And as I've mentioned, it all goes back to saving me time so that I don't have to spend hours doing the monotony of trying to recreate something that has already been done. All right, so in the next lesson, I'm going to take you through a tour of the Envato Elements website so you can find exactly what you're looking for. In this lesson, I'm going to show you Envato Elements. This is the platform I recommend. There's others out there. I just feel like they have everything. They've been in the game for years before a lot of these other newer companies. So their library of content, stock elements, is huge. You can see at the top the categories from stock video, templates, music, sound effects, graphic templates, photos, web templates, WordPress, presentations. This goes beyond a lot of the other platforms. So go to Envato Elements and then click on Get Unlimited Downloads, and this is where you'll sign up. Back on the home page, they even have some free files that you could use just to see what kind of things that they do. Test it out. Feel free to try that too. It's pretty simple to use the interface, but there are a couple key things I want to show you. So for example, let's click on stock video. Here we see a page with all of their popular stock video. You can search at the very top. So say I was making my bread making video, I would type in sourdough bread to see what comes up. And now we have all of these examples of shots of sourdough bread. We also get to preview it just by hovering your mouse over it, and you can see what this is. You can click on a file to get more information about this one. You can see things like the file length, the resolution, the file size, the frame rate, all of these things that might be important to know for your own video. You can even download a preview. So if you're working with a client and you're putting together a draft of a video, download the preview, put it in there. It will be watermarked, but you can show it to a client, and then once you actually want to put together a final cut, do the download. Back on this search page, you can see that there are filters, so you can filter by resolution, frame rate, length, all of those kinds of things. Properties, so alpha channel means that there's no background channel, so this is going to be like an overlay that you could put on top of something. So it looks like this is kind of cool. They got these overlays you can put over and create your own graphic. Looped is going to be a clip that matches the beginning to the end so it can continuously play. Say we want to jump straight from stock video to a different format, we can click the type up here and let's go to photos. And now we can find all of these great stock photos of sourdough bread, again with all of the filtering options that you need on the left. You're here because you probably want to know about the video templates. So if you hover over video templates, you can see they have templates for most of the popular video editing apps, motion graphics apps out there. So if we click on Premiere Pro, again, you can see the most popular options. This will give you some ideas for what you might want to use in your own videos, from openers to slideshows, text message animations. On the left, you have different categories. So say we're looking for a title card. We can click on titles and preview all of the popular titles. You can also sort by the newest ones. You can see the trending up here. There's other filters at the top. For example, logo, slideshow, transitions, etc. I clicked on the transitions button, and here you can see the different transition packs. Some of these packs have hundreds or more different types of transitions. Click on the play button to preview all of these transitions. These are really popular styles of transitions. When you download these, I'll show you in the next lesson. They come with instructions, and some of it can be a little bit confusing. I'll show you in the next lesson, but with all of these downloads, they'll come with instructions that show you how to use them. Similarly, if we go to After Effects, you can find some even more advanced templates. Premiere Pro has gotten better with the motion graphics abilities, but After Effects is still more advanced. Broadcast packages, this is a great category. It might be a little bit confusing if you don't know what this means, but it's a package of graphics that you can use throughout your videos. So let's go to this YouTube channel kit option over on the right. So if I play through this, you can see that it comes with a ton of things like intros that you can add your logo or title. You have these little buttons that pop up for subscription, motion graphics, resizable lower thirds graphics for social media videos, and even logo bumpers too. So in the past, what I've done is I've downloaded a broadcast package and then completely customized the fonts, the colors to my own branding. And I've used those across all of my videos. Here on the music page, you can easily filter by style, by genre. So if you're looking for something happy, and then let's say cinematic. Now we got some happy cinematic music. You can go through the rest of these, but one other thing that I use a lot are graphic textures and backgrounds. So if you go to the graphics page, here you can see that you have all kinds of different textures, like this vintage papers one. This is a really cool way to just add that extra element of professionality and visual interest to your motion graphics, just by adding a texture in the background, maybe add a little bit of emotion to it, maybe just jump from one texture to the next. It really looks cool. And some of my favorite YouTubers, like I've mentioned, Johnny Harris, Nathaniel Drew, they use this technique a lot. I'll show you this in the next lesson. So hopefully now Envato Elements makes sense to you as your one-stop shop for any sort of stock footage or template that you would need. In the next lesson, we'll move forward to actually utilize some of these templates, and I'll show you the intricacies when you download something like a Premiere Pro template versus an After Effects template, and what things you might need to adjust or change to fit your needs. See you there. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how I've recreated an intro sequence similar to the vibe and style of some of my favorite YouTubers, like the one you're seeing here from Nathaniel Drew. All the elements that you see and hear in this video are from Envato Elements, and I'll walk through how I put this together, from the stock footage to the light leak overlays, the transitions, the motion graphics, all in Premiere Pro. So let's head into Premiere Pro to see how I did this. And yes, I did get a haircut since that last tutorial you watched. Here I'm on Envato Elements, and I just want to show you briefly a couple of the examples of stock footage that I downloaded. I simply searched for Los Angeles, found a couple shots of downtown Los Angeles. I studied abroad in Bonn, Germany, so I wanted to do this transition from Los Angeles to Bonn, Germany, as if it was a sort of reflective video about my experience. There was stock footage, aerial of the city. There was even some motion graphic elements that were sort of already created, like this map here where it's a Earth zoom that actually zooms into Bonn. And we saw one of these examples in the Johnny Harris video of the Earth. And this isn't the cleanest Earth video, but pretty amazing that you have these elements right here that you don't have to create yourself. I also knew I wanted to use a typewriter sound effect and style of typing on text, so I found a motion graphic template that makes it super easy to reuse and edit without having to build it from scratch. So I ended up with a folder, and here you can kind of see the structure that I typically use for my projects, where I have my video footage. So here's all the video footage. You can see that I downloaded it in the highest quality possible. Some is in 4K, some's in 1080p. I have transitions, so this has a lot of zoom ins, glitch style things that you're going to see in a second. Sound effects, so here all of these download as zip folders, and so you have to unzip them, but I have like a whoosh, which is great for transitions. I got the typewriter sound effect. I have overlays, so I have like a 16mm film overlay. I have light leak overlays. These you will see when I open them up in the project. I have another old film overlay. That one's not as good. I didn't like it when I downloaded it, but these retro film overlays are great. And I'll show you how to apply these here. We've got music, so I searched for some piano mysterious music, and I got these two songs. And when you download a track from Envato, usually it comes with several options. Sometimes it has with different instruments, like this one has one with and without the piano, and then this one has different lengths. So if you're wanting to use it for a shorter film, longer film, it has options so that you can cut it down to fit your video. And then lastly, the motion graphics. So here, this is something I'll be showing you in a different video. We do have our typewriter motion graphic here, but we've got lower thirds and motion graphic projects for like Instagram stories that I'll show you in a future video. So now let's go to our project, and you can see the project panel matches our folder structure in our Finder. With every editing project, it's about building layers to make it more complicated, in the sense that every element you add makes it more interesting to watch and listen to. So I started with just this first track of video clips. So I started with the downtown shot of Los Angeles. I'm gonna zoom out to this cloudy shot, which I could have just used one of those, but then it goes to this cloudy time lapse of Bonn into the closer up aerial shot. The first thing I did was I added these transitions. So this is and I'm going to walk you through this, but here we have this transition that also comes with a sound effect, which is kind of cool. So these transition packs sometimes come in with their own whooshes and transition sounds. So you can see that there. This was sort of a sideways transition. And then I added my music. Cool, right? And then lastly, I added for this last shot, I added some overlays. So I added the 16mm overlay and this other retro film overlay, which you can see up here in the source monitor, that changes that aspect ratio. I just thought that was kind of cool. I also did a little bit of color grading of this shot just to sort of give it a more vintage vibe. And then the last thing I did was I added this typewriter effect with the motion graphic as well as the sound effect. And putting it all together makes it just pop. All right, and then lastly, the other things I did was I added a light leak overlay transition. And also one last sound effect for this transition that was a separate sound effect, not within the motion graphic pack. Cool. So all of this was done in the matter of maybe 20 minutes or so, compared to doing this from scratch using After Effects, obviously going out and getting this footage. It's incredible what you can do. So now I want to show you how I rebuilt this from scratch, specifically showing you how I use these transition overlays, the light leak overlays, and also some of, eventually I'll get into the motion graphics as well. See you in that lesson. So in this lesson, I just want to show you how to apply some of the stock elements to this transition. So first, let's talk about overlays. So I've started a new project from scratch because when you import a transition pack, there is a couple things that are confusing I want to walk through. But before we do that, I just want to show you the overlays that I've downloaded, and you might use some that are similar. So we have this 16mm film damage. So when you apply this to your footage, what you're actually doing is you're putting it on top of your other footage on a new layer. But you don't see that footage underneath. And so what we need to do is change our blend mode, which is in our video effects controls under opacity. And we're going to change that to multiply, which removes the highlights and keeps the dark black part of that overlay footage. So this did a little bit to the footage, but I wanted to combine this with one of these other retro film overlays. I love how you can open these folders now and use the preview option to scrub through these so you can really see what these look like. And that's how I came upon, I believe it was number 9, where I put this on top of this now. And similarly, I had to change my blend mode to multiply. And then I scaled down my 16mm one so it fit the size. So we still get that sort of film look on the left side, but it matches the new aspect ratio of that number 9 overlay, retro film overlay. So that's already pretty cool. And like I said, you might want to adjust the color and exposure of your footage to give it a certain vibe. But maybe what I want to do now is use a light leak to transition from this shot to this shot. So let's go back to our project. And I'm actually going to start a new folder for transitions. So I'm going to create a light leak folder for these light leaks that I've imported. Put those in there. And again, we can open this up and we can preview it so we can see what these light leaks look like. And with light leaks, you really want it to have sort of a bright moment where you can mask that or cover up that transition, like this transition 4. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it over our footage. And you want that white to match up. So see, you can see where the screen is almost all white right there. You want that to cover up the cut between these two shots. So what I'm actually going to do is press M on my keyboard to mark that spot. And now if my snap to timeline magnet is on, it kind of snaps that clip where that mark is to that cut. We need to change the blend mode of this footage not to multiply, but the opposite, which is screen, where we're actually letting the black disappear and the highlights is what we have left. So this also probably makes sense to go underneath our other retro film overlays. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move these around like so. And that's if we want to maintain this sort of look of the small aspect ratio. But now we can watch this, and that looks pretty darn good. Now you might be asking, okay, so the 16 millimeter film damage, it cuts off there, so what are we going to do? I would just option drag this or copy and paste it and basically put it right there, start it right at the transition mark, and it's just going to continue. You could even just blend it together with a little transition, Command D on a Mac or Control D, or just right click and give your cross dissolve, and that looks pretty dang good. So that's how you can kind of create a custom style and transition with these elements that I've downloaded from Envato. I want to talk about the transition packs though. So this is the transition pack that I downloaded, and you can see that it has all of these different styles of transitions that are super popular nowadays. And when you download your file, you're going to get a zip file. Most of these will have a tutorial, which I highly recommend you watching because it can be different for every transition pack or motion graphic pack. There's also instructions here. Within this folder is also a folder with a bunch of Premiere Pro projects. And there's projects for each category of transition and an all category. This is going to be different depending on the project you download, but I'm going to import this all project directly into my Premiere Pro project. I can do that by simply dragging that into my project panel, and I'm going to put it in my transitions folder. It pops up with this window, which asks me if I want to import the entire project or specific sequences. If you know there's a specific, like one transition that you need, then you might just pick that. But in general, I would just import the entire project, and it will import all of the different transitions that are included in this pack. You might need to reconnect files because within this folder, it actually comes with a bunch of different video and audio clips that are a part of these transitions. So what you would just need to do is click locate, and then it will be in that folder. So you just search for it, click OK, and it will be within that folder. So let me go to my Finder. I will show you. So under footage, you have all these clips. And this is cool because you can actually use these clips for your projects to build things yourself. Sound effects, there's a ton of different whoosh sound effects, which is cool. So that's kind of a pro tip, is that if you download these transition packs, check out the stock footage that they use within them, and you can use those as well. All right, so now we have this transition folder. So let me just show you again. So we have our master folder. It's created this subfolder for that project that I've opened. Within this folder, we have a subfolder for each type of transition. So if I open up my Zoom, for example, I'm just going to copy and paste these two clips over to the right just by option dragging them so I can do a completely different type of transition. I'm also going to choose to view the icon view so I can preview what these look like. So we have zoom out, zoom in. We have all these different types of transitions. There are a couple key things that are common among transition elements from Envato that you need to do to be able to apply these. And if you don't do this, then it's not going to work. If you open up these projects, you can see that they're actually just sequences that have different adjustment layers and things like that. And there's also this stock footage layer. And so if your project is set up normally, like what it would look right here, if I drag this sequence right here, what's going to happen is it's going to bring up that project as a nested file, which is not going to work. So what you need to do is uncheck this button right here, which is the insert and overwrite sequences as nest, which will actually bring in all of the clips from that sequence onto your timeline like this. But there's one other thing you need to do, because we don't want this stock footage, which is on the track 1, V1, we don't want that to be brought in. And so what we need to do is uncheck this source patching for inserts and overwriting button. So with that off, I can now drag this on top of the transition, and the cut of this transition should match the cut of my sequence itself. And now it will actually transition. So by rendering effects in to out, let's play through this. So that creates that transition. If you're having an issue with this, it might be because the sequence settings of your sequence does not match the sequence settings of the transition file. So to do that, first we need to check the sequence settings of our timeline, which is 3840 by 2160, so 4K. Then, I know this is confusing everyone, but it's important. Within this transitions pack, you have this resolutions file. And here we need to go up to sequence settings for this and make sure that it is the same one, 3840 by 2160. And that will actually change the sequence settings properly for all of these sequences, or all of the transition sequences. So now it should work properly. I can render in to out again. But I just wanted you to be aware of that, because commonly these transition files are made for 1920 by 1080 or for 4K sequences, and if you're using something different, you got to make sure you're matching them. I thought that this transition would benefit from a little bit of a dissolve, so I actually added a little bit of a dissolve myself between these two clips, and I thought something like that looked pretty good. So that's how you can apply transitions from Envato elements, either creating them from scratch or using the transition project files that you can find all kinds of. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to use other elements from Envato, like the motion graphic files for the typewriter effect, as well as title cards and projects. See you there. This typewriter effect is not one that I did from scratch. It actually is all built out as a motion graphic template. You can see that it's a little bit more advanced than a typical just transition of text that you might be able to do in After Effects rather simply with a type on effect. It has this little typewriter bar right there, and that little icon that goes on and off. You can quickly change the speed of it with this motion graphic file. If I open up my Essential Graphics panel. So with this Essential Graphics panel open and this motion graphic file selected, you can see all of the different parameters that I can edit here. I added my text here, I changed my text properties, I can change the position all within this panel, and then also the speed control of how fast or slow it's typing on, I can adjust with this slider here, which helps match the typing to the soundtrack and the sound effect that I downloaded. But how did I get this motion graphic file into my Essential Graphics panel? If I go to my Finder, you'll see that under this zip file, I have a motion graphic folder with all 14 different motion graphic styles from this pack. There's also a helpful folder with a video that explains how to do this. Again, this is typical for Envato elements, motion graphic projects. There's going to be instructions specific to this project, so check that out. There's also links to fonts that you might need. So to import motion graphic files, open up your Essential Graphics panel and then click the plus button in the bottom right. Here I have this motion graphic folder opened, and I can just pick and choose the one that I want and then click open. It will appear at the very bottom of this list. It might be beneficial to star it, or at least to star the ones you like, because then you can filter your favorites in this big list of motion graphic projects that you've imported in the past. To use one of these, I can just simply drag and drop it onto my timeline. So here we can see that I have this typewriter 2 effect. So let me just play through it. And you can see the style of typing is different. It's like a different type of computer with the little underscore animation compared to that first one, which was the number 1. Let me just put this right here, which is like this. And it has that blinking line. I forget what that's called. With any of these motion graphic files, I can go in to the parameters under the Edit tab. And here's where you change things like my text style. Courier is a standard, or Courier New is a standard font for typewriter. Testing out typing. So now this text will appear here and it will text out or type out. We can change the position here with the position. We could change the size of this font here up in this slider. If you have a ton of text, let me just copy and paste this. You can have different lines of text actually. See how now we have multiple lines. We can change the whole scale of this project by zooming in or out with that parameter down here. Up above, we have our color controls and then our global controls, which affects the speed of how fast this types out. So you can see that it types out kind of quick. So I'm going to slow this down. Something like that might be a little bit more like what we want. And then the blink control adjusts the blinking of that line at the end of it. So that's how you import and adjust the settings of a motion graphic file. Not every motion graphic file is going to look the same. Sometimes it will have global controls, color controls, or maybe not. It might just have a scale and a font control. It depends on how the creator made it. But just know that to edit it, it will be in this edit panel under Essential Graphics. So that's the typewriting effect. Let me show you one more, which is the lower thirds. So under Browse, I'm going to go back and import lower thirds in this folder. Again, we have the lower thirds motion graphic, and you can open that. And now it has imported. And actually, I just realized that the typewriter ones appeared at the bottom because it's alphabetical order. So you kind of have to know what the title is. So lower third 1. So I'm going to search for lower third 1. And here's where that one appeared. I'm going to drag that onto my timeline. You can see here that it needs some fonts. So let's see in our folder if it had any fonts that we need. So here's the Calibre font. And it has links for a free download, which is super helpful. And it had now downloaded it. I'm going to select all of these, double click them, and click install to install them. And now go back to our Premiere Pro project, and it should resolve itself automatically. You might need to open and close the project if it doesn't. So now we have this whole lower third. Let's turn off this music. So now we have this whole lower third. Super interesting with all kinds of stuff going on. This would take quite some time to build from scratch. But now in our edit panel and edit tabs, we have all of these different controls. So here we can change our text, fill, Ebner, and here's where you need to customize it because you can see that the box size doesn't match my name. So here I would probably change the size of the box here. And then for our text 3, I would put in video school and probably change the position of this. So for text 3, I changed it and I would change the position to match sort of the spacing of the project before. So now though, it should all match the animation on and off, similar to the original one, but with the position changes and the size changes. And up at the top, we have our overall controls. It looks like there's some, there's just like a style change if you want to do the long shadow effect. That's kind of cool. That'd probably look better if it was on top of video. You've got your shadow distance, all these different effects that can change what it looks like. All white. That's kind of cool if you just want to quickly make this text all white. So let me just drag this video over here so we can see what it looks like over a video clip. All white might not look good here. All dark also doesn't look good. We'd probably want to use it on a different type of clip where you can see better. Or just drop the opacity of this clip, which is kind of cool. All right, so that was just another example of a lower third project, which has a bunch of different options, as you can see. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. In the next lesson, I'll show you an Instagram Reel story project that I downloaded and how to customize that too. Here's an Instagram Stories Premiere Pro motion graphics file that you can download. Look how intricate this is with the photos, the text, all of that coming in, all the transitions, animations. Very cool. This is an intense motion graphics file. I already imported it, and so I went to browse, imported it, and it's this Instagram intro. I've created a sequence that is the right size for an Instagram story, which is 1080 by 1920, so that vertical 9 by 16 size. And once I imported this motion graphics file, I saw how intense this was. It doesn't look like the preview that we saw online, right? So in the edit tab, you can see that there's all these text layers. This one's not organized as well as I wish it was. There's all this text controls. There's all this text here. So this goes from the beginning to the end. Insta is the first one. So that footage in the background that says add your footage, that's just a sample image file. But here I am going to change this to learn. And you can see that it applies it up there. And then you can go through the rest of this text and change it. And then to change the footage, they've actually created it so that they have, look at this is crazy. Under footage, they have all of these files that you can then click to replace. So you just click this button here, replace, and then you find your photo that you want to change it, or even video. So I added one photo to that first one, and you can see, so I just released a real estate photography course, and this would be a super cool story or reel to put out. And you can see that by adding that first photo, it adds to that first block there. And then I would just continue down the line until I fill it all out with my own footage. This does look a little bit time consuming, right? But at the same time, it's going to create a story or a reel that's way more captivating than just throwing a simple photo up there yourself. And doing this still saves you a ton of time. I could probably fill all this out in 10 minutes, get this epic story to post that would have taken me hours to create myself. So I just wanted to show you this one more example in Premiere Pro about how intense some of these project files and motion graphic templates are. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. The last type of project I want to show you is an After Effects project. After Effects projects are often a little bit more intense in the capabilities of motion graphics, animations, and things like that. So here's a 20 Instagram Stories grunge style pack that I downloaded. Again, it has documentation for how to use it if you need. A lot of times, like we've seen before, there's assets like fonts that you might want to use. There might even be music and things like that if you want to use what they've used in the project that you can download. So all of these fonts I would have to go and download. Another thing you'll notice too is sometimes these projects were created on a Windows and you use a Mac, or maybe they were using an old version of After Effects. Most times with these projects though, your version of After Effects, if you have the latest version installed on your computer, can open those previous project files, those older files, or the ones created on a different version, Windows or Mac. They should be uploaded to Envato Elements to work on anyone's new machine. So click OK, that's totally fine. That was just telling me that it was using a different machine. And now we have all of these different scenes, and you can kind of preview what they look like here. In our folders over on the left-hand side, there's assets, brushes, elements. A lot of this we don't really need. What we want to do is just go to a specific scene, like scene, let's go to scene 1, for example. So here we have this one story, and all we need to do is replace the text and the placeholder image that's in the background. So to do that, we can go into our placeholder, which in these folders, and this is, again, going to be different for every project, but oftentimes there's going to be like a video placeholder or a photo placeholder if you're editing a photo slideshow template, for example, and then also title placeholders. So here we have this random image. And for this one, let's go to this folder of images that I was actually creating with Adobe Firefly, their new AI tool. And I can just drag this photo and put it on top of that other image, scale it up. Now you got to take your After Effects course of mine if you need to learn how to use After Effects. S is how you bring up scale here. And there's also this new property panel over on the right-hand side that helps with that. And now if we go back to our scene 1, you can see that our image is in the background. And now we also have to go to our title, and then we go to our text. So here we see this one here. This one's a little bit confusing. Sometimes they're a little bit more easy to see which layers you need to edit. I'm just going to change this to Learn AI with Firefly. And sometimes you're going to have to adjust the size, the space of this text and all that. But once you change that text and go back to our scene, and now we have this super cool reel or story that has this animation built into it. Super cool. So that's just the first one. And you would export this specific sequence. And to do that, you would just go up to File, Export, and then it's probably easiest if you're new to After Effects just to add to Adobe Media Encoder queue, and it will open up Media Encoder. You could select your settings and all of that. So that is how you change this After Effects project. Now back on our all scenes, I'm moving around. You can see that this first scene is the one we changed, and it's changed on here. So this is just a little preview of the scenes for you to see which one you want to do next. It kind of goes in order. So maybe I want to do this one next, which is number 9. So I can go into scene 9 and open that up. And now we have this number 9. And again, we can change our text, we can change our placeholder image to customize it for ourselves. So that is how you edit Adobe After Effects templates. Like I said, every project's going to be a little bit different. Make sure that when you download these projects, you check out the tutorial documentation or the instructions, whatever it's called, in the folder that you unzip when you download those projects. That will help you out. All right, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Thank you for watching this section of the course. My goal was to inspire you to use stock templates, footage, and websites like Envato Elements to help you be a more efficient and better content creator. There's nothing to be ashamed of in using these templates to make you faster and to do things that you might not even be able to do yourself. You might not know how to create these specific motion graphics or be able to go out and get this amazing footage yourself. And that's why Envato Elements and other stock footage sites are so amazing now. And the fact that it's unlimited downloads for one low monthly fee is incredible now. You could even start your own YouTube channel that's based strictly on using stock footage and make it look amazing. I left a link in this section so you can go check out Envato Elements, which is what I use, but there are other platforms out there too that you can check out. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a beautiful day. Let's create a new composition for our title card. So press this Create a New Composition button. Now we're going to use the standard 1920 by 1080s pixels. We're going to keep it at 5 seconds. We'll call this title card and click OK. we will add our background image. So we have this capital image. So I'm just going to drop this on our timeline. And it's very big, so I'm just going to bring up the scale and make it smaller until it fits better. Here's where we can use our title screenshot to adjust the size of the flag and the text. So just drop our title screenshot above our capital image, and then just bring up the scale and increase the scale until it fits the size of our actual composition. Now we can take this flag animation composition and just drop that actual composition right inside of our actual composition, our title card composition. Go later on until you see the whole flag animated on. Bring up the scale and drop it down. And we can zoom in here. And we want to just move this right over our flag and make sure it's about the right size. So you're really dropping it down quite a bit, about 9% or so, 9.5. That's looking pretty darn good. Next, let's add our text. So let's drop the opacity of this title card. So go down to 50. And with this, we can even change the size and position of our Capitol building. This image isn't exactly how it is on the intro of House of Cards, but it's pretty close. So we can move this just a bit, something like so. And if I turn off the title screenshot, you can see that it looks pretty good. One thing though is that this image that I've shared with you is a little bit bright, so let's darken it just a bit. A quick way to add a layer to make it darker is just by going to Layer, New Solid, create a black solid. So just make sure you choose the color black, put this, and then select OK, and then put it right above the capital layer. Press T to bring up opacity and drop the opacity like 40% or so. It's not perfect, but for our purposes, it's an easy way to darken the background to make sure that the foreground stands out. So let's take our text tool, just type house. I'm using this big noodle titling text because I thought it looked similar to the House of Cards text in the title card. I'm going to move this down and line it up with the flag. I'm just going to turn on our title screenshot to see what it looks like. I can see that the text in the House of Cards screenshot is a lot wider. It's more spread out. So I will play with the tracking a bit. So under your character panel, you can play with the tracking and the size just a little bit. It looks like it's even bolded a little bit. So that looks pretty good actually. So it's more like a bold, and then about 260 tracking. That's pretty good. Now, since I have the right settings for that house text, I'm just going to duplicate it and move it over here. And I'll say cards. So I'll move the cards right over the cards text. And then one more time, I'm going to duplicate this, and I will just say of. And the of is a different font in the House of Cards text and in what we're using. Let me just make sure what text I was using for the of. This one's actually very different from what the House of Cards text looks like. I'm using monotype cursiva. I believe this should be installed already on your computer, especially if you're using a Mac. If not, you can just find one that looks similar. I'm going to make sure that it's not all caps, and I don't want it to be bold either. And the spacing between the letters is smaller. So it looks like it's more like 150. Now I'll just move this down over the of text. So it's pretty darn close. It's not perfect, definitely, but it's close. I'm just going to turn off our title screenshot. The of text looks a little bit too close to the cards. I'm just going to make the tracking 120 and move the cards to the right a little bit. The only other animation we have, or there's two animations we have to do now, the background scaling and the opacity, the fade on of the House of Cards text. So I can actually bring up the intro video. What I can do is actually just copy or cut this. So I'm just going to cut it by pressing Command X and then Command V on my title card composition. Turn it on, and then this will show us when we want to fade on the House of Cards text. So scrubbing through here, we're going to start right about there at this point. So select all of your text, press T on your keyboard, set the opacity to 0, and then click the time stop clock right here to set that keyframe. Then move your timeline to the right until it's fully faded on, right about there. And then set the opacity to 100%. So that's pretty good. The other thing with this intro video is that, and I'll just scale it down so you can kind of see what it looks like better, is that the background is zooming out. So let's create that background zooming out effect. I'm just going to delete that. And then I will take our Capitol building and we will actually go to the end of our timeline, set the scale to 46, which is what it is, and then set a keyframe right there. Then go to the beginning of the timeline and change the scale to like 50. So now we have the Capitol building scaling back, creating that zoom out effect. We have our text fading on, and we have the flag animation. So putting it all together, if I just play through this, we get a pretty good looking House of Cards animation. I think that's pretty good. The flag looks solid. The text is great. Of course, it's different. The font is different, and the image in the background is different. It's not a time lapse. It's just a still image. But you can imagine that this is, if you had those shots and the exact fonts, it would look literally exactly the same. The next thing we have to do is export this video. So that's what I'll be covering how to do next. Now we're going to be creating and animating the stripes of the flag. There are many different ways to create shapes and to animate shapes, and this is just one of them. So you might watch another After Effects tutorial, or you might already know how to do things in After Effects, and I'm going to do it maybe a different way. I'm going to try to do it the most simple way for beginners. So just follow along and let's get going. So what I'm going to do is actually just drop the opacity of the US flag just a little bit. So I'm just going to drop it down to 75%. So it's a little bit darker. So when we do create our actual shape layers, it looks brighter and we can tell the shape from the background. I'm going to just close this down so it's easier to see. Then I'm going to take my rectangle tool. I'm going to just pressing spacebar on my keyboard, I can move the actual composition so I can see a little bit better. And I'm just going to zoom back in to fit up to 100%. And then I'm going to change the fill color with the shape tool selected, change the fill to this red. So I'm just going to take the eyedropper and click that red right there. Click OK. The stroke, make sure that's at 0. And then I'm just going to click right within my composition and create this shape. Now we want it to match pretty much exactly the shape of this stripe. So you can zoom in. I'm pressing Z on my keyboard and just zooming in. And then taking my pointer selection tool and just double clicking the edge of these shapes and making sure that it fits this shape perfectly. So I'm using, again, pressing spacebar. I have my hand tool, the move tool, and moving that around. Then I can also use the keyboard arrows to move this shape up and down so that it fits that stripe perfectly. So make sure it goes all the way to the end, then zoom out, and that looks pretty darn good. Okay, so then I'm going to move this up to the very top. So I'm just clicking and dragging, and I'm also holding the shift button down. If I don't hold the shift button down, it moves left to right. But if I hold the shift button down while I'm moving, it locks it to that axis, that y-axis, as I move it up, or the x-axis, and it doesn't move it along that left or right. I'm just going to zoom in here again just to make sure that I put it directly lined up with that stripe. And then I'm just going to zoom out, and now we are going to animate this. So we're actually going to animate this stripe before creating all of our other stripes. And then once we animate this stripe, we can just duplicate it. So click on this shape. And then if you have the move anchor point tool, you can just press this left side button. So if you install that, go up to window, and then make sure that move anchor point is selected. And then in that window, just click this left side, and it moves the anchor point over here. I'm going to undo that. Now, if you don't have that, what you can do is choose your pan behind tool, and then select this anchor point and move it to the left side. So it's pretty easy. After Effects has made some updates since they launched Creative Cloud version. So it's easier to move your anchor points and lock it to the left or right or center of your shape. So now we're going to animate it. So we're simply going to create a shape, a size or a scale animation. First, I'm going to rename this, so I can just select this layer, press return on my keyboard, and I'll call this red stripe. And I'm also going to change the color of this to red, so I know this is the red stripe. Then I'm going to press S on my keyboard to bring up scale, and I'm going to unlock the constrained proportions. Then I'm going to click the time clock stopwatch right here, the time button, and this creates a keyframe right there. Now that's telling After Effects that at this point in time, I want the size of this shape to be what it is right now. And that's our end property, so that's what we want it to end at. So I'm just going to move this over to the right. We're going to play with the timing in just a second, but I'm just going to move it over to the right, and then taking the first scale property, the width, drop this back down to 0. Now, if I turn off the viewing of the US flag in the background, you can see how this animation works. So we have our first stripe animating on. Now let's look at the actual House of Cards intro for reference. So I'm just going to place this in here, and I'm just going to have to scroll to the end because that's where the actual House of Cards flag animation is. So I'm just clicking and scrolling to the end, and then I'm going to put my timer at the very beginning of my composition and just scroll this layer to the right so that it starts at the very beginning of the composition, and then I can kind of scroll through and see how long it actually takes the stripe to animate on. Now I'm going to have to zoom in this, and it's not very high quality, but I can still see the timing, so it's very quickly. So you see that red line, it's animating on, it starts, and about there it ends. So that's the length of the animation, and so that's how far we want our keyframes to be apart from each other. So it starts here at the very beginning, and then it ends here where our timeline indicator is. Does that make sense? Now that we have that one animation, I'm going to just turn off the intro video so I can see my stripe coming on to our composition. I'm going to turn on the US flag again. Now that we have that one stripe, what we can do is just duplicate this layer. So I'm just going to duplicate it by selecting it in the timeline and pressing Command D. And then I'm just going to move that layer down so that it matches up with our next stripe. Make sure that you select the right one. So I have to select this second one and move it down. I'm using my keyboards now and the arrows to move it up or down. And you might have to zoom in if you need to get a better view. So again, duplicating, selecting that second one and moving it down. So pretty easy. Now we move on to our next stripe, and these ones are a little bit shorter. So we're still going to duplicate this third one. So now we have a fourth stripe, moving it down using my keyboard. But instead of animating to 100%, we're going to animate to another number. So press U on your keyboard or S to bring up these scale keyframes. You see how before we scaled from 0 to 100? Now we're going to scale from 0 to 60. The US flag dimensions are about, the blue over here is about 20% of the width. So the stripes are about 60%, and then the blue is 40% basically. So we're going to animate up to 60 for this stripe. Then again, we're going to duplicate and move down. Duplicate and move down. Duplicate and move down. The cool thing about this is that it's really easy to duplicate and move our white stripes. So what we can do is just select all of these stripes, duplicate them, and while we have them duplicated and all selected, click the red over here for one of the ones that you have selected and change to, they don't have a white, but let's just change to sandstone for now. So that's going to be our white stripes. And then go up to fill, again with everything selected, and change the fill color to white. Now with everything selected, press Shift and down on your keyboard, or just down on your keyboard, and line it up with the other stripes. Now you might have to go in here, zoom in, make sure everything is lined up properly so that they don't overlap. So I'm just going to go in here, perfect this just a bit. So it looks like our white stripes have to go down just a hair. Something like that. This can get a little tedious, but it probably would have been better if I had zoomed in while everything was selected, because I can probably just select the rest of these now and move them down all together. Okay, so now we don't need this white stripe at the bottom, so I will just take this last stripe and delete it. So now we have everything animating on at the same time, and we need them to animate separately. So I'll just turn on my intro video, and what I'll do is just go through it one frame at a time, and to scrub through your timeline one frame at a time, what you can actually do is press Command and then right on your keyboard arrows, or Control if you're using a PC. So starting at the beginning, I'm just going to scrub right, so Command right, until I see the first white stripe popping up, and I will move that first stripe, the first white stripe, to that starting point. See that? So I'm going to zoom in here so you can see a little bit better. Then I'm going to scrub a couple more frames, and it looks like the stripes start animating on every 2 frames. So I can kind of just base it off that. So go 2 frames, move. 2 frames, move. And if you're skilled, you can kind of just do it without even moving the timeline indicator. After Effects kind of allows you to move things on the timeline 1 frame at a time, and it locks it to those frames as you move things. So I'm just going to do everything 2 frames at a time. And then I'll just zoom out, and I'll just go to the end of this animation. So the last stripe should be completing right about here. Now let's see if that's true. I'll just select my last red stripe, press S, and perfect. My last keyframe is happening right about there. It would probably be good to go in and just rename all these white stripe. So you can go through and rename all of the white stripes white stripe. And last thing we have to do is add our blue background. So I'm just going to turn off our intro video. I'm going to turn off the US flag, And I just want to play through this just so you can see what it looks like. So just going to press 0 on my keyboard. And there you have the first part of the animation, the stripes. Now let's add our blue. I'm going to turn back the US flag, turn on that again so that I have the right color. Then I'm going to take my shape tool, change the fill color to this blue, click OK. And now just go in here, zoom in just a bit, take our shape tool, and create that shape. And you want it to be perfectly aligned, so you might have to zoom in here. Align it to the top and the bottom. Let's just go up to the top. Looks good. And to the right, make sure it goes to the end of the composition. Perfect. Here we will add the same type of scale animation. So using your pan behind tool, selecting our shape layer, we can just move the anchor point to the left of this shape. Press S to bring up our scale. We will set a keyframe. Make sure that you unconstrain the proportions, clicking that little chain icon. We're going to move our first keyframe to the right and then decrease the scale to 0. We'll bring up our intro video again just to see how long this takes. So it's going to start right about here. I'll move my blue shape layer right there so it starts right there and it ends right about there. So let me turn off this intro video. I'll just put it above my last shape layer and let's just play through this. And I'll turn off the US flag. Let's play through it. It's looking pretty good. We have the animation down. The only thing that's kind of missing is that the speed of the motion is a little off, and I see some black spaces in between some of the lines. So I got to make sure to move these shapes. I can just select them and move them up or down so that they are properly spaced and there's no spaces in between the shapes. So next, I'm just going to give you a quick tip on how to improve the motion and the speed of these layers. The very first thing to do is to import all of your assets. So go ahead and open up After Effects. Now, when you open up After Effects, it might look a little bit different than mine. I have specific windows, but you can change the arrangement of your workspace by going up to Window, Workspace, and then choosing Standard. And if there are any windows that I have open that you don't have open, then you can open them with these different options down here. So you have your line window, character window, tools window, all these windows, and the ones with the check marks are the ones that I have open. So go ahead and set yourself up right now. The only other thing that you might want to check out is the Move Anchor Point script. So this is a script that I have downloaded and installed, and it allows us to move the anchor point for our layers to different parts of our shape. That's a free plugin. Go ahead and go to YouTube and search for my tutorial on how to use and install the Move Anchor Point script. If you need help, just go to Video School Online's channel and you can search for Move Anchor Point. And here's this video. It has the link in the description to the script there. It's completely free again, and it'll show you how to use it. Okay, so all of that being said, in this video, I just want to show you how to get set up. So we're going to just start importing our assets. So the first thing we're going to import are our images and our video. So we have our Capitol building card, we have our title screenshot, our intro video, and our US flag PNG. So just go ahead and drag that into After Effects. I'm just going to create a new folder called Assets. Sometimes with bigger projects, I like to separate my assets into images and videos and other types of graphics, but since this is a pretty simple animation with not too many assets, I'll just create one asset folder. And with the text or the font, it's a TTF file that's included. Now you can only use this font for personal use. You can go to dafont.com, DAFONT.com, and find this font and then purchase it for commercial use, but this is just for personal use. So please just feel free to use it for your personal projects, but not for commercial. So just double click it and it will install on your computer. So now we have our video set up. We're just going to create a new composition. Now I'm just going to go ahead and double check what my composition settings are for the flag, because we need to create a composition the right size, the right dimensions for our flag. And it looks like it's 1900 pixels wide by 1000 pixels tall. So it's not your standard video aspect ratio, but for our flag, that's what it's going to be. So imagine you're starting your project, you won't have these two compositions. So what you'll want to do is start a new composition. You can press this little create a new composition button right here. That pops up the composition settings module. I'm just going to title this flag animation. And then I will change the width and the height to 1900 by 1000. And I found these dimensions for the United States flag online somewhere. I forget where, but you can find those dimensions online if you need them. And the actual flag PNG that you have as an asset will fit perfectly in these dimensions. And then click OK. The next thing we're going to do is just place our US flag image. So just take the US flag, drop it in the timeline. You might have to extend it so that it fills our 5-second timeline. So 5 seconds is about the length of time for the House of Cards intro. So if you want to make it shorter or longer, you can. That is in the composition settings. And if you ever need to go back and change anything about this composition, you can just go up to composition settings, or press Command K on your keyboard if you're using a Mac, or Control K on your keyboard if you're using a PC. Then under duration, you have your seconds, 5 seconds. So with this US flag, we have to rotate it because in the House of Cards, it's upside down and backwards. So if we rotate it by bringing up R on our keyboard, so press R, or just click this triangle over to the left to bring up our transform properties, and then under rotation, we can rotate it so that it is horizontal rather than vertical. So we want to rotate it -90 degrees this way. We want to decrease the scale. So with the scale, just drag this down until it fills our composition. 50% is about perfect. And then we need to flop it. So a quick way to flop is to actually make this a 3D layer. So click this little cube option. And then for the Y rotation, rotate this 180 degrees. So now we have our project set up. We have this flag in the background we'll use as a template. And next we're going to be creating the stripes and animating the stripes onto our actual composition. Hey everyone, Phil Ebener here with videoschoolonline.com. In this series of videos, I'm going to be showing you how to create the House of Cards title card, specifically looking at the animation of the American flag. So go ahead and download the project file for this series of videos. Once you download that file, it will be a zip file, and you will see that it has a few assets in it that we're going to be using. You're going to be using a photo of the Capitol building at night. This is a free video or image that I found on Wikipedia. It has a title card screenshot of the House of Cards actual title. So this is there for reference. So that's just for educational purposes. I also found the intro video for the House of Cards, and this is good to see the timing. You can find this on YouTube as well. And then I have another US flag graphic that will help us understand the right size of the stripes and everything, the right aspect for everything when we're creating our animation. There also is this text. So this is called Big Noodle font. It's different than the actual House of Cards title font, but you have to pay for that. So I wanted to give you a free option. So in our title card, we're going to be using this font and another one that should be already installed on your computer. There is also the template. So when you open up the After Effects template file, it will look something like this. It has two compositions, one with the flag animation and one with the full title card animation. So you can use that if you are interested in following along or just seeing how I do it, or you can start a new composition or just a new project. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to walk you through the entire process. The motion and the speed of these animations are a little bit funny. They are not as fluid as the motion in the actual intro. So what we're going to do is add a little bit of easy easing. So easy ease is an effect that After Effects allows you to add to your keyframes that ramps up the speed or ramps down the speed of an animation. So instead of moving from point A to B at the same rate throughout point A to B, so right here we have these stripes going on. They're moving at the same speed from the very beginning to when they abruptly stop. In the natural world, things start slower, they speed up, and then when they're stopping, they slow down. Imagine a car. It doesn't start at 60 miles per hour and then stop at 60 miles per hour. It slowly goes up from 0 to 60, and then when you're slowing down, it goes from 60 back down to 0. So let's take all of our layers. So just select all of them. Just select one, and then press Shift and select the top one. Press S to bring up all of the keyframes for scale. I'm just going to make this timeline a little bit bigger. Then with your selection tool, just click and drag over all of these keyframes. You can right click, choose Keyframe Assistant, Easy Ease, or just hit F9 on your keyboard. So this is going to look a little bit better. So let's just get this full screen again. So the speed looks a little bit more natural. It's not perfect, but a little bit more natural. The next thing we can do is play with the speed even more with the graph editor. Click this little button, this icon right here at the top of your timeline for graph editor. Make sure that you are using the speed graph. So this second icon from the right is a little choose graph type and options menu. Instead of edit value graph, make sure you are on the edit speed graph. We can zoom in here a little bit. And when all of your shapes are selected, you see these graphs. This is the speed. You see the ramping up. So the y-axis is the speed and the x-axis is the timeline. So it starts to ramp up and then slow down for all of these keyframes. We want it to ramp up and down even more. So select all of your keyframes by just clicking and dragging over the bottom of this graph. And when you zoom in, you'll see that there are these little yellow points that shoot out from each of the keyframes. Click this last one on the right and drag to the left. That's going to ramp down the speed even more. And then find one of these ones it should be on the right side of one of these keyframes. So maybe going to the first one might be the best way to do it. And click to the right. So it's going to ramp up even more and ramp down. So let's play through this just to see what this looks like. And that looks even better. So it ramps up, ramps down. Maybe the ramping up is a little bit too much. Maybe it slows into that ramping up just a bit. It's a little bit hard to find the right keyframe to select with all of these. So just ramp up just a little bit. We want more of that ramping down. So uncheck the graph editor, play through it, and it looks like we have a much better looking animated flag. You can compare it to the intro video flag. So just let's play through it. This one looks a little bit smoother even. I think actually with the intro video, it doesn't ramp up much. It just ramps down even more. So I don't even know if ramping down is a word or a technical term. So go back to our graph editor. I'm going to zoom in here. Or first select all of our keyframes. Zoom in. We're going to change the ramping down so that it's starting very fast and then it really slows down at the end. Yeah, that looks better. That looks much better. And even I can just select this last layer, or just select the blue shape layer. And we take our scale, we could ramp that down even more because that's the one that looks the slowest to me. All right, you could spend hours and hours tweaking the timeline of everything, but this looks very good. It looks very close to the speed. The blue I might want to slow down just a little bit, just like that. Great. In the next part, we're going to be adding this to the actual title card and adding text and the background. Before exporting this video, I like to just clean up my compositions. So to quickly collapse all of these layers, I just press Command A, SS to close down everything. I'm just going to delete this title screenshot. And actually, that's pretty much it. That's all I need to do. So just play through it one more time to make sure that the timing of everything looks good. Maybe the opacity of this black solid might need to be a little bit higher to make it a little bit darker. And that looks pretty good. Now let's export this. So go to Composition, Add to Render Queue. You can also add it to Adobe Media Encoder, but I'm just going to export right within After Effects. In the output module, just this drop-down menu, click this H.264 option. You can then click the H.264 text right there to bring up all of the options for H.264, but that preset is a 100% quality H.264 video, so that should be good to go. And then the output 2, just click that not yet specified text and save it to wherever you want. So I'll save it to Assets, and I'll call this one Class Project House of Cards. Click Save, and then click Render. It's going to render out. Depending on how fast your computer is, it might take a little while. You can tell that my computer is pretty fast. I have 16 gigabytes of RAM. I wish I had even more gigabytes of RAM, but it's pretty good for most animations. If we go to our folder, we have this class project now. If I open it with QuickTime, we can then play it back just to make sure, just to double check what it looks like. That looks pretty solid. I am super happy about this, and I hope you have enjoyed this series of tutorials on building the House of Cards title card. If you are following along, I would love if you exported your own version and posted it to the course site. I would love to see your work. If you want extra credit, please upload and post your own version. So create a different flag. If you live in another country, you can use a different country's flag. If you want to use your state flag or create your own flag, do something different. Use the same techniques of just the simple scale animation to create your animation, and then maybe create a different title, use a different image, use video if you have video. Just get creative with this technique and go crazy with it. I would love to see how creative you can get, and then I'll give you some feedback. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in another tutorial. As always, check out videoschoolonline.com for my latest blog articles, free tutorials, or premium classes on everything related to motion graphics, photography, video production, business creation, and more. Have a great day. Hey everyone, in this tutorial, we're going to be animating this badge using Adobe Illustrator to create the badge and Adobe After Effects to animate it. This is a very popular style of animation right now, and if you could create something like this for your own videos, if you have a YouTube channel, or for a promotion, corporate video, documentary, this is really going to boost the quality and the perception of your video. Super awesome, and it's actually not too hard. We're going to be using templates that we've found for free online to give us inspiration for this badge, and it's actually not that hard. So I'm going to walk you through everything in this tutorial. the first thing you want to do is download the files. So I've actually included some project files. We have a mountain graphic, a badge graphic, and this camping graphic. These are all icons that I found for free online. If you're creating your own badge for something else, you can find free graphics, free vectors. Just search for free vectors and then whatever you want. Camping free vectors or mountain free vectors, and you should find some online. Sometimes you have to attribute the author who created it, or you can just use it as inspiration and kind of recreate your own based off of these ones. So these are the ones we're going to be using. You can download them in the project files for this tutorial wherever you're watching it. After you've downloaded that, open up Adobe Illustrator, open up Adobe After Effects, and we'll dive right into creating the badge first, designing it, and then we'll animate it second. Here we're in Adobe Illustrator. I've opened up the badge that I created before, and we're going to be recreating this. I've also opened up the different badge icons and camping and mountain icons that we're going to be using to create this badge. If you're brand new to Illustrator, then I'm going to walk you through how to use Illustrator to create this badge. Now, I will say up front, I am not a complete Adobe Illustrator Pro. I'm sure there's different ways to do the techniques that I'm going to show you. I'm just going to walk you through the technique and the way that I do it. And this is the way that is generally good for using Adobe Illustrator with Adobe After Effects, because there's some things, especially with the layering, how you create your different layers, that you need to know to create designs for animating in Adobe After Effects. And if there's any ways that I can improve my workflow, please let me know, because I'm always willing and wanting to improve my own workflow. The first thing you want to do is go up to File, New. This is going to open up a window that asks you what you want to create. I'm going to rename this badge. And then the width and the height, 500 by 500 is fine. Since we're using Adobe Illustrator, we're creating a vector graphic, which allows us to increase or decrease the size of the vector when we animate it, however big or small we want, without it getting pixelated, which is the best part about Adobe Illustrator. So we now have this new artboard. And if you don't know anything about Illustrator, I'm going to try to walk you through everything I do. The selection tool is the main tool we're going to be using right here. You have all your tools on the left side. And I'm going to be zooming in and moving around a lot. So to zoom in, just press Z on your keyboard to zoom in, and then click to zoom in. And then to zoom out, with the zoom tool selected, you can press Option on your keyboard to zoom out. And then you can press space bar, and holding down space bar and clicking and moving around the artboard moves your viewer around so you can kind of see and zoom into different places. The first thing we're going to do is create a background. So with this layer 1 selected, we can just use our shape tool right here. We're going to choose the color up here and make it black, and just make a black background that fits the size of this entire composition or entire illustration. The next thing we're going to do is find the badge that we want to use to start out with. So with our badges project open, what we can do is just select the badge that we want. So I've clicked and selected this badge. And you'll notice when I just click anything, any part of any one of these badges, it kind of selects everything in that badge, which is what it's supposed to do. It's set up to do that. And if we drop down this objects layer, we'll see that there's different groups, and these are the different groups for the different badges. And with the one that we've selected, there's this little red icon right here, this red dot that indicates what part or what graphic we have selected. So we want to make sure that that red dot is selected before we copy this into our new badge project. So with that selected, just press Command C if you're on a Mac, or Control C on a PC to paste. I'm going to say Command V from now on because I'm using a Mac, but whenever I say Command, make sure that you press Control. If I say Option, press Alt if you're on a PC. So I have pressed Command C with this selected. I'm going back to our new badge, and what you want to do first is create a new layer. This background layer is the black shape. We want to create a new layer and then paste it. Press Command V. With this selected, I'm just going to increase the size. So I'm just clicking and dragging the corner. I'm also holding shift down so that it maintains the right aspect ratio. And I'm just going to kind of center it. I can lock this background layer so I don't accidentally move it by clicking this lock, toggling the lock button right here, toggling that on or off. So now I can't accidentally move it. The next thing we want to do is separate the different elements of this background. Why do we do that? Because we need to separate the elements into different layers so that we can animate them separately in After Effects. If we brought this project into After Effects like it is now, we would just have one layer, but you see here in this graphic, all of these different parts of the graphic are moving separately. So we want to be able to animate the tent, this board right here, the outline. We want to do that separately. So to do that, we have to go through the different layers and the different groupings and separate things out. So you can drop down all the groups to see and then turn the on and off button right here to see what is going on. So this group right here is this top layer of 3 lines. And we don't actually need or want those. We're going to delete those. So to delete things, you can just select them by selecting this little target right here to select that individual layer, then just pressing the delete selection trash can down there. You can also just select the text. Let's say we use our direct selection tool, and it selects our individual paths instead of the group. So under here we have our 100% text. We're just going to delete that. So we got to select it over here, make sure that this icon is red, and you can actually just press delete on your keyboard. Same with this text down here. Select it and delete. The rest of these objects we're going to be using, but we have to separate them. So we have our outer badge sort of outline. So I'm going to select this. What I'm going to do is press Command X to cut it, create a new layer, and then press Command F. Not Command V to paste, but Command F. Command V just pastes it anywhere. Command F pastes it in exactly the same position where it was before. Next we have, let's see what these different layers are. We have this backboard layer. So I'm going to select this path, Command X, new layer, Command F. The layering, or the order of the layers, also depends on what's on top of the other layers. So I can move this board now, or the layer 2 board, above, so this text appears above the board. Let's see what this next layer is. We have our text layer. So I can select this text, Command X, new layer, Command F. And I'm going to be recreating the text right within After Effects, so we don't really need to do it here actually. The next layer are these individual lines right here, and we will be animating them individually. So we can just select one of these, Command X, new layer, Command F. Select the next one, Command X, new layer, Command F. And I hope you're following along and this is fun for you. So I'm going to select this last one, new layer, Command F to paste it. Now layer 2 actually doesn't have anything, so I'm just going to delete layer 2. Okay, so now we have our basic badge. You'll notice in the final version, there's this little dotted line. We're actually going to be recreating the outline of this badge right within After Effects because you can't animate the line like this. See how it comes onto the screen? It's kind of drawing on. You can't do that with the Illustrator file. We have to recreate that in After Effects. Now let's finish up our layers by adding our camping icons and our mountain icons. So if you have this mountaineer vector graphic open, you can select these layers. So I'm going to choose this mountain. These layers aren't grouped properly. So what I want to do is select all 3 of these little objects right here. So if I select one and then I press Shift and click the next ones, you will see that it selects all 3 right here. And I'm going to copy that, Command C, go back to my badge, Command V to paste it. And the reason I just did Command V instead of Command F is because it doesn't really know where to paste it. So Command V is fine to paste when you're bringing something from another Illustrator project into this one. So I'm just going to move this right about up there, how it was in my graphic, resizing it. And for now, I'm going to actually just change the color. So with these vectors selected, I can just choose the white from the swatches panel. If you don't have the swatches panel open, just go to Windows, Swatches. Then I'm going to separate these layers. So we have our, and you know what I did? I actually pasted it into layer 4, which I don't want. So what I'm going to do is take this first path layer right here, the small little squiggle, Command X to cut it, Command F to paste it. This next one, Command X, Command F. And then this last, the big part of the mountain, Command X, Command F. So what I should have done is created a new layer before I pasted it into this composition, and I'll show you how to do that right now with our camping icons. So with this graphic, sometimes they're grouped properly. So what I can do is just double click these different icons until I have the right one, and then I can click and drag, and you can see how it kind of washes out the rest of the graphics. That's because we're diving into this group that they have created. So if I just select the flame, which I want, I can Command C to copy it, go back to my badge, Command V, and now, you know what I did again? I pasted it into the wrong layer. So I want to create a new layer first. So I just undid that, and then Command V into the new layer. So layer 12. So now if I take layer 12, should be able to select it. It's not letting me select. Let me just select that one with the direct selection tool, or I can just actually use my keyboard to move it outside of this text so I can select it more easily. Then I'm just going to shrink it down, move it right in the middle of this composition, try to center it, and then choose the white to make it white. And we'll probably change the size and everything in a little bit. The next thing we got to grab is the tent. So if we go back to this project, we have this tent. And you can see if I just double click, I can just get the part of the icon that I want. I don't want that background blue. So I can copy this, go to my badge, start a new layer, press Command V, and with this layer selected, I'm just going to use my keyboard to move it down. Going to zoom in down here and double click, and select this person sleeping, and I want to delete that because I didn't like it. So now with all this selected, I can just press white to make it white, and then I want to separate it. So diving into layer 13's grouping, I can find the group for the moon and the stars. So I can select that, Command X, new layer, Command F. I know this is long. For those of you who know how to do this, you can just do it yourself and kind of skip ahead to the After Effects lesson. But for those of you who are brand new, I hope this is helping, and I hope you're following along and doing it so it's not too boring. So now let's just select the trees, which is this layer, Command X, new layer, Command F. And now in layer 13, we just have this tent. So we can make these trees a little bit bigger, which is what I did. You'll notice that in my badge, I made the tent have a little slit right there, which I thought looked a little bit better since we removed the person to make it a little bit more tent-like. So with layer 13 selected, what we can do is go to our pen tool. And then with the pen tool, along the path of the bottom part of this tent, we can, and when the pen tool has a little plus icon, we can add little intersection points to this tent. And then with the direct selection tool, we can choose one of those points and move it. So I created 3 points, and then I selected one of them, and I moved it around so that it creates that little slit. So let's just try to center this with the rest of the project. And the last thing we have to do is make the rest of these boards white. So just select the rest of the objects white. Select white. Select white. We could select multiple by shift clicking and make it all white. Okay, so now we have our different layers, and that's the most important part about designing your object in Illustrator. You want to make sure that all the different parts of your badge that you want to illustrate separately are in different layers, because once it's into, you bring it into After Effects, if there's multiple parts of an object within one layer, you won't be able to animate it separately. So for example, the stars and the moon, it's okay that it's together because I'm going to animate it together. But if you did want to animate it separately, you would have to separate the star from the moon into different layers. So this is our badge. What I would do for you now is make sure that you're caught up, design your badge, and then in the next part, we're going to be opening up Adobe After Effects and importing this and preparing this to be animated, because there's a little bit more work that we have to do in After Effects to prepare this for animation. Now go ahead and open up Adobe After Effects. Right now I have the previous template that I was using, and I'll add this project to the project files that you download so that you can kind of see how it works if you need a little bit more help. But if you're starting from scratch, what you'll do is literally just open up After Effects and then import the Illustrator file. So first, let's make sure we go back to Illustrator, save this file, and I'll call this badge 2. Save it just as an Illustrator file. Go back to After Effects, double click our project panel, select the Illustrator file that we want to import, and it's important to change the import as footage to import as composition. If we do it as footage, it's going to flatten the graphic and it's just going to import it as one file, one layer, but we did all that work to separate the layers, and that's why we have to import it as a composition. So just click open, and you'll see that it brings in, it adds this composition and this folder with all of our different layers in it. So we can rename this, and we'll just call this, and you can rename by selecting and pressing return on your keyboard, and we'll call this badge. To open up this composition, just double click, and you'll see here this After Effects project composition with a timeline with all of our different layers. So the first thing to do is go through and rename the different layers and move them around so that they're in an order that makes sense to you. So this first layer we're going to be recreating, and I'll do that in just a second, but this is the badge outline. So what I'm going to do is actually first delete the background layer, which is this layer 1, which is that black shape we created. With layer 3, this is the outline, so I'm going to call this badge outline. Layer 4 is the board. I'll just call it a board. I don't know really what it is. We'll call this mountain top. Layer 12 is fire. And I tend to move the smaller objects to the top. Layer 13 is tent. And then group different layers together. So the fire, the tent, the trees, those will all go near each other. Trees. So you can fast forward this if you don't want to watch me rename everything, but I'll just show you my process. Right here we have our stars and moon, so I'll just call this moon. Move that up 2. Layer 10 is our mountain squiggle. I'll just call this mountain left. And layer 9 should be mountain right, so mountain right. Layer 8 is our different lines. So what I'm doing, you can see, I'm just turning on and off the viewing so I know which one it is. So I'll call this line 3, line 2, just making sure it's the right layers, line 1, and layer 5 should be our text. So now we have our different layers, and we are in a good order that we can that makes sense. I'm changing the viewing of this so that I can see everything, and it's similar to After Illustrator, just pressing Z on your keyboard. You can zoom in or zoom out, and to move around, pressing spacebar to get your move tool and clicking and dragging. The next things we have to do are recreate this background badge and the text. So to recreate the text, I'm just going to choose the horizontal type tool. I want my text to be white. So in the character panel, if you don't have that, window character. And the text the font I'm using is Railway. So I'm just going to click anywhere in my composition and call this into the green. And I'm going to move this right over. Actually, it doesn't really matter what color it is. I can make it black so I can see it more easily. I'm going to actually delete this other text, and I'm going to move this text right above the board. So I'm going to delete this other text. And with this into the green text, I'm going to just move it right into the center, position it the right way. Select it, move it right in the middle. And what I'm going to do is I want the transparency of the background to shine through this text. So if I have an image or a video, I want this text, I don't want it to be black. I want to see the background video through the board. So what I can do is turn off the transparency of the background. So this is how it would look if I put this logo or this badge on top of another video. And then I want to change the actual mode, the blend mode of this text to silhouette alpha, I believe. Yes, silhouette alpha. So if you have these modes open, you can open and close modes by expanding and collapsing the transfer controls panel down here, this little icon, and change it to silhouette alpha. So if we put an image in the background, we can see it. All right, now we have our text ready to go. The last thing we have to do is create this badge shape right here. So what I'm going to do is just with my pen tool selected, this is a tool used to create shapes. I'm going to click fill, turn off the fill, set it to none. And then with the stroke, I don't exactly know what it's going to be, but I'll just start it out at 6. Then I'm just going to start clicking the points to create this shape. So click there, click there. Then I'm going to click right about here, and I'm going to click and drag and hold shift. And I'll show you why I do that in just a sec. Then click right around here, click and drag and hold shift, and then close that rectangle right now by clicking in the first part. So now if I turn off, let me move this down to where the badge outline is. If I turn this off, you can see what it looks like right now. And I can just change the color so you can kind of see what's going on. And then with my selection tool, I'm going to select these points, and if I zoom in here, whoa, that's a little bit too much. You can see that it has this sort of these points coming out, these lines coming out, and that allows us to bend this shape around this point that I created. So I can click and drag this down. Wow, that might be a little bit too far, so that it matches the curves of this shape that we want. You can kind of just bring it in and move it to how you want it. Something like that looks pretty good. Try to match up. If it's not perfect, it's okay. Literally no one will know. And then we can move these around just to try to make it as perfect as possible. Okay, so now we have this badge outline 1. I'm going to delete this badge outline that we brought in before. With this selected, with our pen tool selected, I'm going to change this back to white. And then I'm going to duplicate this. So just select this layer, press Command D. And then with this number 2, I'm just going to drop down the settings, drop down the content settings, the transform settings, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, and I'm going to open up the stroke settings and make it a little bit thicker. So let me just zoom out so I can see what it looks like. Maybe make the size a little bit bigger. Something like that seems pretty good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. It's a little bit, the shape is a little bit off now. I'm just going to select it, double click it, drag the top and bottom in by selecting the bottom point so that it's more uniform with this other shape. And maybe I can even just change the stroke up here, just make it a little bit smaller. Don't want it quite as small. And then I'm going to duplicate this first one again and create that dotted line. So I'm just going to drop down our settings again, content, shape, transform. Going to make it a little bit bigger. Under stroke, and I can zoom in here so you can see what's going on. Under stroke, I'm going to add dashes. So add dashes. I'm going to make the stroke width something like 1. I'm going to change the line cap from butt cap to round cap. Press this plus button again so that we see the gap. And decrease the dash to 2. Just trying to see what looks best. Maybe decrease that to 1 so it's actually little dots. So if the stroke width and the dash number is the same, that means they'll just be little balls basically. And if I zoom out, we can kind of see what it looks like. Again, the shape changes a little bit, so I'm just going to select the shape, double click it with my selection tool, and squeeze it just a little bit, scrunch it just a little bit. Okay, so it's a little bit different than what we had before, but I like it. So now we've created our badge. We have all of our elements that we need in After Effects to animate. The next thing we have to do is prepare for the animation. We've created all of our layers. It's ready to go in After Effects. Next, we have to move the anchor points of these different elements. The way that we animate things in After Effects is by changing the size, the rotation, sometimes the position of things. And for all of these different layers, if you drop down this menu and drop down transform, you see these different options. So for example, if we zoom into the fire, we can see if we rotate, it's rotating, but it's not rotating from the center of the fire. It's rotating from the anchor point. The anchor point is right here, and the anchor point is set right in the middle of this composition. That's just how it is when you import an Illustrator file. So we need to move this anchor point depending on where we want the animation to come from. So from the fire, we want it to animate. So let me just show you this animation. We want it to animate from the bottom. So see right here, let's just zoom in here. It's a little bit hard to see. It's animating from the bottom. It's rotating from the bottom. From this board right here, the big board and all these lines, it's animating from the middle, right? So we need to move the anchor points to match where we want it to animate from. So to move the anchor point, select your layer, choose this pan behind tool, which is right here, or press Y on your keyboard, and then just click this little icon right here, which is a little circle with a few lines coming out from it, and move it to where you want it to go. You can see when I'm moving this around, it's kind of trying, and it'll happen to you, it's trying to lock this anchor point to another layer. It's trying to lock it to the center of this composition, all kinds of different things to make sure that it doesn't try to lock. And this is a new feature with Adobe After Effects Creative Cloud, which is helpful in some instances, but not this one. Just press Command on your keyboard or Control if you're on a PC. And you can see now I can freely move this anchor point wherever I want it, and I'm going to move it right into that middle log at the bottom of the fire. I'm just going to go down these layers, so tent. Just going to move this down to the bottom center of the tent. Trees, the bottom of this tree on the left. Moon, just going to put it in the moon right there. This line I'm going to move down, and now I actually like that it's locking to the center of the composition because I want it to come directly from the center. And that makes me see that this tent is a little bit off-centered, so I'm just going to move it to the left a little bit, and the trees to the left a little bit just by selecting and using the arrow keys on my keyboard. Line 2, I'm just going to move down, but put it on line 2. Line 3, down on line 3. And I think I put line 1's anchor point on line 3. I'm going to move that down to line 1. Whoops, I got it mixed up. Line 1 is the top one, and line 3 is the bottom one. The mountain right, I'm going to put this right in the middle of the mountain little icon, so right there. So if you zoom in, you can see it right there. Mountain left, I'm going to move it right there. I'm holding command down so it's not trying to lock me anywhere. And then with the mountain, I'm just going to put it at the bottom of the mountain. The into the green, I don't really care right now because it's already at the bottom. That's perfect. The board, I want it to be in the center, so it's perfect right now. And the badge, we're going to animate the outlines. We're going to animate these in a different way, so it doesn't matter where the anchor point is. Now we have the anchor points in the right places. Next, we'll start animating. Finally. Okay, let's start animating everything. And I'm going to animate the badge outlines first, and then this board, and then all the different individual icons. So to see the outline better, what I'm going to do is click this solo button right here and just solo these 3 badge outlines. I'll start with our inner badge right here. If I drop down the content menu and I click this add button, choose trim paths. If we drop down the trim paths option and you see a start and end percentage. And you can see what happens when I change the start and end percentage. It starts to animate on and off as I drag this from 0 to 100%. We want it to kind of start from the top and animate on like this. So what we need to do is change the start to 50 and the end to 50. Actually, first we want to change the end to 49 so we can see where this is starting from. It's starting from here. Next, we have to add a keyframe. A keyframe, which you can start by or set by clicking this little clock icon to the left of this property, is telling After Effects that at this point in time on the timeline, I want the start percentage to be 50%. Now, if we move forward to 2 seconds or so, and we change this property to 0, and we change this property to 100, the start to 0, the end to 100, it's telling After Effects that at 2 seconds, I want the end to be 100% and the start to be 0. And what happens is that this creates an animation in between these two. Now I left it at 49 so I can see where it's starting from. And to change where this animation starts from, I can use my offset. So by clicking and dragging the offset, I can move it right here. And if I change this back to 50 now, so if I have my timeline marker on this keyframe where it was 49 and change it to 50, I can now see that this animates on, like so. The next thing I'm going to do is I can preview this. I'm going to set my comp work area to just where this keyframe is, and I can see how this animates on. It animates on, it's kind of slow, it's kind of boring, stagnant. I want to add a little bit more pop to this animation. To do that, select these keyframes, press F9 on your keyboard, or right-click, choose Keyframe Assistant, and Easy Ease. What that does is it slows the animation and it ramps it up, so it slows and then goes fast, and it slows into the end of this. So if we play this, we can see that it looks pretty good. But I want it to kind of snap a little bit more. So what we'll do is select these keyframes, click this button right here, which is for Graph Editor. I'm going to make the timeline a little bit bigger so you can see. Now, if you don't see a graph like this, choose this button right here, which shows Choose Graph, and make sure you're on the speed graph. Now, select all of the keyframes right here. So there's actually keyframes right here that you don't see, but if you just click and drag over, you can see that it's selected. And then with this little line right here with the ball at the end, click and drag to the right. And with this one, click and drag to the left. So now if we zoom out and we play through this, and I'm playing through this, sorry if I forgot to mention, I'm playing through this by pressing 0 on my number pad on my keyboard, or if you don't have a keyboard, you can go up to Window, Preview, and press this RAM preview button or the loop button or play stop. Or with After Effects Creative Cloud, you can press spacebar. There's lots of different ways to play it. And this loops this animation. And that looks a lot better. It's got a little bit more pop and it slows down into it, but I really like the way that this looks. So I'm going to click out of the graph editor to get out of that view. Now I can see my keyframes. I'm going to go to the very start of my timeline. I'm going to select these keyframes, copy them, Command C, and then what I'm going to do is select my badge layer 2 and paste them. So to see, I pasted them on here, but I can't see the keyframes. Actually, I'm going to undo that. I'm going to do this to layer 3. So I'm going to select and paste. Now I don't see my keyframes. To bring up my keyframes, select this layer and press U on your keyboard. Now that brings up just these keyframes, and now we have these two things animating on. I want the dots to animate on just a little bit later than this first animation, so what I can do is just select this layer and move it to the right a little bit. So now one comes on after the other, and that looks a little bit more advanced. The last thing I'm going to do is select my badge 2 and paste those keyframes. So now everything is animating on, but I don't want it to animate on from the top. I want this outer line to animate from the bottom. So if I go into the properties, go into my trim paths properties, what I can do is change the offset so that it's animated on from the very bottom. So now it's animating on from the bottom and the top. So if I play this through, pressing spacebar or 0 on your number pad, that looks really awesome. And so that's the animation of our badge. The last thing we're going to do with this, if we unsolo all of these, if we go to the end of this animation, what you'll notice with my original one is that there's a little gap between the board and these lines. See this little gap right there? The way that I created that is by adding a mask. Select all these layers and pre-compose them. So right click and choose pre-compose, or with them selected, just press Command Shift C. And that brings up this little window saying pre-compose. I'm going to call this badge outline. If I select OK, what happens is it opens up this new little composition that's just this badge. If I go back to my badge composition, those 3 layers became one. And this allows me to go in and create a mask for all of those layers at once. So I'm going to select this shape tool right here. And with this layer selected, make sure that the layer is selected, I'm going to just click and drag and create a rectangle around this board. Something like this, maybe a little bit smaller. So I'm just double clicking with my selection tool, making it a little bit smaller. But this is the opposite of what I want. Now it's just showing the lines right there. The mask properties down here, which have opened up, are add. Change that to subtract. So now if I zoom out, we can see that there's a little bit of space, which I think just looks a little bit cleaner, a little bit nicer. That's the animation of our badge outline. Next, we're going to be animating our text, our board, and these little lines below. Let's animate our text and this board. So let's select first our board right here. Where's my board? Where's my board? Right here. And I'm actually going to move these lines down below. And one thing you can do to kind of group things together and more easily find them is change the color of the layer. So just select all of them. I'm going to choose this purple and just change it to aqua, for example. Now I know all of these are kind of together, and it just makes it a lot easier. Okay, so I'm going to go to the beginning. I'm going to select my board, and I'm going to press S to bring up the scale. Now, if I drag and drop the scale, you can see that or drag and click, go right or left, you can see that this scale's up or down, which is similar to what we're going to do, but not exactly. I'm going to go to 2 seconds or so, create a keyframe by pressing the stopwatch right there, and then go back to the beginning 0 seconds. I'm going to click this unconstrained proportions, which locks the width to the height. So now I can just edit the width or the height separately. So I'm going to change the width to 0. So now it grows on like so. I'm going to add easy ease to this, so pressing F9 or right clicking and doing keyframe assistant easy ease, and then go into my graph editor, select my keyframes, drag in the left and drag in the right keyframes, so it's a little bit more of a pop. A little bit more. Maybe I want it to start off a little bit faster, so I'm going to go to my graph editor with these keyframes selected. I'm going to move the left keyframe to the left a lot and then the right one to the right a lot. So it starts off fast and it really slows, which I like for this animation. Now what I can do is quickly just select this and select all of my lines and paste it. So now if I select these lines and press U, you will see that I have the same scale animation for all of these lines. The next thing I want to do is stagger it just a little bit. So I'm just going to drag these around. So I actually want my line 1 to go first, and then line 2, then line 3. And just make it go a little bit after the start of our board scale animation. So see, now they kind of grow on one after the other. I think that's a lot cooler. The next animation we're going to do is with this text, and the way that we're going to animate it is with a track matte animation. You can see with this composition, the original one, you can see how the text kind of just pops up from the bottom of the board, but you don't see it below the board before it pops up. So to do that, let's go to our badge. I'm just going to close this badge outline composition so we don't get confused by it. We need to create a shape that will be the sort of outline of where this text can appear. So with your shape tool selected, make sure that your fill is set to solid and the stroke is set to 0. It doesn't matter what the color is. We can just change it to red or pink to see it more easily. With no layers down here selected, make sure that no layers are selected. Just click and drag and create a rectangle around all of the text and the board. So you want to position it exactly where you want the text to be able to appear. So now if we move this shape on top of our text layer and we change our text layer's track matte option to alpha matte shape layer 1, what happens is that now what this is saying is that this text will only appear where this shape is. So if we move this anywhere where the shape isn't, it won't appear. If we didn't have that shape, it would appear on top of these other layers and all sorts of stuff. So now we just need to animate this. And I'm going to make this text a little bit smaller. It's a little bit too big, I think. Something like that. So now what we can do is go to around 2 seconds. With our text selected, press P to bring up position. Set a keyframe for the position saying at 2 seconds we want our text to be right here, and go back to 0, or we don't have to go back to 0 yet. Go to 1 and drag this text down. So now between 1 second and 2 seconds, it pops up. Like we did with the others, we are going to easy ease, so F9, and then we're going to add a little pop by choosing our graph editor, selecting our layers, our keyframes, dragging in, and let's see what this looks like. So I like how it's a little bit quicker than the other animations. It comes in later, but it's a little bit quicker. It might come in a little bit too late, so bring it in a little bit earlier just by selecting the keyframes and dragging to the left. And that's looking really darn awesome. So next we're going to animate our mountain, moon, and our other icons. Everything else is animating on. Now we have to animate on these bottom icons. What I did was I animated them with a little bit of a scale and rotation animation. So let's start with the fire. So around 2 seconds or so, we're going to bring up rotation by pressing R on our keyboard, setting a keyframe right there. So with our fire layer selected, press R to bring up rotation. Around 2 seconds or so, set a keyframe for rotation at this 0 rotation degrees. Then go back, and we're going to go back around right here and rotate to the left about -90 degrees. Then press S to bring up scale, set a keyframe, press U to bring up all of our keyframes, move this 100% keyframe to the end of the animation. Then at this -90, bring this to 0. Select all the keyframes, add easy ease, F9 or right clicking. And this happens a little bit slowly, so what we're going to do, as always, is go into our graph editor, but there's also another thing we're going to do. So first, we're going to select our keyframes, drag them in to make them ramp up a little bit faster, pop on like so. But another thing we're going to do is change this to the value graph. And this brings up the values of our different properties. So scale, you can see going from 0 to 100, rotation from -90 to 0. If we select both of our end keyframes and drag this top bar up just a little bit, what's happening is that it's actually going above 100% and bouncing back down. So the scale is going up to like 105, the rotation is going to about 3 or 4 degrees, and this just creates a nice little bounce effect. So see how it kind of bounces in and bounces out? That's what we're going for with these bottom icons. So get out of the graph editor. What we can do is just select those, copy them, and paste them to the tent and the trees. And then press U to bring up those. We're going to stagger them so that the fire comes in a little bit later. First the tent comes in, then the trees, then the fire, something like so. Let's play through it. So that looks pretty cool. The last thing we're going to do is reverse the rotation for the tent. So if we go to this first keyframe of the tent, and a quick way to get to keyframes is just by pressing J and K on your keyboard. So this jumps you to the next keyframe on the timeline. So with the tent, on the first keyframe, change the -90 to 90. And now that's going to rotate from the right versus the left. Okay, so now let's zoom out so we can see everything more clearly. Everything's looking really good. And let's just play. So let's change our work area to start from the very beginning. Like so. And now we're going to animate everything in. Okay, so we've done a lot of different things, but they've all added up to create this really amazing graphic. The last things we're going to do are quickly reverse this graphic so that we have it pop in and pop out, and then we're going to learn how to export it. Now we've animated all of our graphic. One quick thing we want to do is add motion blur to everything. So select all of our layers, click this column for motion blur, and then click this enable motion blur button right there, which was next to the graph editor button. And that adds a little bit of motion blur for our different objects. The other thing we're going to do, which might not be necessary for this graphic, is click this, select all the layers and click this column right here for continuous rasterization. This is important for vector graphics so that if we do want to make it smaller or bigger, or really if we want to make it bigger, it doesn't lose quality. It doesn't get pixelated. So you could go in here, change the timing, move things here and there, but I'm happy with how it is right now. And so let's quickly reverse this animation. So to quickly reverse it, select all of our layers by just pressing Command A, or just going through all of them, or clicking all of them, or selecting one of them and shift clicking the top one. And then we're going to pre-compose them again. So I'm going to right click, pre-compose down here. We're going to call this badge for reverse. Go back to my badge. And what we want to do is just reverse this quickly. So it starts out, it hangs on for about 2 seconds, and then it animates out. The first thing we can do is cut off the last part of this composition or this layer. So remember what we did before to cut off that. We did option right bracket. Now we're going to do, or left bracket. Now we're going to do option right bracket. So see, that cuts it off right there. Then I'm going to duplicate these. I'm going to select both, right click, keyframe assistant, sequence layers, and then just click OK. So now it has these two layers, one after the other. And then with this last one, we're going to right click it, reverse time reverse layer. And that reverses this layer. So now, if we play it, it stays on and it animates off. Very, very cool. I hope you have enjoyed creating this because it's a pretty cool graphic. You can do all sorts of things with different types of icons, different types of badges, and you could really go wild from here with all, you know how to do different animations now. You know how to do position animations, rotation animations, scale animations, trim path animations, track mat animations, and you can kind of go with it and run with it. To export with a transparent background, just go up to Composition, Add to Render Queue, click where it says Lossless, and choose RGB plus Alpha, and leave the format option to Animation. Then check OK, and it's that RGB plus Alpha that allows us to see the transparency behind it. Then I'm just going to call this into the green transparent, save it, click render. It's going to render it out depending on how fast your computer is. It might go slower or whatever. I have 16 gigabytes of RAM, which is okay. It's good for most After Effects projects. Now I have this Adobe Premiere Pro project open where this is actually an Into the Green video. It's one of our first ones. And if I choose this Into the Green transparent video, drag it into our project, and then I put this on top of any video, you can see how it now, actually, let me just turn off the audio, it plays over the video into the green right there. And I had created this before, so you can see right here what it looks like. I need to render it out, but you see it goes over the video. So that's how you create a transparent background, export a transparent background in After Effects. Thanks so much for watching this tutorial. I hope you really enjoyed it. If you have any questions, let me know because I know it was a lot and I really appreciate you sitting through it with me. But I hope you have a great day, enjoyed this, and take the skills that you learned from this and go wild with it. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you in another tutorial. Hey everyone, Phil back here with a new section in the Flat Animation Build-Up course. In this section, we'll be learning the bulk of what this class is all about. So we'll be designing our object right within Adobe Illustrator. You can also do so in After Effects if that's more easy for you. Then we'll be learning how to prep your object in Adobe Illustrator for using in After Effects. We'll be learning how to animate your project, so being able to understand the different ways to animate the different elements in your object. And then we'll be learning how to reverse your animation in a quick and easy way. So get excited, this is a huge section and I can't wait to dive right in. Hey everyone, welcome back to another lesson. In this video, we'll be designing the object for this animation. So for me, I'm designing this little Polaroid I have for reference here. It always helps to have an image, whether it's a real image or even some sort of graphic that you found online, for reference when you're creating your object. And I'm creating this object in Adobe Illustrator, but you can also design it right within After Effects. I'm going to be showing you how to separate the layers within Adobe Illustrator to prepare this object for After Effects. And you just want to make sure that each layer, whether it's the background of your object or whatever layer that you want to be animated in the final product, you want to make sure that's a separate layer. We'll talk about that more once we've designed the entire graphic. Okay, so let's get straight into Adobe Illustrator. So I'm going to use the rectangle tool, pick a color that I like, something like that green turquoise, and just do a quick little background. I'm going to go into my layers and make sure that I lock these two layers so that I don't accidentally click on them. Then I'm going to create the base of my Polaroid camera. So I'm going to choose my rounded rectangle tool, and first I'm going to take this stroke off, and then I'm going to choose a color that's similar to this. So let's just pick a light brown tan sort of Polaroid camera color. So I want it to be a perfect square, so as I click and drag, I'm holding the shift key down on my keyboard, something like that. Now this might be a little too brown, so I'm just going to make it a tad bit whiter. Okay, so now I have the background, and then I'm going to duplicate this layer. So I'm just going to Command C or Control C on your keyboard, depending on whether you're on a Windows or a PC, then Command F to paste it right over it. Okay, now selecting this top layer, I'm just going to change the color to something like a dark gray, something like that. Then I'm going to select these 2 points at the top, the 2 anchor points, and delete them. Then select these 2 other ones on the outside and click and drag down to create this sort of bottom of the Polaroid camera. And then I'm going to actually duplicate this layer, so Command C, Command F, and I'm going to select the top 2 anchor points and raise it up a bit and change the color to this sort of beige brown, so something in between, something like that, and then just move this beneath the dark gray one. Okay, so now I'm going to take my rectangle tool and create a new little photo slot. So this is the slot that the Polaroid would actually come out of, and change the color to like a very dark gray, almost a black. And now as I work my way up from the back layers of this design, I'm going to create these 2 stripes. So again, with the rectangle tool, I'm just going to select a different color. We can do something completely different from what I chose in the previous in my previous design. So something like that. And then I'm just going to copy and paste it, Command C, Command V, move it right next to it, and change the color. Maybe it will be a red or something like an orange. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so now I'm going to create the lens. So with my ellipse tool, I'm going to create a shape, and I'm going to change the color to this background first, or actually make it this dark color down here. So with the eyedropper tool, I'm just going to select that, and then choose my ellipse back, pressing and holding shift as I drag, create a perfect circle. Just center that, and maybe make it a little bit smaller, something like that. Then I'm just going to copy paste it again, but Command C and then Command F, shrink it a little bit, make it a darker gray. So I'm just gonna, with this path selected, press I on the keyboard and then select this gray, and then I'm going to duplicate this one, so Command C, Command F, shrink it down, and then actually with this one back here, the middle layer, I'm going to change the color to be a little bit lighter, something like that. So it's starting to look like a lens. Now we're going to add 2 little lens flares. So again, with the ellipse tool, just draw a little circle on the end right here, press I to choose your color. I'm going to make it like this color right here, And then just duplicate this, so Command C, Command F, and make it a little bit of a smaller lens flare, something like that. Okay, so that's starting to look pretty good, like so. Now let's add just these different buttons that you would see on a Polaroid camera. So it's a viewfinder, it's the shutter release button, just different types of buttons that you would find on your camera. So I will take my rectangle tool right here. This can be the viewfinder, or maybe this is the flash, we'll see. And then press I to choose my color. And I'm selecting colors that are within my composition. That's one good design tip, that if you're creating these different elements of an object, it's nice to choose colors from within your design and not just try to match by eyeballing it, but actually using the eyedropper tool to select the color. Something like that. Then let's use the rounded rectangle to create a little viewfinder box, like so. And select this gray right here. Okay, and then we will, again, still with our rounded rectangle, make our little flash box right here. Something like that, doesn't have to be perfect. Choose that dark gray. And then with the rounded rectangle again, we'll make another little box inside and make it this lighter gray with the eyedropper tool. Then we're going to create this little shutter release button using the ellipse tool. So I'm creating a circle right here. I'm actually going to make it this background color, but what I'm going to do is go up to Effect, under Illustrator Effects, go to Stylize, and then Drop Shadow. I can choose the different options. I'm going to start out with about 50%, maybe do 0 on the X offset, and 3, and then blur is 5. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's a little bit too much, so let's go into our drop shadow effects, if I can find it. Okay, so if I go up to drop shadow, I can double click this, and let's decrease that blur and decrease the Y offset, something like that. Maybe even make the blur 1 and the opacity 30. So a lot of this is just playing around, but that looks pretty good. I'm going to duplicate this in place, so Command C, Command F, shrink it down, and I will actually take the red from this red stripe right here, and so now that looks pretty good. But here I'm going to take off the drop shadow. So just select it and trash it. Okay, so now that we have this button all done with the red and the background with the shadow that helps separate it from this background of the Polaroid, we can just copy and paste both of these objects to create this other little detail on the right side of our Polaroid camera. So just pressing Command C and then Command V to paste it. And then I'm just going to move it over here, shrink the size a bit. And while I shrink it or grow it, I'm holding down Option Shift. What that does is it locks the aspect ratio, so it's a perfect circle, and it shrinks it from the middle rather than shrinking it from a corner. You see that? So holding it down shrinks it from the middle. And then I'm just going to select this red, press I on my keyboard, and select this gray. I'm going to zoom out, and maybe I'll make it the darker gray. So the last thing I want to do is just add the drop shadow to this lens, because if you were looking at a Polaroid camera, this lens along with a couple of these buttons would be protruding a little bit, and that would add a little bit of a shadow. So I'm just going to select it, go up to Effect, Stylize, Drop Shadow, and now it still has the same settings that we've used before, so let's see how that looks. And that looks just about right. So there you have it. That is our Polaroid camera icon that we will be animating. In the next lesson, we'll be going over how to prepare this file for importing into After Effects, because you can't just take this file that you've created, this design, straight into After Effects without playing with the layers, which we'll be talking about in the next video. Hey everyone. Okay, in this video we'll be preparing this Illustrator file for import into After Effects. So if you go over to your layer panel within Adobe Illustrator, you will see that all of these different shapes were created under one layer. And in After Effects, if I import this project as it is, it will recognize only one layer. So everything will be one layer and you can't animate each different element. So what we want to do is make each of these a different layer. And the easiest way to do this is, I'm just going to unlock that, is select your top layer, so the layer 1, go over here to this drop down button, click that, and select Release to Layers Sequence. What that does is now each of these is a separate layer. As you can see, it has this drop down arrow with the path underneath. I will select all of these and move them outside of the layer 1. And this layer 1 now just contains this reference, and I can go ahead and trash it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is just quickly rename all of these. So what I'll do is just quickly rename them. Right button gray. Okay, so now all of these have been renamed and we are ready to bring it into After Effects. Hey everyone, welcome to the next lesson in the Flat Animation Build-Up course. Today we're actually going to be taking our flat animated object and turning it into an animation. So if you go to your Finder and find that file that we created before, so it is for me under, I have so many projects that I'm working on, under Shape Layers and this Polaroid camera right here. So this is our file. If we go ahead and just drag and drop it into our composition, into our project window, it's going to ask us what kind of import we want. You can do footage or composition. Make sure that you select composition and then hit OK. You will see that a composition is added and then a folder with the different layers. So each layer is the layers that we created within Illustrator last time. So if you double click that composition, you can see our new composition with all of our layers within After Effects. Now if you've already created your object right within After Effects, you're probably already at this spot right now. Now what we want to do is create a composition for our size. So I'm just going to create one that is, let's call it 900 by 900. And so it's going to be a square composition. We'll choose 2997, which is good for online viewing, and we'll make it 10 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to have this fit up to 100% so we can see better. And then what I'm going to do is just go into my old Polaroid composition, select our layers, all of them, copy them, Control C, go into our new comp 1, and paste them. Now, if I want, I can just put it in the center, press S on my keyboard to bring up scale, and increase the scale. You'll notice, if you look very closely, that it's starting to get pixelated. What we want to do is select this button in the middle of your toggle switches modes, which is this collapse transformations for vector layers. It's a continuously rasterize option. So with all of them selected, I click that, and now all of our objects are sharp when it's at 100%, which is great because when you create an object right within Illustrator, it's a vector file, and After Effects can read vector files so that it is always crisp, whatever size it is. Okay, so now this background is awesome. I'm just going to keep that. I'm just going to increase the size a little bit. I'm going to lock that down. And then we can start animating. So first, I think I'm just going to use our other one as reference. So first we have this rotation of the background. So let's just go straight into all of our layers, and I'm going to turn off all of the layers except for the one we're working with. And before I do that, I'm going to select all of our layers and parent them to the back. So whatever I do to the back, whether I rotate it, shrink it, increase the size, it's going to happen to the rest of these layers. So let me just parent them. So selecting all of them, taking this twirligig thing and dragging over to the back, and now they're all parented to the back. If I turn them on, you will see that if I press the scale of the back, it happens to all of them, which is really helpful. Okay, so then I'm going to go back, turn off all of these layers except for back. That was solo, turn them off. Alright, now with scale brought up, I'm going to add a scale animation from this size, 187%, going back to the start of my composition and going to 0. Okay, so now I just have this nice little scale animation. But I also had a rotation, so I'm just going to press R. It's going to end at this rotation. If I press U on my keyboard, it brings back up my other keyframes that I've added so I can see where my scale keyframe was. Then I'm just going to rotate it backwards about 145 or so. So it's kind of twisting on. So that's pretty cool, but I want it to pop a little bit more. And as you learned in the previous course in this After Effects Dive into Basics lessons, with keyframes, you can add a little pop by adding Easy Ease. So if you right click these keyframes, hit Keyframe Assistant and then Easy Ease, it adds a little bit of easing. What that means is that it slows into this animation and then it slows down when you reach these keyframes. What I can do even further is go into my graph editor, select all my keyframes, and drag the endpoints in towards the middle. And this graph represents the speed of the animation. So it slows and then it ramps up to, in the middle, it's a very high peak. So it kind of snaps into place. If that seems a little bit slow to you, you can select these later two keyframes and drag them in. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so now that we have the background animated, we're just going to animate all these background pieces kind of sliding into place. So first, this middle option, it kind of shrinks down. So how are we going to make it shrink down? First, we want to take our pan behind tool and move our anchor point down right to the top of this layer. So when you bring in your objects from Illustrator to After Effects, it makes the anchor point for all of these objects these very center of this composition, which is not what we want. We want the anchor point to be moved around depending on what type of animation we're adding to this. So I'm just going to make it a little bigger so we can see. Okay, so now we're just going to add another scale animation. So if with my scale, I'm just going to set at 100, and then I'm going to go back, and instead of just shrinking down like this with both the width and the height shrinking, I'm going to unlock this width and height and just take the height and shrink that down to 0. So now it kind of just slides on like so. I'm going to Easy Ease both of them. An easy way to add Easy Ease is just pressing F9 on your keyboard. On a Mac keyboard, you can press the function button, then F9, or it's the fast forward button above your keys. Then go into my graph editor and add a little bit of pop. So I'm going to be doing this with all of my different animations. So that's pretty cool. I think this initial animation of the background flying on is a little too fast. And I want this to start, the second layer to start animating almost when it's fully on. So there we go, something like that. Okay, then we're going to do the same with these stripes. So I'm going to turn on both of these stripes. Again, we're going to take the anchor point and move it to the top. So just select one of these with your pan behind tool, move it to the top. This is stripe right, and then stripe left. Move it to the very top. I can select both. And what I can do is just copy and paste these keyframes that I added to the middle section because it's the same type of animation going from the top down. So you can see here that it's adding that. If I press U, I can bring up those keyframes, and then I can offset these just so it's a little bit more dynamic. And move them to start animating right about here. So something like that's probably going to look pretty cool. And then let's go back to our bottom, the dark bottom. And this time the anchor point's in a good spot right in the middle, but I'm just going to drag it down like here. And we're going to add the same type of scale animation, except instead of going from the height, we're going to animate the width. So set a keyframe here for 100%, then go back in time, unlock these two, and go to 0. Then I'm just going to select both of them, F9 on my keyboard to add easy ease, go into the graph editor, and add a little bit of pop. So something like this is pretty cool, looking pretty cool. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste this to my photo hole. So something like this, and it's really hard to see, but as it grows out, the photo hole starts to grow out as well. So we're already getting our little animation. I'm just going to increase the timing of this back animation so that all of these things start popping on as it's rotating. And maybe take the first keyframes for all of these other things we've animated and move them back a little bit. So the animation's a little bit slower, just like so. Okay, let's do that for the photo hole as well. Okay, so now let's animate our lens. So the lens kind of just pops on like so, and as you can see, it kind of grows and then shrinks. So let me show you how to do that. So with our lens 3, which is the background, I'm just going to press scale. I'm going to hit a keyframe at 100%, move that forward, and then go down to 0. I'm going to easy ease them, so select all, F9 on your keyboard, and then I'm going to go into my graph editor. But instead of this graph, I want to go into my value graph. So if you click this button down here, there's options for editing the value graph and the speed graph. So let's go to value graph. And what this is saying is that it is going from 0 to 100% scale. If I take one of these ends and drag it up, it's actually going above 100%. So it's going to 110% right now. And we can just scrub through this if we want. So it grows to 100 and then goes back down to 100. And then I can go back to my speed graph and make sure that there's a little bit of pop. So this is probably going to look pretty cool. It's a little bit slow for me. I want it to sort of pop into place at the end, so it ramps up kind of slow, then it pops faster at the end. And then the whole animation is just a little bit too slow, so I'm just going to decrease the time between these two keyframes and move them up. That's looking pretty good. Okay, let's go back into our graph editor. Let's go into our value graph and just make it a little bit more, something like this. That's pretty cool. And I think it'll look a lot cooler when we add the same animation to the rest of these lenses. So I'm just going to first make sure that actually the pan behind the anchor point is in the center of these circles. So I'm going to zoom in, and right here at the end, make sure that this is in the center. Something like that. Okay. And then I'm going to go into my other lenses, and again with the pan behind tool, just make sure that it's in the center or about the center. And if you have other anchor points in your composition and you're trying to move anchor points, sometimes After Effects locks your anchor point to a certain point. And this is helpful if we're trying to move the anchor point to the same spot for different layers. Okay, so let's take these two keyframes for the lens 3 and move forward a few frames, and then for lens 2, paste them. So I copied them and then again move forward a few frames for lens 1, paste them. So if I select all of these, press U, I can see all of the keyframes and they kind of come up in a cool sort of way. I like that a lot. And then let's add the same to the lens flares. So we have to go here to see where the lens flares are, and then I'm just going to move the anchor points for the lens flares. So lens flare top with pan behind tool, just move it up to the middle of this little lens flare, and same for the bottom. And then for these we can add the same sort of animation. So lens flare top, I still have it copied, so I'm just going to press paste, Command V, move forward, Command V, and these little guys pop up onto our screen as well. Alright, so let's zoom out a bit and see where we're at. So this is coming together quite nicely. Okay, so now that we have the lens animating on, let's animate these different buttons. So first let's do these 4 buttons right here, or these 4 objects, because it's going to be the same animation as the lens themselves. So let's first move the anchor points. So with the right button gray, we're just going to move it to the center. And now this is very quickly, but you could take a little bit more time zooming in and moving these different anchor points to the center of these objects, but for this purpose I just want to get through it a little bit quicker. Then I'm just going to bring up the scale animation for one of these objects, the lenses, and I'm just going to basically select all 4 and paste it. And then if I bring up U, I can offset the background, the backs, so that the backs start to come up a little bit sooner than the other parts, the red and the gray button, and then just offset the left button so it pops on first, and then the gray one. Then I'm just going to select all of these and move it back so that these are popping on right as the lens starts to pop on as well. Okay, and then the last things we want to animate are these top left and top right buttons, or the viewfinders or flash, whatever it is on our object. Okay, so first we have to move the anchor point, so I'm just going to turn all of these on so we can see them. And with our pan behind tool, I'm just going to select for our top left black, we're just going to move it into the center, and same with the gray. And again, just centering all of these anchor points so that the animation comes from the anchor point. Okay, so with this top left, what we're going to do is actually copy the animation from the bottom. Remember how the bottom it grows on from the width, so it grows with width. We can just add that to our top left button. So I'm just going to press U to bring up the scale animation, copy those, and then with top left gray selected and top left black, paste it. So now if I press U, I can see this animation kind of come on, and I just want to again offset, so move the top left gray a little bit forward so the black comes on first, and move these over ever so slightly so that it's happening a little bit earlier. And then I want to do something similar. Let's just do the same thing with the top right. So I'm just going to paste these. I can bring up the keyframes by pressing U, offset. But what I want to do with this one on the right is have it rotate a little bit. So first I'm going to parent the gray to the back. So if I add rotation to the back, we can see it. I'm going to go to the second keyframe, press R, set a keyframe so it locks it at this rotation at the end of the animation. Then go back to the first scale keyframe and rotate, let's just do -90. And then I'm going to add easy ease. And now this kind of rotates onto the screen, and it adds a little bit more. And maybe what I'll do with this top left one is the same. So let's parent the top left gray to the top left black, and then I will add a little bit of a rotation. Now this one is a little bit wider, so I don't want it to be as dramatic, so I'll just do -45 and add easy ease. So that's pretty cool. Maybe I'll do +45 so it's rotating the opposite direction. Okay, so now if we expand our viewer so we can see everything, we can run through this by doing a RAM preview, just by hitting 0 on your keyboard if you have the full keyboard, or if you go up to Window, Preview, and do this RAM preview over here. And that renders it out so you can see it in full time. Okay, so this is looking pretty good, but the timing is a little bit off. I'm just going to shrink my work area so that I can preview it and loop it a little bit easier. Okay, so I want all of these things to be happening about at the same time a little bit more. So I'm going to select all, Command A, hit U on my keyboard, and these keyframes that are over here on the right, those are the ones that are happening a little bit later. I'm going to move back. And then I'm going to extend the rotation and scale of the background so it's still rotating as the rest of the animations pop on. So something like this I think looks a little bit more dynamic. And I think the rotation is actually, it starts off a little bit too slow. So if I go into my graph animator, and if I go back to speed graph, I want it to rotate a little bit faster on. And it can still slow down to the end, but it rotates a little bit more in the beginning. And this is looking pretty darn cool. So you can go in and play with the timing and the length of these different animations, but as you can see here, this is a very dynamic animation, a very dynamic intro to an object, and I hope you're enjoying it. So in the next video, I'll show you how to quickly reverse this animation so that you don't have to change anything, you don't have to add any more keyframes or duplicate these animations. It's a quick way to reverse this animation. See you then. Okay, in the last video, we added all of these different animations to make this amazing flat animation build up. So instead of trying to recreate these keyframes to have it reverse the animations, there's a very easy way to reverse this entire animation. So what we're going to do is select all of our layers except for our background and pre-compose it. You can do right click, pre-compose, or on your keyboard Command Shift C to pre-compose. And what this is basically doing is it's creating a group of all of these layers within this one composition. And you'll see once I do the pre-composition. So let's just call this Polaroid pre-comp. And now you see that all of those layers became one. If I double click this pre-comp, I still have all of the layers that we can animate individually, but in our main composition, it's just one layer. Now to easily reverse this animation. So first let's go to 4 seconds when this animation ends. We're going to trim this composition, the pre-composition. So what I can do is just press Option, right bracket, so that trims it. And then I'm going to duplicate this layer, so Command D. Then what I'm going to do is select both, right click, go to Keyframe Assistant, and then Sequence Layers. Just hit OK. Now that puts one layer after the other. So now it looks kind of funky because if you played through this, it would animate on our Polaroid camera, then it would go to a blank screen and then animate on again. But what I can do is just reverse this second layer, or this second pre-comp, going to time, right-clicking, going to time, and then time reverse layer. And what this does is it reverses that animation, so now it goes backwards. And because we have two sequenced layers, it animates in, and then it animates off. So that's a very quick way to reverse any type of animation. This can be a title card or anything that's within a pre-composition. So that's how you pre-compose, and in the next video we'll be talking about exporting. Okay, now that we have our awesome 2D animation built up, what we want to do is export it so that we can post it online to share with the world, and more importantly, share with the class so that I can check out your work and the rest of the students can see your awesome animations. So to export from After Effects, what we do is go up to Composition, with this composition selected, our main composition, Add to Render Queue. And then we choose our settings. So if you're exporting for the first time, these two won't show up. It will just be your Comp 1. There is a preset in After Effects for H.264. Just click that. That's the easiest thing to do. You can go in and click the H.264 and go into the different settings, but this is a great setting for posting online. H.264 is a QuickTime format. It's a small file, and it will easily be able to be shared with the rest of the class. Okay, then I'm just going to export. I will just call this Comp1 test, and then over here just click render. Now depending on how fast your computer is, it will render out in a short amount of time. And then if you go to that folder, you can check it just to make sure. It's going to be a QuickTime file. You'll hear a little ring when it's done, and here it is, a little test of our animation. So that's pretty cool. So now what I want you to do is take this animation, post it on YouTube or Vimeo, and then share it with the class. Skillshare allows you to post Vimeo and YouTube links directly on the page. You can also take this and turn it into a GIF if you'd like, using Photoshop. Thank you so much for watching this lesson, and please again post your projects to the course page. I can't wait to see what types of objects you are animating, and have a great day. Hey everyone, and welcome to the first lesson in this quick course on editing After Effects templates that you purchase online via a stock marketplace such as videohive.net, which I'm on right here. So there's lots of different options. If you go to After Effects project files, you can see all the different types of options there are. There's lower thirds, titles, different animations, and I want to find something that is going to be good to explain how to basically edit a template. So let me just look up transitions, because I found a cool transition pack that I want to purchase for myself, and it is perfect for sharing this tutorial with. So this is a cool transition pack that also has text in it, so you can see it here playing, lots of cool things. And so you might say, how do I use this project file? How do I change this text in here? And it's going to be similar for any of these projects. So I'll use this as an example. So I'm just going to purchase this. Okay, so once you've purchased, you will get a thank you and an email, and you can visit your downloads page to check out all the purchases that you've made, or you can just download it from here. I'm going to save it into a folder that I have created. So After Effects templates. So we are going to go into that folder once it downloads, and I will show you exactly what you get in each folder. It's going to be a little bit different depending on who is selling you the After Effects project, but typically it will come with a license and the project files themselves. Okay, so typically when you download a project, you will get a folder with different things in it. You will see a After Effects project file. Sometimes there's two. You can see here there's transition opener. You can see different assets that they have. So within the projects themselves, they might use video, such as an ink mask or something else that they have given you within this project as well. And then some of them even have some tutorials on how to do it, but I'm giving you a tutorial right now, so you don't need to necessarily use these tutorials. Okay, so that is basically what you get. In the next lesson, we'll be showing you how to open the project and kind of just navigating After Effects for the first time. So you have your template downloaded and you have this After Effects project. Right click and open with After Effects, or just double click to open it. Depending on what type of computer you have or what version of After Effects you have, it might prompt you to create a new version of the original file. So it looks like this one was originally created in on a Windows computer. I'm on a Mac. So it will open up and you will see all this stuff in After Effects. And let me just quickly go over some of the things that you'll need to know before we dive into actually editing and importing assets and changing the text in these projects. So After Effects is basically built like a video editor, but it's kind of different. If you've ever used Adobe Premiere Pro, it's somewhat similar in the look, but you'll notice all sorts of different tabs and features. So up here in the left, you have a project folder or project window. This is where you see all of your assets. So different sequences, the images, the photos that you can import into After Effects, everything shows up here. In the middle is basically your video composer. You can see what you're working on. You can move things around. We'll do that in a little bit. But basically, this is what your video looks like. Over to the right, there's a bunch of stuff that we don't need to really play around with. And there's this effects and presets folder. And this is something you can get into if you want to use After Effects, but for just using templates, you don't need to know anything about this. The main thing you will probably need to understand the most is down here, all of your sequences. So down here you have your timeline, which is a basic timeline of the different sequences or videos that you create within After Effects. And with these After Effects templates that you purchase, they typically have a bunch of different sequences. As you can see here, it goes from 1 all the way to, I believe it'll go to 50, because there are 50 different transitions. And so you can kind of tab through these and you can see different videos pop up in your viewer up here. And then if you take your mouse and drag down here on the timeline, you can see that you go through the timeline and it kind of plays through it. Since these are just transitions, they're very short videos, but say you had a whole slideshow or something else, you can scrub through your timeline like this. So that is basically your timeline, and all of your sequences pop up in tabs up above. And then within your timeline you have different layers. So this is getting a little bit more detailed, and you might not need to know this, but I think it's important to just understand what's going on down here. You see these different bars going across. These are different layers. So one might be your text layer, one might be your background, one might be another shape that pops up or a photo. You get the idea. Then up here in the top is your menu. The really the only menu you're going to have to understand for this course and for editing templates is the file menu, because that's where you can import footage and export. You will also need to know the composition tab, because this is where you will render and export your projects, but we'll get into that in the rendering lesson. So that's it for now. This is your project file. This is After Effects. And if you're interested in diving a little bit deeper into After Effects, videoschoolonline.com, and I have created a full After Effects course and lots of other additional advanced courses on After Effects that you can check out at videoschoolonline.com. But for now, that's that, and in the next lesson we'll talk about importing assets and making edits to your templates. Okay, in this video I'm showing you how to import assets into After Effects. So this is, say you buy a template that you need photos for or video for, it's a slideshow or something that you want to put your own video or photos into. This is how you import your footage into After Effects. First, I like to be organized. So in your project window, click this little Create Folder button. It looks a little like a little manila folder. And then name it whatever you want. I'm going to name it video because I'm going to be importing video. You can name it photos or anything. Then you can right click and click Import Files or multiple files. Or what I like to do is just drag and drop. So I'm going to bring in just a couple of videos that I've created recently for an example. So I have this tutorial. I'm going to just drag C into that video folder. And then I have another video I shot earlier today. Just drag it and drop. And there you have it within your video folder. Then within your After Effects projects, there will probably be a placeholder. So this is where they tell you to put your media. In this project, it's labeled Your Media. You can see Your Media 1, 2, and 3, these 3 tabs down here. And if it's not opened, you can see it up here in this folder. It says you change your text, image, or video here. So it might not be exactly like this in your project, but typically After Effects projects that you purchase on videohive.net or these other places are very well organized and tell you exactly where to put your media. And if you have a sequence up here that's not opened in your timeline down here, or you just don't know where it is, you can't find it, you can always double click these different sequences down here. So I have media 1. Now I want to make this video window a little bit bigger so that I can see it better. I can do that by changing this 50% magnification ratio to fit up to 100%. So this will fill up the entire screen right here of my video composition window. Okay, so then down here you have in your timeline you have different options. So you have your media layer, your texture layer, and the medium red solid layer, which is the background. And just to show you exactly what these are and what they're doing, I'm going to uncheck this little eyeball on the left side so that you can see that that's turning off this Your Media layer. And this is a text layer. Okay? Texture, I can turn on and off. That's kind of hard to see for you on the computer, but it has a little texture. And then this background, it's just taking off this background completely. So what do you do with your video or photo? So when you have a sequence or a placeholder sequence, you just drag and drop your video or photo onto this timeline, or you can drag and drop it right into the window right here. And you will see that a new layer was created in this timeline. Okay? So there you can scrub through it. This is the video I created, so I already added a few graphics you can see down here. But this was another video I made for Video School Online. And I can turn it on and off. And now notice if I put it beneath the Your Media text layer, the Your Media text appears on top of my video. If I put it beneath the texture, it appears beneath the texture. And maybe I want that texture over my video, but I don't want that Your Media text on my video. So I'm going to uncheck that eyeball right there next to the Your Media layer so it's not visible. You can also delete it by just selecting the layer and hitting delete on your keyboard. But I'm just going to leave it there for now. Now I'm going to go over to my Your Media 2 tab, which is the Your Media 2 sequence up here, or I can double click it. Again, I'm going to view it and fit it up to 100%. Then I'm going to take my second layer of video, and this time I'm going to drop it onto the timeline. Now you can move it forward and back by clicking and dragging it to the left or right. So depending on where you want the video to start, I can move it from left to right. I want it to start at the beginning. Okay. So now we have video in Your Media 1 and Your Media 2. Now if I tab over and select one of these sequences, one of these transitions, I can click number 1, and you can see now I show up in this video. Before I wasn't showing up. I'm going to fit this up to 100 so you can see it better. And what you notice down below is you see these layers named Your Media 1, Your Media 2. That's interesting. What that's doing, that's referring to this sequence, Your Media 1 and Your Media 2. So those sequences are actually quote-unquote nested or pre-composed. Those are terms you don't need to know if you're just taking this to get by and do quick and dirty After Effects. But basically you pre-compose a sequence within your sequence. So it's like layers of sequences. And now if I scrub through this timeline, you can see this transition in effect. Now I could go to any number of these sequences. I'll go to 11 and I will scrub through it. You see that transition. Let's go to 17. Here's another one. Scrub through it. And you will notice I'm scrubbing through it just by clicking and dragging. Another thing you can do is press 0 on your keyboard if you have a full keyboard. So if you have the keyboard on the right side of your, like a whole number pad on the right side of your keyboard, then you can press 0 over there. If you have a small keyboard and you only have the numbers on top of the letters, then what you have to press is Control 0. Okay, so Control 0 on your keyboard if you don't have the number pad on the right side of your keyboard. And if you render it, that's actually what you call rendering. You're not exporting it, but you're rendering it. It's kind of computing all the effects that are going by, and it's a lot clearer, you can see. Now this goes to Media 3, so there's 3 different effects that you're seeing, 3 sequences that it's calling upon. This first one, Media 1, you see part of Media 2 in the background right here, and then there's Media 3 that I could add. But I'm going to leave it at that for now, and in the next lesson I'm going to be showing you how to change and edit text within your composition. In the last video I showed you how to import video or photos and add it to your different sequences. Now I'm going to show you how to use text and add and edit text. So first I'm going to go to this Media 3, which is the part of this transition that I don't have yet. So I'm just going to double click that, and you have your different layers again, and you can add text or you can edit the text that's already there. And if you purchase an After Effects template that has text already there, like a lower third title or an intro title, typically there will be a layer of text that you are supposed to change. You're not supposed to add it on your own. You're just supposed to edit what they've already created. And to do that, you can double click the text in this project window, or in the viewer, I mean, or double click the text down here in the timeline. And once you double click, it's highlighted. Your text tool up here also shows. So if you have your regular selection tool, you can click and move things around. Or if you have your text tool selected and just select the text, you can also edit that way. Now, you just edit the text as if you have a regular word processor. So I'm just going to select all, delete, and call this After Effects template video. Okay, so now you can see that there's lots I have to do with this, and they give you different windows to edit text. If you don't see character and paragraph, go up to Window and click on Character and Paragraph. Now this is your typical editing, text editing stuff. You can change the spacing, you can change the size, you can change the font. Let's choose something kind of cool. You could change the color by clicking this white block over here or whatever color it is and changing the color that way. You can change the width, the height, all sorts of things. And then you can also change the paragraph settings, so you can center it, right align, left align, whatever you want. So let's center it. And then I'm going to take my selection tool, because if I take my text tool and try to move this text around, it's not going to work. So I can take this around and move it and just put it in the center of your composition. Okay. Another way to easily center things, this is getting a little bit advanced, but under the Align tab, which you can again go to Window and Align, you can click these different buttons to horizontally and vertically align the text in certain ways. Okay, so this looks pretty good, but say I want my text bigger. And instead of doing this and having to change the spacing between the lines, there's a different way to change the size of text. And this is really the only type of edit I'm going to show you to do in your timeline. But if you have your text layer selected, so go ahead and select your text, hit S on your keyboard, and that brings up scale. Or you can twirl down this layer and bring up more options by hitting that little triangle, and you will see these different transform properties. You have anchor point, position, scale, rotation, opacity. We don't need to get into any of those except for scale. So just hit S and that brings up scale. And now I can increase the size of this text and it will be perfectly sharp, and I don't have to mess with any of these character settings. So that's another way to edit text. Okay, so now let's go back to that transition that I had before. And you can see here that in here you see the title, but it's a little too big. So I can go back to Your Media 3, decrease the size of this text, and go back to transition 17, and there is my text. Now let's see if any of these other ones use the 3 media sequences, and this one does. Let's go to 19, let's see what that does. So yes, there's lots of different sequences and transitions that use all 3 sequences. And let's just go ahead and back to my media 1 and try it one more time. So this time I'm going to delete my video media that I added. So I'm just going to select that Phil Ebner intro, hit delete on the keyboard. It's not there anymore. We have this Your Media text right here, but I'm just going to turn that off. I'm going to show you how to add new text. And that's clicking this text tool, clicking on your composition, and then typing. So now I can use my selection tool, click and move it around. I can use my character settings over here to change the size of the font, or like I learned before, I can click on this text, press S to bring up scale, and increase or decrease. You can also rotate. This is another transformation property of each layer by pressing R, bringing up rotation, and rotating your text. So now if I go to any of these other transitions, you can see that it goes from sequence 1, or the Your Media 1, to Your Media 2. If we go to those other ones we were doing, like 17, there you have both layers that have text, plus the one with video. So that's how you add and edit text within your project. Okay, this is a quick lesson on how to turn on and off the audio in your different video layers, because say you bring in video into your project, but you don't want the audio from that video. Well, it's very simple. Along with this eyeball to the left of your video layers, you will see this audio button. Now I can just turn it on and off by clicking it on and off. So in the Your Media 2 sequence, which I added this tutorial that I did a couple weeks ago, it has audio. You can see here that there is audio by this button over here on the left. So over here in Your Media 2, I can either click that on or off, or if I go to one of these transitions, you will see that this layer has audio, and you can hear the audio by pressing 0 on your keyboard and rendering out the entire sequence. Okay, so you can hear text or sound in the background that I don't want. But if I click that off, and now I press 0 again, so you can see this green bar that is loading, but I don't need to wait until it loads the whole way, so I just press space bar while it's doing that. And now there's no sound. So that's how you turn on and off sound in your sequences. Okay, so now in your After Effects project, you have a sequence, one of these tabs that you want to export, you want to save. So sometimes your project will have lots of tabs, and they are basically little compositions, little sequences that are within one sequence. So you want to make sure that you are on the tab that is the main sequence, the one that when you scrub through it with your mouse, it's the whole sequence that you want to export. So first thing, you have to set how much you want to export. You will see in the timeline that right above the top layer and right above this green bar or the gray bar or whatever color it is here, it can be red or yellow depending on if it's rendered or not, you have this work area. And on the left and the right, there are 2 yellow little markers. If you click one of them and drag, you can see that it increases or decreases the length of your work area. Now you want to set the work area to the length of your composition that you want to export. So for this transition, I just want to go from the beginning here to around 3 seconds. So I'm going to bring this in to 3 seconds. And now if I press 0 on my keyboard, it plays through this entire sequence. Rather than going through the entire timeline, it just goes through this work area and it will repeat until you press stop. Okay, so how do you export? Go up to Composition and then Add to Render Queue. It will pop open a new tab down here, and typically if it's your first export, it will just show up like this as one little option box down here. There are different options for settings and where you export to. So click where it says lossless. You will see a module that pops up and you get to set your settings here. So under video output, click format. If you're exporting for video that you want to post online or just keep, that's relatively a small file but still high quality, I suggest changing the video codec to H.264. This is a QuickTime format that is high quality but a small file size. You can see that there's lots of different options here, but we don't have to go into those. If you have any questions, you can let me know. Otherwise, just click H.264. Make sure that your basic video settings is at 100. Click OK. You can also set your audio settings. If there is audio, you can change it down here, but I would just typically leave that as it is. Then hit OK. Next to output to, it says not yet specified. You have to click that, and this is where you decide where you want your files to save. So I'm going to save them into this Editing After Effects Templates folder. I'm going to create a new folder called Exports, and I will just call this Transition 2. Then on the right side, you click Render. So it's going to render out your file. It depends on how fast your computer is, and it can be a lot slower or faster depending on how fast your computer is. Now I'm going to go over to my files, go to that folder, and you can see in my exports now I have Transition 2, which I can play and you can see is now there for me to play. So that is how you export or render out files in After Effects. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in another video. Okay, I'm going to give you guys another example of a project that I purchased recently from videohive.net. So this is a good one, an example for adding photos to a project. So I open it up here, and as you can see here, the first thing you notice is the main composition, the main sequence, has a lot of different layers. You have this bar over here, you can scroll up and down, and you can see that there are over 100 different layers, and those are all placeholders for photos. And you'll probably run into this if you are purchasing a slideshow template on videohive.net as well. So first things first, I'm going to add the photos into my project. So started a new photos folder right there by clicking the folder button. And then you go over to Finder, or in Windows your Documents, and find some photos that you want to add to your project. So I'm just going to add a few that I took on a recent trip over to Europe. So there I have my 4 photos. Then I'm going to go into each of these compositions and add the photos. So again, these are placeholders, and you can find them in this top level placeholder folder in your project window. So if I open that up, you can see all of the different compositions from 0 all the way to 116. Or you can open them by clicking on them within the sequence itself. So this slide projector top level sequence down here, you can double click each of these sequences. So say I want to add my first photo to this second one right here. So click that. And then I just add my photo to the top of this sequence, or this composition. Now I'm going to fit this view up to 100% so I can see better. And you will notice that the quality is not that good, and that's because it's at quarter quality, quarter resolution. So I can click this drop down and select full. Sometimes it's good to keep it at quarter or below full so that you can render, and After Effects works a little bit faster when it's not full resolution. Okay, so this photo is not big enough for this composition, so we're going to be doing what we did with the text in a previous lesson by pressing S to bring up scale and then increasing that to fill the frame size. So all of these different layers beneath this photo layer we don't need, so you can either delete them or just leave them be, but make sure that your photo layer is above them. You'll notice that this photo isn't as high a resolution as it should be. I'm increasing the scale up to 500% or almost 500% to fill the frame of this video. So you will want to choose photos that are at least the resolution of your video frame size. So the scale should be around 100 or below when you put them into your compositions. So now if I go back to my slide projector sequence, now this photo is there in that sequence, as you can see there. So let's just repeat that one more time to show you how to do it. If we go to my placeholders and go to the third sequence, and I just click on the timeline to view it, and then let's go to my photos folder. We'll drag this second one. Now this one's a lot larger, so this one fills the frame. And I can change the scale by pressing S again and decrease it a little bit. Just make sure that it fills everything in the frame. And you can place it however you want. And you will notice that when you have photos, usually the aspect ratio of the photos is different than the video screen, because the video screen is typically 16:9. That's the aspect. And your photos have a little bit more of a square aspect. So now let's go back to the slide projector, and this cool slideshow, it kind of looks like a projector, and it goes from placeholder 2 to placeholder 3, and those are the 2 images that we added. So you would go through all of these compositions and add photos to each individual composition. And once it's all full and you're ready to export, you would go up to Composition, hit Add to Render Queue. Will pop up and you will choose the settings that you want. So for this bottom one, this is the one that we have queued. I can delete these top 2 projects that weren't rendered. So this is the one we want to render. Hit Lossless, click Format Options, change from animation to H.264, which is a high quality QuickTime, but it ends up being a smaller file size, more manageable. Click OK, click OK again, and then click this Output to slide projector, and then you can just set where you want to save your project to. So that is the whole example of how you can open up an After Effects template, import photos, replace the photos, and place them into the sequences that you want, and then export and save that file for posting online or sharing with friends and family. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you have any questions, as always, you can reach me at videoschoolonline.com. Hi, are you interested in motion graphics? Have you played around with After Effects and are you ready to take it to the next level? Well, I've been making professional motion graphics using Adobe After Effects, and I have an exciting course for you. This is the Advanced Shape Layer course, brought to you by videoschoolonline.com. In this course, we'll cover some cool tricks that you can do with shape layers to create fun, professional, and eye-catching motion graphics. You're watching some of the lessons, and you can see the style and kinds of videos that you will be making after taking this course. So whether you want to make an explainer video, an animation, or simply want to spice up your videos with awesome titles and motion graphics, this is a great course. You also get the project files with the course, so you can follow along. If you're brand new to After Effects, I encourage you to check out my After Effects Complete course, which is the perfect course for beginners. But if you know your way around After Effects or are just adventurous, feel free to jump right in this course today. Join over 50,000 students taking Video School online courses and start making better videos today. See you inside. Hey there, welcome to this mini course on After Effects shapes, and we're going to be going over some intermediate skills. And actually, a lot of these techniques can be used to make some really advanced motion graphics. So get ready for some awesome After Effects. My name is Phil Ebner. I'm from videoschoolonline.com, and I'm really happy to have you here. I'm not going to waste too much time, especially in the following lessons, but I just wanted to say, hey, thank you for joining this course. I picked this nice San Francisco backdrop for this course. Because I live in Berkeley now, right over here across the bay, really excited to have you here. So let's get straight into After Effects. So in this lesson, I'm going to be giving you an overview of the shape tool, just a brief overview, going over some of the basics so that you guys know how to use it. And then we're going to get into more of the intermediate stuff in the following lessons. But if I am going too fast in this lesson, which I might be if you are a complete beginner to After Effects, check out my After Effects Complete course. You can check it out at videoschoolonline.com or wherever you're watching this course, you'll be able to find it there. It's called Adobe After Effects Complete course. And it basically is a step-by-step crash course introducing you to After Effects. So, if you're confused about even getting started and how to use the tools and everything, that's the course that you want to take before taking this one. So please check it out. Of course, I'm happy to have you if you haven't taken that course, but if I'm going too fast, I am making this course for intermediate users of After Effects. So try to keep up. If not, please check out After Effects Complete course. Okay, so I just am going to start a new composition, and I'm just going to call this Shape Basics. And 1920 by 1080, 2997, 10 seconds. That's great. Okay, so up here in the tool panel, you see your shape tool, and if you click and hold the rectangle, you see the different options for a rounded rectangle, ellipse, or circle, polygon, and star tool. And so you can just select any of those, or you can use the keyboard shortcut Q to toggle through them. Okay, so say we have the ellipse tool, and now if you mouse over to your composition, you will see your mouse becomes an plus sign, and you can click and drag and create a shape. But before we go any further, let's just look back up here, and these are the different options for fill and stroke. And so fill, you can choose your color up here. Stroke, you can choose your the color of your stroke. You can choose the width of your stroke. And then if you click fill or stroke, you can choose whether you want a no fill, if you want solid color, a linear gradient, or a radial gradient. And those options are down here in the content, under the ellipse content in your layer for changing the radial gradient and linear gradient, or really any of the fill options. Okay, so we'll talk more about the stroke and the fill in the next lesson, but that's basically all you need to know about that. Okay, so now let me just talk a little bit more about options for creating shapes. So as I said, you can, if you have your shape tool selected, you can click and drag, and you can basically create a really wide shape, a really tall and skinny shape. And to create a perfectly symmetrical shape, you can click shift and drag, and that creates a perfectly symmetrical shape. Another option is to create a perfectly symmetrical shape from where your mouse clicks. So say you have a composition, and for example, I'm just going to type out some words, videoschoolonline.com. Okay, so we have our words, our text right here. And say we wanted to create a circle, perfectly starting from, the dot, for example. Well, it'd be kind of difficult to create a circle, drag, and create, and then you'd have to move it and, figure out where it goes. And a really easy way to create a shape is to, with your shape tool, just click and then hold down Command Shift, and then as you drag out, it creates a shape from where you clicked. So now we have this perfect circle from where we clicked, from the period. And so that's a cool trick that I often use when creating shapes. Okay, so now I want to talk about a couple other more intermediate skills with shapes. So let's just take our polygon tool. We're going to create a shape. Okay, so the standard for the polygon tool is a 5-sided shape. That's a pentagon. But if you twirl down the polystar 1 option, and then you twirl down, let's see, polystar path, and then underneath that you see, I'm just gonna decrease the size of my composition so you can see better. You will see points, and this will change the amount of points that your polygon has. And so as you see, I can scroll through them, and 3 points is obviously a triangle. You can get hectagon, octagon, and you could actually create some pretty cool animations with this by creating, setting keyframes, and from a triangle to a circle. That's kind of cool. But yeah, so basically all these options are keyframeable. But that is the polygon tool. Just make sure you know about the points. Just wanted to make sure you knew about that. Okay, a couple things to check out with shapes, or just any layers, that will really come in handy when using this class. So I created this shape, and as you can see, when I pressed V, the anchor point goes to the center of this shape. So let's see, I'll do that again. So I create the shape and press V, and the anchor point goes to the middle of the shape, which is really helpful, especially when we're, rotating. Okay, so let's talk about another thing, and that is anchor points. So when you create a shape, the anchor point is going to be set, I believe it's in the middle of the composition. So if I click this shape and then I want to rotate it, it's going to rotate around that anchor point. Or if I'm scaling it from the size of it, it's going to scale around the anchor point. So there's a couple cool ways to fix that, and one of them is by downloading this Move Anchor Point script. So if you go on Google and you just search Move Anchor Point, it's actually a free donation-based script that you can download. It's like the first option. And download it, install it in your After Effects script file under Application. If you need help, just shoot me a message. And then it shows up under Window as an option for a window. So now if I create a shape, say I create this square, and I want the anchor point to be in the bottom left corner, you can put it in the bottom left corner. And now when I rotate it, it rotates from that anchor point. Or, scale it up or down, it scales up or down from that anchor point. If I want it directly in the center, perfectly in the center, which I often do, then I can put it in the center. Yada, yada, yada. You get the point. Another cool thing is this Align window, and that's again under Windows, Align. I always have this open now. I didn't use it in my previous class because I actually didn't know about it when I was creating the After Effects Basic course. But it's really awesome because you can basically align layers perfectly center or whatever. I was spending lots of time using my Title Action Safe trying to move, my layers to the center. But it's actually a built-in script. You can just align things perfectly to the center. And this really helps when you are say you have multiple layers, something like this, and I want to align them all. I can go ahead and align them all, and then I could put them all in the center or whatever. I could even, now I can't distribute them evenly, but there's these different distribute options where if you have them lined up, I think it should distribute them evenly. I guess it depends on what shape your layers are in, but it really comes in handy. So check out the Align window and the Move Anchor Point window. Okay, so a couple things that we're going to go over in the next few lessons are talking more about the fill and the stroke. I think I'm going to leave it for here. This lesson's been 10 minutes, and I've covered a lot, and I hope that you've gotten all the basics that you need. But in the next few lessons, we're going to be covering some more basics like fill and stroke, path options, transform tools, and everything else that's under this content menu. So thank you so much for watching this lesson. If you have any questions, please hit me up on videoschoolonline.com. And otherwise, we'll see you in the next lesson. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to another lesson in the After Effects Shapes course. Today we're going to be talking about stroke versus fill. So let me bring up my After Effects composition. So as you know, if you create a new shape, I'm just going to create a new circle. You have the options for fill and stroke up here. You can change the stroke width, you can change the fill color. You can also change the fill options from having none to a solid color, gradients, etc. So you can do all this for the stroke as well by clicking the stroke text. So none, color, gradient, radial gradient. It doesn't show up, but you have to change the change the different colors down here in the contents menu. So if you go under the shape, under contents, just twirl down the shape, twirl down contents, and then twirl down your shape. This one is called ellipse 1. You can rename it to whatever you want. Whatever you want. And then under here there are some more options. You can play with the fill color, so change the color down here as well. You can change the opacity, and this is I actually like using the opacity, changing it to 0 rather than just deleting the fill, because you can just delete the fill and there's no fill, but just in case you want it later, you can always add it back too, but I always just change the opacity to 0 to get rid of the fill. That's pretty much the only thing we're going to be playing with in this lesson and most of this course in terms of the fill. But for stroke, there are a few different options that we want to look at. Okay, so obviously you have color and opacity down here and line width, but the main thing we're looking at is the line cap and dashes. So line cap, it will be easier to see what line cap is if I draw just a line. So I'm just going to draw a line and make a really thick stroke. So if I go down under this to the shape and go under stroke and change the line cap from butt cap to round cap, it creates this round edge. And you know, this looks really nice. It might look more pleasant to the eye depending on what type of project you're working on. So just make sure you know how to change from a butt cap or just the sawed off, you know, straight edge line to the round cap. Okay, and then from here you can also add dashes. I'm going to go back to my circle shape layer. So under dashes, if you hit the plus sign, it adds a bunch of dashes at the standard size 10. You can increase the size to whatever you want, and you can also change the offset. So that's a pretty cool trick right there. You can of course animate all of these properties. You know, if you want to go from a certain offset to another, you know, you can have a spinning wheel of dashes. But another thing to take note of is, I'm just going to get rid of these keyframes, is if you hit the plus sign twice, so before you just hit it once, now you hit it a second time, now you get this gap option. So now you can actually change what the gap is between the dashes. So say you want a huge gap between just, you know, 3 dashes or whatever, you can do that. And then if you want really small gap, you know, you can change the dash size down really low and then just change the gap to something really small. So something like this. You can even make it smaller. So this, you know, can even turn into just sort of a dotted line. If we change the stroke width down to something like this, it may be hard to see for you, but let me try to bring it up, make it a little bigger. So now you just have a dotted line, and of course if you change to round cap and then decrease the dash size and maybe increase the gap, you know, now you just have sort of little dots, little balls. Change it to 1 pixel. So now you have a spinning or just a round ball of dashes, and then you can, you know, animate the offset. And this thing, you can have a spinning ball. And now this, you know, if you have this spinning ball, you know, you can animate it with the offset. A better way would actually probably be going under the transform, whatever you want to call it. That's the name of this. And do the rotation of this. So you can change the rotation. Now make sure your anchor point's in the middle. So now we have this spinning circle, and it's just about adding these little, you know, details that make your motion graphics that much better. So instead of just having a circle on your screen with, you know, text in it or whatever you want, have a circle with some spinning dashes behind it. So that's what, in this course, I want to make things practical. So let me just add this background really quickly to show you how you can use these dashes, this dash circle, to look really good. Okay, I'm going to change the color of this. I use Command-Shift-Y to change the color of this solid to something, something maybe darker so that the dashes are more pronounced. And then I'm going to add some text, and my text, where did it go? Okay, so just type in. Why isn't it typing? Maybe because the color of my text is white, so it should. Oh, because the size is really small. So I just change the size of my text up. So let's say, hey there. Just have some simple text, just make it spaced properly. Let's change the font to something cool. Green beans, that's a pretty cool font. Okay, so something like this. And then we can animate this. So we can animate the hey there to flop in or something. So if we make sure that the anchor point is in the middle using our move anchor point, and then if we toggle switches and modes so that we have this 3D option, change it to 3D. And then we just animate the Y rotation. So I'm going to set a keyframe, move this forward, 20 frames or so, and then move it back to 90 degrees. And then maybe add easy ease these keyframes just by hitting F9, or on your keyboard function F9 if you're using a Mac keyboard. So something like this is kind of a cool animation. And then of course we could add more shapes behind it or something. Maybe we add another shape. Wow, that is a huge stroke. I'm going to get rid of this stroke and then just change the fill to something that's more complementary to this red color. So I'm just going to select that red and then choose something pretty dark. And then under ellipse and ellipse path, I'm just going to increase the size of this a little bit. And then put it behind our hey there text. And have this circle, green circle, I'm going to rename it, have that animate in. Okay, so I can just add a simple, scale. So if I set a keyframe at 100%, and then go move that keyframe up, maybe like 15 frames or something like that, then go back and change it to 0. Now we have this circle kind of popping up. Alright, now I want to teach you another cool little advanced trick. So if you set easy ease and then you have these selected and use the graph editor, you can make this motion look really cool. So I'm going to select this option, which is fit all graphs to view, so it makes the graph editor more easily editable. And then under this, make sure you have edit value graph. Now if I take this first keyframe and use the little editor and I bring it all the way up so that it kind of curves up above 100%, what it's going to do is that the circle is going to pop up above 100%. So see that? It gets bigger, 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 and then it goes smaller. So it's actually going above 100%. And that's a pretty cool effect. I'm going to make it smooth out. Just play around with these keyframes. So something like this. I would probably go in and play with the keyframes of the hey there text as well, using the graph editor, just to add a little bit more interesting motion to it. Maybe speed it up and slow it down so it kind of snaps into place. Something like that. Or even just have it slow down really quickly. It kind of goes appears really quickly, but then it slows down. So something like this, I'm going to get out of the graph editor mode. This is a pretty simple animation, but it's simple to do, but it looks very professional. And of course you could add more shapes and go from there. Alright, so this lesson is getting to be 11 minutes now. I'm going to cut it off there. I hope, we just played with the stroke and the fill, but you get the idea that, you can create some pretty cool animations just playing with that stroke and fill, and then the standard position, size, scale, and rotation functions of each property of each layer and animating those. Okay, thank you for watching. I hope you had a good one, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Make sure you check out videoschoolonline.com for more great tips, tricks, tutorials, free blog posts, and discounts to my online courses. All right, have a good one. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to lovely San Francisco, at least in the virtual sense. Today we're continuing the After Effects Shapes course. My name is Phil Ebner. So today we want to look at starting to animate our our shapes in a cool, interesting way. So one of the main ways is using an option called trim paths. So just take a look at these different animations and see what you can do just with this one property called trim paths. So you can make lines basically appear really easily. There's different options within the effects and presets panel to do similar things, but it's so easy using the trim paths method. So I'm going to go through each and every one of these to show you how you create these animations. Okay, so let's start with this square. So first, I'm just going to turn the square off. We're going to create a square using our rectangle tool. Make sure that our stroke is on. Our stroke is on. We'll create with a white fill or white stroke, and then we're just going to turn off the fill for this one actually. Alright, so now let's just create a square. So I'm just going to turn off all of these. So if I hit this little shy guy option and then hit shy guy up here, then it makes all these layers disappear. So now we can just focus on this awesome square layer. Okay, so under rectangle, you will notice this little add arrow. If you click on that, there are a bunch of options. We're going to go through some of these in the rest of this course, but the one we want to look at today is trim paths. So go ahead and set trim paths. Now, if you drop down the trim paths arrow, you'll come up with a few more options. Start, end, offset. So if you drop down the 100% to 0, you will see that this stroke is being painted on basically. I'm going to increase the size of the stroke so it's easier to see for you. And then you can, offset it to wherever you want. For our square, we started it sort of in the middle of this composition, or of the square, and so it went from here, and it wrapped all the way around, and then it disappeared. But it didn't disappear going reverse, like going from 100% to 0. It went this way, using the start option, the start property, and kind of erasing off. And then it's just setting keyframes. So I'm going to set one with both at 0%, so set the end key frame to 0, go forward half a second, go up to 100%, leave it on for a few frames, set the start keyframe to 0, then go forward half a second and change to 100%. So now we have our square being drawn on. But I don't like the speed at which it's being drawn on. So just like in previous lessons, I'm going to play with these keyframes. So I'm going to select all and then just press F9 for easy ease. And then I'm just going to click the graph editor. So for this first motion, I want it to sort of slowly draw on. So something like this. And then maybe even slowly, it starts slowly and then it ends slowly. So something like that is good. And then I want it to slowly paint off, really slowly. So I'm just going to extend that first keyframe, and it can like really just ramp up at the end and speed off, something like that. And then maybe if I click this graph editor and I just move this second keyframe a little bit because I want it to be a little slower. So something like that is pretty good. And again, after this, we can come and change the stroke width. You can even go under the rectangle path and change the size, and our animation is still there. Okay, so that is the square that we just created. Okay, turn off Shy Guy. So now I'm just going to check out this line. So I'm just going to zoom out on my keyboard. So now we have this line kind of coming out. So this is kind of interesting. So this can be used for a certain number of things. So I'm going to create a new layer using our pen tool. So create a shape or just a line using the pen tool. So I'm just going to click and then holding shift down to make sure I create a straight line. I just click. Just going to drop down the size, something like this. Okay, I'm just going to turn off the rest of these layers, Shy Guy them. Okay, drop down the contents option, go to shapes, and again, add trim paths. Okay, so this time, instead of starting from one end to the other and starting from one end, drawing on the whole thing, we're going to start in the middle. The way we do that is by setting both the end and the start to 50%. Setting a keyframe, and then for the start going back to 0%, and then end going to 100%. So now you see that it grows on. Very simple, but very classy. This is a very nice animation to add to different things. You can add it under text like this. So this is kind of a practical method of doing it. Add your titles, and this could be a lower third or the intro to your video, whatever it is. And it's something that I use all the time. But we're going to play with these keyframes. So I'm just going to select both of the first keyframes and bring it back so it kind of quickly starts. Then select the second two keyframes and drag it in, holding shift to make sure that it doesn't go above or below the 100%. So see how it really comes to a slow stop at the end? I really like that. I can even make this longer by dragging out these keyframes. So something like that is pretty cool. Okay, so that is our line. Okay, so let's look at one more, and that is the circle. So this is a pretty cool little animation, something you see a lot in the more modern motion graphics, these little circle lines coming on. And this is just a building block. So what you would really do is do this and then multiply. And I'm going to show you how it looks by doing that later. Okay, so let's look at how you create this though. It's actually very similar to our square that we did. So let's create a new circle using the ellipse tool. Just create a circle. Okay, now I'm going to Shy Guy all of these layers. And so now we have our ellipse. I'm going to drop down the ellipse one and add a trim path. Okay, so now if we change the end to 0, set a keyframe, then go forward and set it at 100. And then if we go backwards, when this is about, a little over halfway forward, we're going to set a keyframe for the start at 0. And then go forward, a half second after it completes, and then change the start to 0. So you see that it kind of paints on, and then at this point it starts erasing already. So basically this is the same as the square animation, but we just shifted the start keyframes forward. So they actually start animating before the end keyframes finish. Okay, so now let's easy ease these, and using the graph editor, just make it a little interesting. You know, I just typically play around, see what to see what it looks like. There's no real set rules on how you're supposed to do this. Let's see something like this. So something like that is pretty cool. I don't like how the first end keyframe kind of ends all abruptly, so I'm just gonna ease it out a little bit. So that's pretty cool. Get out of this graph view. But you'll notice that in the original composition, we don't have this butt cap, we have this round end cap. So under stroke, I'm gonna go change the line cap to round. Okay, so now we have this cool circle animation. We can, of course, change the stroke width, drop it down, make it super skinny, something like that, and that looks pretty clean and fresh. So how do you actually turn this into something really awesome? Well, you kind of just repeat it. So I'm going to turn off the shy guy, and I'm going to just look at our original circle. Okay, so basically what I did with this, if I drop down the contents menu, I added 4 ellipses. They're just not turned on yet, so I'm going to turn them all on, and let's watch this. So this is basically just using the method that I showed you. I basically repeated this first ellipse, and I messed with the settings. So this second ellipse, which is the green line, it's actually going backwards. So let me hide these other two. So the white stroke is rotating counterclockwise. The green stroke is, take that back. The green stroke is rotating counterclockwise. The white stroke is rotating clockwise. And then I just decrease the stroke width, and I move the keyframes around, and that's a pretty cool effect. Now with ellipse 3, this sort of circle that appears, it's still a stroke. It's not actually the fill that appears. If I drop down the fill menu, or the ellipse 3 menu, and then look at stroke, you can see that it's actually just a really thick stroke. So try to make it perfect so that it fills in completely. You change that to 170. So now it looks kind of like a Pac-Man right there anyways. And it closes and erases. Now I turn on ellipse 4. And same thing. It's this pretty much the same as the white stroke. The keyframes are just a little bit lengthier. So how do you kind of quickly do this? Just by repeating these. So if I take ellipse 1, I duplicate it, so it's now ellipse 5. I'm just going to move it to the top so it's in order. And then if I take the ellipse path and make it bigger, how about? And then change the stroke width, something like this maybe. Make it super thick. And then we change it from round cap to butt cap. We can change the color to something, how about something pinkish? Something like this. And then play with the trim path keyframes. So I'm just gonna, maybe I'll flop these. So take the first 2 and move them behind the second 2. And then just move them around. So now we have this circle kind of come on and then come off. And that was just repeating the keyframes of the ellipse 1. Something like that. It's kind of cool. All right, so that's we're gonna go into in depth with this a lot in a future project-based lesson, but you get the basis of a lot of what we're going to be doing, and that's with the trim paths option underneath contents, and then you just add it using this add button, and then trim paths. Okay, we are going on 14 minutes. I'm going to end it there. If you have any questions, please let me know. But I really hope you enjoyed this lesson. If you want more, check out videoschoolonline.com, more blog posts, more free videos, and more online courses. So check it out. Thank you for watching, and stay classy, friends. Bye. Hey, what's up everyone? Phil here with videoschoolonline.com. Today we are continuing the After Effects Shapes course, talking about the repeater effect, which is an amazing trick that will definitely speed up your workflow and will help you create some amazing motion graphics. Let's see what you can do with the repeater right here. Ba-bam, check that out. Let's watch it again while I talk about it. So you see all of these different objects flying out of the center of the screen, and it's just a really cool effect that you can use as a transition, or helping to make different things appear. You can have text pop up after that, or an image, or anything. And I was able to create this in about 10 minutes. Which is pretty amazing, and I think I could do it even faster. But with you guys, we're going to aim at being able to do all of this in just about 10 minutes. So let's get straight into After Effects. The clock is ticking. So we're going to start a new composition. 1920 by 1080 is fine. Then let's just create a background by creating a new solid. So we'll just use that same blue. And now we're going to create a new shape. So using the rectangle tool, I'm going to create a shape and just create a square. Now with the stroke, I'm just going to create, how about let's do something a little bit different, something like this really light green. Okay, now I'm going to make sure my anchor point is in the center. So using the move anchor point script, I'm just going to set that to the center. And then using the align, which is under window, you can center this object. Okay, so now under our shape layer, under rectangle, we're going to take the fill and turn that down to 0. Okay, so now first thing we want to do is kind of create some sort of interesting motion with this. So under stroke, let's go ahead and set a keyframe for stroke width there. And then let's go forward about 1 second and change the stroke width to 0. So already we have some sort of something interesting happening. Okay, so now with under rectangle path, let's go ahead and edit the size from, right now it's 123.4 to something like 0. Okay, so now let's go under let's look under transform rectangle, and let's edit this position. So now we can edit the position from where it starts and just move it up. So I'm just holding shift and pressing up on my keyboard. Whoops, didn't have the keyframe set. Let's undo that. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so set a keyframe there, and now go forward, and we can just move this right here by clicking this number, moving it up. Okay, so now what we're going to do is use this scale and go from 0 to 100. So that's something a little interesting. So this is a different transformation for size. So up here we edited the rectangle path size. Down here we have the transform rectangle scale. So two different options for editing the size of this. I'm just going to zoom in on this so you can see a little better. Okay, so now I'm going to select all of these keyframes, easy ease them, and then go into my graph editor. Make sure that you have edit speed graph selected. Select these second keyframes and drag them forward. And this is just going to create a little bit more interesting motion. Okay, so you see that is already pretty interesting. Okay, so now we're going to add what we call a group. You thought I was going to say repeater, but first we're going to add a group, and we're going to put this rectangle inside of the group. The reason we do that is because if we didn't put the rectangle inside the group, we wouldn't have these extra transform tools that we might use to edit the rotation, size, and different things. And then also we're going to add repeater. Okay, so now you see that this repeater effect has increased the number of squares that we created to 3. But they're kind of showing up in a linear way. So the reason is because under repeater, there are different options. So first you can see the number of copies. So we can go from 0 to however many. So say we pick something like 9. You can also change the offset and move them however you want. Down here under the transform repeater options, you have some more options to change things. So you can rotate, change the scale, etc. To make it that sort of circular thing that comes out of the center, we're going to change position to 0. So now all 9 copies are at this position, and then increase the rotation. Okay? So now if the way that we calculate the rotation is by dividing 360 degrees divided by the amount of copies. So we have 40 degrees. That's right. Okay, so now let's just make sure that this is in the center, and our anchor point is in the center of this group now. So as you can see, we have a pretty cool animation already. We have, just by adding the repeater effect, we have this square kind of flying out into space, and it's pretty cool. Okay, so that took about, that took about 6 minutes. All right, so I got 4 minutes left to show you how to do the rest of it. So basically, you can just repeat this shape, and I'm just going to drag it over so that it starts a little later. And then we just change some of the properties. So press UU to bring up the properties. So now instead of having the stroke width start at 0, maybe we'll add the fill. So let's just delete the stroke entirely, and then let's add back the fill. Okay, so now we have squares coming out. And how about instead of this rotation being 40, so which rotation are we going to change? We want to rotate the whole object, so let's just press R and rotate the whole object. So something like that. I did that by selecting the whole object and pressing R and bringing up rotation. And then let's increase the number of copies to something like 12. So 360 divided by 12 is 30. Okay, so now we have these squares coming out. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so let's repeat again. So I'm just duplicating Command D on the keyboard, and I'm dragging it over. So now let's do something a little bit different. So let's press UU. So now I don't want this the size to go this way from scale 0 to 100. I'm going to change this from 100 to 0. So let's just see what that looks like. So now it starts at 100. We don't want that. So we want this scale size to be 0. And then this final size right here, we're going to uncheck this link and then drag out the either one of these size properties. So now it creates these really skinny lines. Now let's just make this, the first one, like something like 10. So now I should make some bars that come out. Okay, so let's just change the rotation of this. Not that rotation, but down here, one of these rotations should make it more straight from the center point. There are so many things under this group. Okay, I can't find it right now, but it's still a pretty cool effect. But instead of position going from here to basically there, where the edge of all of our other things are disappearing, we're going to increase the position by actually decreasing these numbers. So it goes out further. See how the lines now go out further? Boom. That's pretty darn cool. Okay, so I can just keep going, keep duplicating this. But basically what you do then, I'm just going to select all of these and just duplicate these individual ones. Something like this. Just duplicate them and drag them around. And then you can even select one of them and then speed it up or slow it down by dragging in or dragging out the keyframes. Wow, so that was pretty crazy. I don't think I like that necessarily, but just play around, drag it around, and you have a pretty awesome object. A pretty cool animation, that is. So that's basically the repeater. I got in just over 10 minutes, and play around with it. You know, under the repeater settings, you can play with, let's go to this object. You can play with the copies, the offset, and that might change up how your animation actually appears. And you just play around with it, duplicate, and have fun. So right now, I want you to go and play around in After Effects. Use the repeater effect to create something, you know, unique, something similar to this. Use circles instead of squares. Use, you know, more lines. You can even create triangles using the mask tool. If you have any questions, though, please let me know. I'm glad that you got through this lesson with me, and I can't wait to see what you create. So send it over to videoschoolonline@gmail.com. Okay, thank you so much, and we'll see you next time. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to another lesson in the After Effects Shapes Booster Pack course. So today we're going to look at the wiggle effect that we can add to shapes to create this really cool sort of drawn on animation effect. So you might have seen something like this, well, lots of places. They use this effect in a lot of commercials. You can create some cool videos with chalkboards with, you know, lines like this, cool animations, and it's a relatively simple effect to add to our shapes. So let's get straight into After Effects and add some wiggles. Alright, so that sounded really weird, but let's just continue with that. So we're going to create a new composition. Let's just create a background like this orange. So first thing first, we're going to just create these wiggly lines at the top and the bottom. Okay, so with your mask pen tool selected, and without selecting the medium orange solid, just create a line. So just click and then shift click over on the other side. So now we're going to go down under contents and under shape, and under stroke we're going to drop the stroke width to something like 10 or 5 even, and then change the line cap to round cap. Okay, so then just under contents, with contents clicked, we can go down to add wiggle paths. Okay, so under wiggle paths there's different things to look at. So now we have a wiggle already with our line, but we can change different things. So the points we can change from round to corner to smooth. So smooth will give it a more smooth looking edge to the wiggles. And then change the detail up. So now, as I increase it, there's lots more little wiggles within this. And that's just increasing the number of wiggles within the line at any point in time. But to increase the actual wiggling speed, we change this wiggles per second. So let's do something like 5. So that's pretty fast already. And we can change the size, to decrease the size of the actual wiggles, something like that. Actually, let's see if we boost it, what happens. So see, if you boost it, it really gets crazy. We don't want that for this purpose. So let's do something in the middle, like 7. Alright, so there's different options to like spatial and temporal phase, which I'm not going to go over in this course because honestly, I don't even know what those do, and I don't need to right now for this animation. Okay, so then just to duplicate this shape, instead of duplicating this line layer, which I'm going to rename to line, I don't have to duplicate this and move it down. One thing we can do is just duplicate this shape layer within it. So just select this shape, press Command D or Control D if you're using a PC, and then under transform we can change the position and drop it down, something like this. Now this might not always be the easiest way to create a duplicate object, but it's pretty darn easy for our purposes. Okay, so now we're going to add this sort of rotating circle, and you probably know what effect that is. It's the trim paths effect. Okay, so let's just create an ellipse, something like this. Make sure our anchor point's in the center. Make sure that it is centered in our composition. Okay, so now under stroke, we're just going to decrease that to 10. And then we are just going to add our wiggle paths again. And we can do something similar. So under the detail and everything, we can increase the details like 15, drop the size to 7, and drop the wiggle or increase the wiggles per second to 5, and change points to smooth. Okay, so something like that's pretty cool. And then we just have to add a trim paths. So go ahead and add trim paths, and then kind of do what we did at the very beginning of this course. We created this cool effect by setting keyframes for the starting and ending point. So now it's drawing on from 0 to 100%. But about here we wanted to start erasing. So set a keyframe, go forward, and with this start, change that to 100. So now it kind of draws on. But it doesn't look too good because the speed is really off. So we're just going to easy ease that. And then with our graph editor, we just want to slowly ease into it and then slowly ease out of it. So see something like that. That's a lot better. One thing that we can do to make this sort of match the look of these other lines is under stroke, change the line cap to round cap. Okay, so now we have one circle kind of coming on and coming off. And then we can just go under trim paths and duplicate these keyframes and sort of, well, that was weird. What happened? Actually, we're not going to duplicate those keyframes. What we're going to do is just duplicate this ellipse a few times. So like 4 times, however many you need. Then just press U on the keyboard. Now select the keyframes for the 3 newly created circles and drag the keyframes out. And then select the top 2 and then the last one, and just drag it, and the keyframes are a little bit overlapping. So now we have something like this. So that looks pretty darn awesome. And see, again, I use the just duplicating the shape underneath this shape layer. So now I have 4 ellipses, is that right? Underneath this shape layer, and I don't have to clog up my entire composition or timeline with 4 different shape layers. So that's awesome. So now all we have to do is add this cool wiggly text. So this is pretty easy to do. So let's just type some text on. So I'm using this cool green beans font, but it doesn't have to be. We can select something like Avenir and make it something a little bit skinnier. I think skinnier looks better when it's wiggling. And let's just change this to all caps and just decrease the size. So this is going to be a little different than the one we have in our original project. And then what we can do is you can't just add wiggles to the text layer. So we're going to have to right click and then choose this create shapes from text. So now this creates a new shape layer, and it's this whole wiggle text as shapes. And then we can add wiggle paths. Okay, so now it's a little funky. You can see right there in the text, if I zoom in, it's really funky. So we're going to have to play with these options. So let's decrease the size, decrease the detail, and we'll increase the speed to something like 4. And that's pretty darn cool. Okay, so let me zoom out and see what we did. So we basically just recreated that awesome composition that I had created already. So this is a really cool effect if you want to do more whimsical animations, and it's just really fun using the wiggle effect to add, make your shapes and text a little bit more dynamic. Obviously it's not for every purpose, but for something fun, it could be really cool. Alright, thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions about using the wiggle effect, please hit me up on Facebook. You can find the Video School Online page by searching for Video School Online. You can also find me at videoschoolonline.com, obviously, where I post blog articles, free tutorials, and you can check out all my other classes. And then, if you need to contact me directly, just email me at videoschoolonline@gmail.com. I'm pretty fast at responding to student requests. I've been getting a lot more lately as my student numbers have grown, but I still try to get to them within a few days' time. Alright, thanks so much for watching, and have a good one. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to the After Effects Shapes course. Today we are continuing our lessons, and we're going to talk about using accents. So basically this is a very important lesson, and it will really take your motion graphics to the next level, because I don't know if accents is the right technical term, but it's just what I call adding little details to your motion graphics that really make them stand out. Whether it's adding little shapes coming out of a title, or when your logo pops up, or just adding little details. So I want to show you what I mean by that, and you'll also learn another cool little animation technique. So let's just say we have our accents. We're just going to center this in the page in our comp, and I want to just have this kind of bounce or kind of pop up. I'm going to also move the anchor point to the center. Then I'm going to set a keyframe for scale. Then I'm going to press Option Shift right on the keyboard to move that over 20 frames. Then set the scale down to 0. Select both keyframes, easy ease. Function F9 on a Mac keyboard, or just F9. Then I'm going to go into this graph and select these keyframes and just make them a little bit more interesting, so it has a little bit of a pop. Boop. So it's a little faster, and maybe I want it to even sort of get bigger and then smaller, and like kind of pop into place. So I'm going to go back to my graph, go to edit value graph, and then I'm going to have this kind of go actually above 100%. So you have the percent side over here for the scale. See how that kind of now goes above 100%. Something like that. So it kind of pops into place. Boop. Okay, so now as this comes out, I want a few lines to kind of shoot out from it. This is the accent, because sure, this is kind of cool title popping up, but that's beginner stuff. We want to make this super cool. So we're going to add a new shape. So right click, click new, and shape layer. And then I'm going to do some lines. So I'm just going to, from the very center, this is important because if you don't do it from the center of the comp, it's going to not work out later. And I'll explain that later why, but just draw a line. So I'm just gonna draw that line. It's got a width of 5 pixels. Oops, I'm gonna have to go under the shape layer and under the contents of the shape to make it a little bigger. So I'm gonna make this like maybe 10 pixels. Then I'm going to make this a round cap. So I'm going to move this around later, but I just want to create the motion of this line first. So I'm just going to go under transform. I'm going to set a position keyframe there. I'm going to go forward 20 keyframes and just move it up out of, move it a ways. Right here it's negative 350 pixels. And then I'm going to add how about a scale animation. I'm going to go from 0 to 100. Boop. Something like that. And as that's growing, I'm actually going to make the width of the stroke go back down to 0. So something like that. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe I won't start decreasing the scale until the very end. Something like that. So now let's just select these, easy ease them, get into our graph, select all these keyframes over on the right. Actually, make sure you're on the speed graph. Select them on the right, just pull them up, something like that. So that's a little more interesting. Okay, so now we're going to go and add a repeater. So now we have 3 lines coming up, but as we did in the past lessons, we want to change the position to 0 and then rotate something like 45 degrees. So it's kind of a corner. These accents are coming out from the corner. And that already looks kind of cool, with it kind of shooting out as the accent's text grows. So something like that. Okay? So now, where are we going to put this? I want this to go kind of on the right corner, upper left corner of the A. So under the shape, just under the shape, I'm just going to press P and kind of move it over. And then go back to where it's kind of smaller right here. I'm going to actually rotate it. So press R and I'm going to rotate it sort of diagonal. So it's going to grow that way. See that? And maybe it actually has to start more in the center. Something like this. Something like that is looking pretty good. So let's just play this. So it looks good, but right around here, I don't know, it doesn't look even. So I'm just going to actually move it down a little bit. Maybe rotate it a little bit more. Something like this. So that's pretty cool. So let's actually just go ahead and duplicate this accent, line accent. And then we're going to rotate it the other way. So something like negative 13 or positive 13 degrees. And just move it over. So it's coming off the S. And maybe make this one even like smaller. Just I'm changing the actual scale of the entire shape. See how it's smaller? And now I'm just going to move it over, because as it's smaller, the accents text kind of overlaps it. I don't want it to do that. So I'm just going to move it over a little bit. See, this is pretty cool, I think. And we can even go in here and on this second line accent, go under the contents and play with the shape or scale. Maybe we want to, under shape, let's see, maybe we can make the stroke even bigger at the start. So maybe make it like 50 or something. And maybe instead of, actually let's do it the opposite. So we're going to make the ending stroke 25, the starting stroke 0, but now we don't really have it disappearing at the end. So under transform shape, we're going to go, instead of from scale 100 or 0 to 100, we're going to go from 100 to 0. Let's see what this looks like. That's kind of interesting, kind of weird. Let's start this stroke width earlier. Now that looks better. So it's just a little bit different, not much different, but you can tell that the stroke, these lines, they disappear by shrinking in height rather than width. So, okay, so see how this is just kind of a cool little accent to this text. Now this text is kind of lame. Let's change the text up to something like, wow, with like 5 exclamation points. Ooh, that's kind of cool on both sides. Okay, kind of lame, but still better than accents. Because this could be, used overlaying some video footage or something. And then we could, add another shape. How about we add a circle? Let's change up the color. That will make this pop a little bit. Okay, so now we're just going to double click the circle and change the, actually we're going to change the stroke color to that. And then we're going to get rid of the fill. We don't need that. Under ellipse path, just double click while holding option the link under the size. Now just decrease the size of this. Okay. And what I'm thinking is that we're going to use a trim path to make it kind of go on and off, but then I also want it to grow at the same time. So first let's just add a trim path. So we're going to add trim paths. So at the beginning it's going to start at 0, and then about halfway through 10 frames this will get to 100%, and then a little bit before the halfway mark this is going to start to disappear. Then at 20 frames this is going to completely disappear with the start at 100%. So we've done this before. Just easy ease these. Go into your graph really quickly. Slowly have them kind of grow on, then grow off. Something like that. And now let's go under ellipse and under transform. Get out of our graph editor mode. We're going to go from scale of 100. Actually, I'm going to move this keyframe at the end and then start at 0. So something like that. But maybe we want this to, kind of start before the wow comes up. So I'm just going to move the rest of these layers a little bit later so the circle can start. And maybe we can even start this a little bit later. This is our circle accent. Or not later, I'm putting it underneath. And I'm going to go into the scale. I'm also going to easy ease this and go into the graph editor. Maybe make it ramp up. So it, I don't like that at all. Let's see what happens when we start it faster. I don't know if I like that either. So I'm just going to add a little bit on each side. A little bit of speed on each side to make this a little interesting. Okay, and now get out of the graph view. I'm just going to press U to bring up all the keyframes for this. I'm just going to extend them a little bit. And what we can even do is increase the stroke to make it thicker at the end. So under stroke, we'll start at 26 and then increase to something like 200 at the end. I'm just going to do a simple easy ease. Okay, so I don't know if you think that looks cool or not, but I think it's, you know, it's really just adding these little accents. Add a new background layer. I just press Command Y to add a new shape layer, or actually a new solid color. So let's just add something, a little bit of color in the background. Something like this. Put in the back. That's pretty cool. Maybe we can even make this text a different color. Make it like gray. Something like that. So see this, you know, it's just keeping and adding to these things that will add to your animations, make them better. And that's just using the techniques that we've learned in the past few lessons. So that is pretty darn cool if you don't ask me, or if you ask me, and I hope you think it's cool too. So I hope you enjoyed this lesson. It's basically just taking what we learned and putting it into practice and spending that extra, you know, this just took us 5-10 minutes. And if I wasn't explaining it to you, it would have only taken me really 1 or 2 minutes. And it just makes it a little bit better. Wow, super cool. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lesson. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, head over to videoschoolonline.com for more great tutorials. And as always, check us out on Facebook, YouTube. Like our videos, like our posts, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Bye. Hey, what's up? This is Phil Ebner with videoschoolonline.com, bringing you another great After Effects tutorial. Today we're using the graph editor to make a ball bounce. Hey, so we're back and we're going to get right into this tutorial, trying a new sort of format of these videos, and I'm slowly going to be, you know, increasing the quality of the tutorials and maybe figure out how to put them in a better order and kind of build out an actual course here on YouTube using these more advanced After Effects tutorials. But for now, I'm just kind of testing it out, and I wanted to show you this quick tutorial on using the graph editor. So it's a really great thing that is somewhat daunting, and I semi-recently started using it. I would typically just use easy ease and these other functions to make my motion a little bit more natural, but using the graph editor, you can make motion of objects, you know, look really interesting, natural, unnatural, whatever you want. So let's just look at the project we're going to be doing. It's basically a bouncing ball. You see that it kind of comes to a rest at the end, but it bounces up. And the motion, you know, it's more natural than, well, just if you set a few keyframes and the ball went back and forth. So let's get straight to this. So I'm going to start a new composition. So just click the create new comp, 1920 by 1080. 10 seconds. This could actually just be 5 seconds. That's fine. Black background. That's great. So we have our new composition. And then we're going to create our ball. There's a couple ways to do it, but one way is to select this shape tool, double click to create this ellipse that fits your composition size. Drop down the ellipse menu, drop down ellipse path. While holding Option or Alt on your keyboard, double click the link icon next to the 1920 by 1080, and that turns it to 1920 by 1920. So this is a perfect circle with our anchor point in the center. So then I'm just going to click and drag the size of it to the left, holding Shift to do it at a faster rate, and just make it a ball about that size. So then we're just going to set our basic position keyframes so that it's going to start up above the composition, bounce down, and then bounce up a couple times. So press P while you have this shape layer selected to bring up position. And then just press the return or enter key, and I'm just going to call this ball. Okay, so then I'm going to go forward about, we'll say 12 frames or so, 10 frames, and set a keyframe at the bottom of this bounce. So then just click the stopwatch there, and at 10 frames, this is where the ball is going to be. Now we're going to go back to the start of the composition and move it off the frame up. Now I'm going to hold shift so it locks it to this Y axis basically, so it goes straight up and down. So now we have the ball going down and then it stops right there. So then we're going to go forward another 10 frames and bring it up about 3/4 of the way up. So we're using, this is like a really bouncy ball, so we figure it bounces up about that high. Then we're going to go forward another 10 frames, and I'm just going to copy this second keyframe, the one where it's at the bottom, so just Command C or Control C, and Control V or Command V, and that pastes it. So now it goes down, up, down. Then we're going to go forward 10 frames. We're going to go up, but this time not 3/4 of the way, maybe about, 1/3 to a half the way up. And then 10 frames forward, and then we can just press Command V to paste that keyframe again. So now let's look at the motion of this. So I'm going to press 0 on my keyboard to do a RAM preview. Okay, so now that was a little fast. So what I'm going to do is select all of these with my mouse, and then selecting the last one and pressing the Alt Option key, I can click and drag, and so now all of them sort of are lengthened. All the keyframes increase at the same rate. So there you have a better bounce. Maybe a little too slow, so I'm just going to decrease it. Okay, so let's just play something with this. Okay, but now this doesn't look like a bouncing ball. We want it to look like this. It kind of speeds up, slows down at different spots to make it look natural. So first thing we're going to do is Easy Ease. You can right click these, select Keyframe Assistant and Easy Ease, and that helps a little bit. Basically, Easy Ease, what it does is it slows the motion down as it gets to these keyframes. It eases into them and then it eases out of them. So right now, it slows into it, slows out of it, and then halfway between these two keyframes, that's when it's moving the fastest. But that's not actually how a bouncing ball would bounce, unless you're, on the moon somewhere with zero gravity. And I'm just going to bring in this preview timeline thing over here so that I can just preview this part of the composition, not the whole 5 seconds. So as I was saying, that's not how a ball would bounce. So what we can do is look at the graph editor. Dun, dun, dun. So select your keyframes and select the graph editor. Uh-oh, see all this stuff? See what I just brought up? All right, so then I'm just going to click this Fit All Graph to View so that I get a nice view of this. So now you see kind of the speed and motion of this ball. See, it goes down. See, this is where it's the fastest right here. And it has the actual figures on the left side of this graph. And then it goes down. And here it has 0 motion, so 0 speed. 0 pixels per second. That's what this graph is saying. And then as time goes up, this is where it's fastest again, and then 0 speed right there, and that's where it's at the top. So let's just play through it, and you can kind of watch it go through the graph. Okay, so but we want it to speed up as it bounces. So what we're going to do is click this handle down here. So if you click one of your keyframes, you can click the handle and drag it out. And as you can see, it's getting really fast right around here. It's closer to where it's going to bounce. We can even click this keyframe, and bring in this handle. So now it's moving about 8,500 pixels per second right before it hits the bottom. So let's look what this looks like. So it looks better. See, it kind of speeds into that bounce. It might be a little too fast, so I'm just going to bring it back. But we also want it hits the bottom and it speeds out of that. So it's going to be super fast out of that bounce. So I'm going to just bring this keyframe back, and then for this third keyframe, move it to the left as well. So now we have this sort of graph that looks like this, with this, the fastest speeds right near the bounce at the bottom. And then that looks pretty good, because then at this top keyframe where it's bouncing up, this is where it should be the slowest, because if you bounce a ball and you took a video of it, it would slow down at the top of the bounce. And see how this slope of this graph slows into that. Now we want it to slow out of that, so we're going to take this keyframe and drag it out, and then over here on this keyframe where it bounces again, we're going to drag in. And so it's going to be another sort of fast bounce on this keyframe. Same here, just drag these keyframes in. You're not even dragging the keyframe in, you're just dragging the speed of it in. So now let's look at this. Bounce, bounce. So that's looking pretty good. Now this last one, sort of the same idea. We just want to drag this when it's up at the top of this bounce. We want to drag it out so it's a little bit slower, and then it kind of speeds into that last bounce. Now a bouncing ball would really bounce a few more times and it would get smaller and smaller and smaller, but for our case I'm just going to use 3 bounces or 3 up and downs as an example. So now it's looking more like a natural bouncy ball. So this is looking really good, and this is basically what we did with the graph editor. It's a great way to change the speed of your motion of whatever objects you want to make speed up or slow down. One thing we can do to make this look even more natural is add some motion blur to it. So just make sure you select this enable motion blur. Then underneath on this layer, on the ball layer, click the motion blur option. And that just makes it look even more natural. What we could do is even create a little squish in this, and maybe I'll do that in a future lesson. But for now, that is how to use the graph editor to make your motion look more natural. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next lessons. Please, please, please subscribe to the Video School Online YouTube channel. Please like this video, send me a comment. If you need help with anything, let me know and I'll create a tutorial for you. Share it with your friends, and we'll see you next time. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to the videoschoolonline.com After Effects course, where we are focusing on shapes. So today we are doing some projects, and I want to show you a project for my logo using some After Effects shapes, and we're going to be using the principles of adding accents to make this look really awesome. So I already did this as not to waste your time. I have my logo kind of flying in and flying out. And I used Easy Ease, some graphs, and motion blur to make it look like this. So pretty simple, this is pretty basic stuff. This is what I was doing about 3 years ago when I first started using After Effects. So nothing fancy, but we're about to get super fancy, and that's going to be awesome. So let's create a thick line. So I'm just going to make sure that I have a stroke on. Okay, and I'm going to select the color of my logo. Then I'm just going to create a line going from the logo to the side. Okay, So now I'm just going to move this up so it's at the very bottom of my logo. That's a pretty good thickness, actually. That worked out perfectly, 26 pixels. Alright, so now I'm going to, underneath contents, I'm going to add a trim paths. So now I want to kind of animate it on and off. So I want it to start from the left. So start with this, start at 100%, then kind of grow on, and I'm going to play with all of these keyframes. And then maybe, well, we'll see what I want to do, but then basically from the end go from 100% to 0. And I want this all happening while this is flying on. So that's why I need to play with these keyframes. And then I want to do is easy ease them, because this is going to affect where it is in time. And so I want to do that before I start playing with all the keyframes, moving them around, trying to match the motion of my logo behind. So let's just make sure that it looks kind of cool in the first place. Alright, that looks cool. So I want this to kind of follow our logo. So I'm going to bring up this keyframe, these keyframes, so it kind of comes on. And I might put it behind our logo too. So just going frame by frame. See, our logo comes on really quickly. Maybe just moving these one frame over will make it better. No, see that? Now it's starting too early, so I'm just going to move that first keyframe. Boop, boop, boop. I think I liked how it was before. See, this is just playing. I'm just playing with you guys, okay? So something like this is pretty cool. Maybe move this last keyframe a little bit faster so it kind of disappears quicker. That's kind of cool. Maybe draw this out even longer, this last keyframe, just make it go really slow. This is kind of cool. I like that. If I want, I can have it disappearing already. That's kind of cool too. Alright, so now how do we easily duplicate this? Well, we add the repeater. But first, I want to group these. So I'll add a group, put the shape and the trim paths in there. So now we still have this cool motion. Then I'm going to duplicate this group. And then under group transform, I'm going to move up. Okay? And then I want to duplicate again. And I can just now change the position of this group that I'm still on, put it at the very top. Okay? So now I'm just going to rearrange these so we have them in order. So now, even though the number's in order, we can rename these bottom, middle, top. And now, this middle I just want to move up a little bit so it's kind of more in the center of our logo. So this is pretty cool too, except it's too uniform. I want to change these other ones up. So under the middle one, I'm going to change the shape, stroke, width to something smaller. And then under the top one, maybe I'll actually change the width to something fatter, something like this. And that means I'm going to have to move it down. I'm going to do that with this transform underneath the group settings. And then I'm going to just play with how quickly they disappear. So under trim paths, I'm just going to have this top one disappear faster. And then maybe have the middle one take the longest. So under trim paths of the middle one, I'm going to move this out. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool if you ask me. Okay. And then maybe I can just duplicate this middle one even. And move it down a little bit. So if we go here and then move it down, and then what happens if we go in to the stroke and add dashes? Wow, that is crazy, Phil. I don't know what you're doing. So under trim paths, let's just make this one a little faster than that top one. Let's play it. Pretty cool. So that is our start of the logo. Now what's going to happen at the end? I think I want to see kind of like a little dotted line kind of come out, and then it follows it. Okay? So I'm going to add just a completely new shape layer, start fresh. So adding a straight line, I'm doing that by holding shift and clicking, and it just makes it kind of straight. Make it kind of smaller. Now under contents, shape, stroke, let's just do dashes. Okay. I'll add that again so I can play with the gap. I like that. I liked how it was actually. But let's make sure that the dash and gap are equal. So that looks pretty uniform. Not that we always want things uniform. Under path, no, I was trying to see how we can make these dots round. Let's do round cap. So something like that. Actually, yeah. And then making the dash really small. Actually, that looks pretty cool. So now I want to kind of have this come out. So let's add a trim path. Our favorite tool. Okay, so now let's just play with this. Okay, so yeah, this is perfect. We'll play with the end keyframes. So go from 0 to 100. And we'll probably play with where these go in a second, just after we see what they look like. Let's just add easy ease. You know, just play a little bit with it. Let's see what it looks like. So I want it to kind of end just as it's moving. So maybe just move them over a little bit, make it a little faster. Then after the logo starts to move, we have to edit the start part of the trim paths. So when it goes off frame, this should be at 100%. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I like where this is going. And yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I think one other, we can add other sort of things to it. Let's just see what happens if we do the same as we did last time with the other shape. So let's just group these two things together, duplicate, move the transform up somewhere like in the middle, and then under shape, let's just take away the dashes and make it really thick. And let's just do a butt cap. So it looks pretty good, but there's something going on, and there's a gap starting right about there. So I think, well, one thing we can do is put this underneath. That'll help a little bit, but also playing with the trim paths will help. We don't want this leaving too far yet. So I'm just going to extend the end. While it's easy ease, that's probably the problem. Okay. Just playing with this. Something like here. And this will look pretty good, I think. Maybe if we add motion blur to this. Yeah, that'll look better. We can motion blur both of them, actually. Yep. Now you can't even see that gap as it goes by. It's so fast, and with the motion blur. Okay, so this is kind of cool. You see the lines coming out, it kind of grabs it, and I think, this is something that I could use at the start of some of my video school online lessons, especially for the shapes course. Okay, cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed this lesson. As you can tell, I'm kind of just making stuff as I go along, and I apologize if that you don't like that style. And in the future lessons, I'm going to try to, really know what I'm doing before, because honestly, before this lesson, I had no clue what I was going to do with this logo. I just thought up it as I go along, and that's kind of what I do. That's my method when I'm making projects. I kind of just play around until I get something that looks pretty cool, something like this basically. So as we roll out of here, make sure you check out videoschoolonline.com. Please subscribe. You'll get 50% off my courses, or 5 of my courses, that is. And yeah, anyways, we'll see you on the site, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to the After Effects Shapes course. So today I want to do another practical project with you, and this one I'm actually taking from a real project that I was hired to do. I was hired to do this Kickstarter video for pedal-powered smoothies. Let's just take a look at the first little bit, and you will see that, kind of similar style of what I've been teaching you. I have these different transitions, so that's what we're going to be working on today. Specifically this transition right here, and I use it again later, but I also use this other one that was the starting transition, something like that. And so really the techniques that I'm teaching you right now, here's another one. That one we'll talk about in another lesson. So these techniques I'm teaching you are very practical and something that you can use in your actual videos. This isn't just, for fun. This is stuff that I'm actually using, and it's definitely a certain style. You can't use it for everything. I wouldn't use it for, like a medical promotion corporate video or anything like that. But for something fun like a Kickstarter video or some sort of explainer video, it's great. Okay, so let's go back, and I think we'll be able to see it easier in this version. So basically we have different things going on. We have this green line going around. That's pretty simple. You know how to do that. We have these squares flying out. We also know how to do that. These lines flying out. This sort of white stroke going out. And then at the same time we have this purple background, going around and creating this nice transition. So let's get straight into After Effects and start working on this. Okay, so we have our transitions comp. First thing we're going to do is work on, let's just do this purple background. There's different ways to do this, but I'm going to do it using the shapes the shape method that we've been doing before. So I'm just going to go to add a new shape layer. Okay, then I'm going to add a circle. So just go down to ellipse, double click, and then I'm going to drop down under ellipse, go to ellipse path, double click this link to make it a perfect circle, and then just drop it down for now. Then under fill, I'm going to change the color. We'll pick something purplish, kind of like it was in the video. Okay. And actually, we're going to be using the stroke for this as well. And actually, yeah, I take that back. We can get rid of this fill or just make it at 0% opacity. Then we're just going to make this super thick. So we're going to make it as thick as the entire screen. And also, in the center, we want it to cover that hole. So taking up the entire screen. So something like this, and then just make it bigger, the size. We don't want it to actually go much past the point of no return where this dark spot in the middle is. We don't want to go past it. I'll show you what happens when we add trim paths if we go past it. So then we're just going to add a trim path like normal, and then this just is gonna, go around. It's basically the same thing as a radial wipe. If you added a solid, let me just show you how to do that really quickly. So let's just add a new solid, Command Y. We'll do white just so it contrasts with that background. And if we just add a radial wipe under transition, and then you do the transition completion, boop. So this is one way to do that. And it's actually a little bit faster than what I'm showing you right now. But I'm doing this method because I want to keep all my shapes under this one layer. You know how I talked about before how using the multiple shapes underneath a layer keeps your project really clean. Okay, so now let's just animate this trim path. So going from 100% to 0%. But as you can see, okay, so I'm just going to do that, make sure it goes to 0%. But if you, as I was saying, if you change the stroke width too much, see how it kind of comes out the other side? That's not what we want, but you know, that's kind of cool too. But for this project, we want it to just go to the very edge like that. So it's just kind of like a standard radial wipe. Zoop. We're going to function F9 that and make it a little bit more interesting. The speed of it. Just give it a little bit more pop. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so now we have that background. So let's go back and see what we need to do. So, and it looks like our background is actually going the opposite way of our video, but that's okay. So now we have this green circle going around, and it's going the same direction as the purple background. So let's just duplicate this ellipse. Actually, I'm going to group these together first. Group, put these in here. And then I'm going to just rename this purple. Duplicate it, call it green. Then I'm just going to play with some of these settings. So under ellipse, under stroke, I'm going to change this to something like green. Something that similar to what we had. Changing the stroke width to something a lot smaller. Something like this. And then under ellipse path, just make that smaller too. Something like this. Just playing with the stroke width. So it kind of comes on and it completes the circle and then it comes off. Okay. So let's see. And we're going to actually have to animate the purple to do that as well. So under purple, let's just bring up trim paths. So now it comes on all the way. And at the same keyframe as the starting point gets to 0%, let's set a keyframe for end, then go forward 20 frames and make this 0. I should have done this first. And let's just easy ease these and then go under the graph editor. Should have done this first because now when I duplicated it, it would have already been set for the green layer. But we can actually probably just copy and paste this trim path. I'm just going to delete this trim path from the green, go under and paste it. So now if I move these keyframes up a little bit, it basically does the same thing. And I kind of like how it follows the purple and it's not at this exact same time. Something like that. This whole thing might need to be a little faster, so I'm going to select all my keyframes and then select the one on the furthest right while holding the Option or Alt key and then dragging to the left, and it basically speeds up all of the keyframes. So that's looking pretty good. Now we have this white stroke line thing that's rotating, and it's very similar to these strokes. So we're just going to use the same one. We're just going to use the green, duplicate, rename it white, and then play with the ellipse stroke. So go in here, we're going to change it to white, change the stroke width, something like this, and then we're going to just play with the trim paths keyframes. First, we're going to flip these so that it's going the opposite way. See how it's all rotating the same way? It's rotating counterclockwise. We're just going to flip these keyframes so that the starting and the ending are flopped. So now it's going the opposite way. But see how in here it's just a thin sort of band that's rotating? We can do that by changing these middle two keyframes like so. Just bringing them in. So this should work. Yep. So see how much change you can make with just keyframes? And maybe we'll just make this super fast in the middle of everything going on. Okay, maybe a little faster. And then we want to kind of like offset it. Oops. Let's get back to this transition. So it's not overlapping the green. We want it to be smaller than the green. So let's just change the ellipse path size, something smaller. That also means we're going to have to drop the stroke width a little bit more. Something like this. And something like this is cool. Cool. So that's pretty cool. You can even make it a little slower at the end. Okay. So now let's do these squares that are flying out. And we've done this before, but let's just do it for memory's sake, redo it. So this is going to be, we're just going to call this circles. And then this is going to be a new object, new layer for these squares. So we're just going to go new shape layer. And then right in the middle, we're going to use our rectangle tool, change our fill color to white and our stroke to white. Actually, we might not even use the fill color right now. And then just from the middle, just drag out, and I'm holding down Command and Shift on my Mac keyboard to make a perfect square from the center. Okay? So now, underneath our rectangle contents, we're just going to make our fill 0. So now it's just a stroke. And then under rectangle path, I'm just going to set a size for position and size right there. And then go forward, how about like a second plus 10 frames, and just move it up. Something like this. And then under transform, I'm going to also change the, actually under stroke, I'm going to go from the stroke width of 7 all the way down to 0. So it disappears at the end. Maybe start doing that a little bit later. And then I want it to kind of grow on, so I'm going to go from 0 to 100%. Okay? So it kind of grows out. And we're going to play with the keyframes of this so that it really takes a little while longer to disappear. And maybe start the stroke width at something like 15 so it's a little fatter. So now as we go through this, it grows and flies out. Okay? So now we're just going to easy ease all of these. This size, actually what happens if we, well, we won't play with this size yet right now. So I'm just going to delete that size keyframe. Easy ease them. Select all the starting ones, drag it out, see what this looks like. And we'll take the last ones and drag them in a little bit. Okay, so this is a little different than what I had done before, but I like it. I like it a lot. So now we're just going to add a repeater. Okay, so now, like always, when we add a repeater, we're going to change the transform properties of that repeater, change the position to 0, and then rotation. Well, what we're going to do is decide how many copies we have. So let's say we have 10 copies. And then under rotation, we're just going to do 360 divided by 10. So it's equally spread out. So that's pretty cool. And I want this to happen a little bit before all these circles start happening. So I'm just going to drag this circle layer forward a little bit more so that the squares start popping a little bit earlier. Pretty cool. Okay, so now I'm just going to group these two together. So add a group, so that I can duplicate them. So I'm just going to call that square. I'm going to call this line. Okay, so now I can just change the transform properties of this. First, I'm going to look under the transform properties and the rectangle path and the stroke. Just drag all these keyframes out so it happens a little bit after these first squares pop out. So instead of having just two bursts of squares, let's just change the size of these a little bit. So I'm just going to unlock that link for the size and make it super skinny. It should be doing it. Okay, so there we see I don't want to make it skinny that way. I want to make it skinny this way. So those shoot out like that. And instead of the stroke width getting smaller, let's just say we want it to shrink a different way. So let's go from this size to 0. See what that does. See how that kind of does that. And then position, we're just going to make it fly out a little bit further even. So just increasing that keyframe right here of position, or actually decreasing it so it goes a little further. It's kind of cool. And I'm just going to easy ease these keyframes for size, and it's looking pretty darn good. And that's pretty much what we have right here. It's a little bit different, but that's okay with me. So let's just play through this again. Pretty cool. And now let's play through our transition. Cool. Okay, so how would you actually add this to a project? There's different ways, but let me actually open up Adobe Premiere and we'll add it that way. So I'll just rename this layer lines while we're waiting for Adobe Premiere to open. And this is how I basically create these transitions and add them to Premiere Pro. It's using Adobe Dynamic Link. It's a really cool function within the Adobe projects where basically you can create different assets in a Premiere or in After Effects or in Illustrator or in Photoshop and bring them into other projects. Okay, so let's just we'll open up this wedding video that I've been working on of my friends. I'm not going to use this transition in their wedding video, but it could be pretty cool. So let's just use this as an example. Okay, so while this is opening, I really hope you're enjoying these lessons. Please check out the YouTube channel, Video School Online. You can search it in YouTube or just go to youtube.com/videoschoolonline. Okay, so this media is it is importing. It's just pending a little bit. So let me just go into our video and just pick some random clips. So say we have, these clips of this shoe. I'm just going to bring down to the timeline that I've been working on. Just zoom in so you can see better. Okay, then we have, let's find another clip. I don't know what these clips are. All right, the clip of the bride. So I'm just going to butt those up next to each other, and then I want a transition point. So what we do is just in our After Effects project, I can click and drag this transitions comp, and then tab over using Command Tab on my keyboard and drop it into our project window. Now this transition is in this project, and I can add it to this project. So I'm just going to go through, scrub through until this transition is complete, set an out point. And then just selecting the video, I don't want to just drag this because it'll drag audio down. I don't need that. I can just click this option and drag the video down. And then I'm just going to nudge it over. So holding down Command Shift, just nudge it to the left, or just Command, just one frame by one frame. I'm just going to go to where these two clips meet, and I want to make sure that this transition is complete at this point. So where these two clips butt up, I want this transition. It's freezing on me. I've got too many things going on. I want it to meet up. So I want the transition to complete. Okay. Move it back a couple frames. Okay, so now see, yep, that's about right. So it goes on, and then when it completes right there, the other clip starts. Okay? So there's not much room for error. We could space this out so that it's a completely covered image right here for a few extra frames, but for now it's just that one single frame where it completes and then it starts opening up again. But if we play through this, that's a pretty funky transition for this wedding video. But if you're doing some sort of Kickstarter explainer video, it's perfect, especially when it has to do with pedal powered smoothies. Okay, so awesome. This is a sweet project that I hope you enjoyed watching and learning. We went over some of the things you can do with Adobe Dynamic Link. You can basically do that with anything, any of these other projects as well. If you create something that you want to add to a video project, instead of editing within After Effects, you can just click and drag over this wiggle path thing. So say I wanted this to be the title of this video. So I just have this wiggle paths comp, drag it, and now it's the title of our video. Pretty cool. Goes into the video, sweet transitions, madness. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you online and see you in the next lesson. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to another lesson in the After Effects Shapes course. Today I want to go over a really cool transition that it's another transition I used in this Kickstarter video, and I want to give a shout out to Evan Abrams over on YouTube. He's actually the one that I learned this from. It's a super cool sort of radial transition, and it has these wedges kind of coming out and taking up the entire screen. And it's something that we can do using the repeater and changing some of the effects and properties of the repeater effect. So it's actually not as hard as it seems. If we didn't use the repeater, we would be creating individual shapes, these little wedges, and then individually rotating them, adding a size transition, and it would just be insane. But actually using the repeater is going to be quite easy. Okay, so let's get into After Effects. So I have a new comp I'm just going to call repeater transition. As you can see here, I'm kind of organizing these lessons now over in the left so you can kind of know what is happening. And so first we want to do is add a circle. So we have to create that little wedge that we had in the video. So first we're going to add a new shape layer and then just add a circle. And then we want to make this a perfect circle. You know the drill by now. Just go to size, using Option or Alt, double click this, and then just decrease the size to something like this. Okay, now with this shape layer selected, well, first we want to turn on show grid, so under view, and then snap to grid, and then zoom in a little bit so that we can see the middle of this circle and a little bit above. And then using our mask or our pen tool while the shape is selected, just create a wedge starting from the very center and then going up and make it kind of very skinny. So that's why using this grid feature will help, because then we can kind of make it perfect and it snaps our points to the grid. Okay, so now we have these two shapes, and what we really need is just this path of this shape. So it's just the path of this mask that I just created. And we can actually just drop this under the ellipse and it becomes a part of this shape. But I'm going to put it underneath the ellipse path actually. It still looks the same, so we're going to change that. And we can just go ahead and get rid of this shape. And so now under ellipse, we're going to add something called merge paths. And so that kind of merges the paths that we created with the first initial ellipse, the circle, and this wedge or this triangle shape. And then if we go under the merge paths options and change from add to intersect, voila, it creates this sort of pizza wedge. Looks like a pizza slice. I'm going to go ahead and turn the show grid off, change to fit to 100% so I can see my entire comp. Okay, so now we have this wedge. So what are we going to do with it? Well, we go under contents, just click contents and then add repeater. And now it adds a repetition of this wedge, this slice. As always, we're going to change the position to 0 and then start our rotation and just add copies till it fills in basically. But then we don't want any space in between, so let's drop down that rotation until it disappears. So maybe something like 14, maybe 13. Okay, 13. And then just increase the amount of copies till you have exactly the right amount to have it covered. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, so but now we have 28 copies, so 28 wedges that make up this circle. It's not a complete circle in the original sense of creating a circle because it's made up of these wedges created by the repeater. So now we just have to change some keyframes. And the keyframe that we're going to change is this scale one. As you can see, as I'm playing with the scale, you can see where this animation is going to go. So something like this. And it grows. Okay, but first we're going to change it back to 100, go to 20 frames or however long you want this transition to be, and set a keyframe. Then go back to 0 and set a keyframe at 0. Okay, so you can see that it's going super fast at the end. So we can ease the end of this, and that helps a little bit. It's a little bit of a slower animation. But really to get in there, let's go into our graph view and drag out this keyframe so it really slows into this last keyframe. So see how that kind of really slows into that. Okay, so now, but it starts with this one wedge being on the screen. So what we're going to do is change the size of this one from, well, 800 is what it ends up being. We're going to start at 0. Okay, so now the whole shape is actually growing through this transition. And it's actually going to end, we want it to cover the entire screen. So we want it to end at something like, that's not going to work. We're going to have to change both of these options. So increase this, but also increase this. So just increase these two options. Something like this. And what we can actually do is, instead of changing this size, let's go backwards a little bit, leave this at 800, and then we're just going to go under the transform ellipse rather than the ellipse path. That's what we want to do, because actually that was affecting this circle and not the entire object. Sorry about that. So go under transform ellipse 1, and that goes from 0 to 100, and now we can just change this 100 to be whatever we want to fill the screen. Then we don't get those weird lines that were showing up. So now it kind of grows on and takes up the entire screen. We can see this little circle in the very middle of this, and that's because our original ellipse path is off a little bit. So let's just move this point a little bit over and it fixes itself. So zoom back out. So now it kind of grows onto the screen and covers the screen. Same thing, we want to ease this last keyframe, go into the graph editor and just draw it out so that it slows down at the end. And we can make this whole animation a little bit longer by just moving these second two keyframes. And then the last thing we want to do is change the rotation. We're just going to rotate the entire layer. So starting from 0, or actually we're going to end at 0, I'm just going to go forward to like halfway through just to see how I want to rotate it. Is it negative? No, I think it's positive, however many we want. So let's just do positive 180, something like that. And then just move this keyframe to the start. Oh, no, that's not right. Maybe negative 180. So that's kind of cool. A little bit too much, so let's just go up like 45. That looks pretty cool. What does positive 45 look like? I think I like that a lot better, actually. Looks a little less wacky. All right, so I'm just going to easy ease that, go into our graph, drag that out so that all these keyframes have about the same speed settings. And there you go. You have a cool sort of transition. So say this is for a motion graphic or an explainer video that you're just doing animations. You know, this would be cool to just bring about a new background color. And of course you can combine this with some of our other tricks with, you know, the lines coming out the center, you know, something like with this transition, you know, with these lines or squares coming out, or even just add some of these other circles with trim path animations to make it really unique. Another thing we can do is if we pre-comp this, so say we have 2 videos that we want to use this as a transition for and not just adding a new background, but we want this to, you know, transition from one image, one video to another video. Say we want to create sort of a circle that opens from the center to the second video. What we can do is pre-comp this, and we're going to call this radial transition. And now using our mask, our circle ellipse, we can create a mask. So I just double click that, and that creates the mask. I'm going to double click, how do I make this to be a perfect circle? Let's see. If I change the scale, no, that's going to change the scale of the comp itself. What I can do, instead of adding that mask that way, I'm just going to select this, and then from the center, just click and drag out, holding Command and Shift. And it doesn't matter how big, because I'm just going to change the mask expansion. And so just have it actually in the entire way. I'm going to change this mask from add to subtract. So see what I'm doing? I'm creating this circle in the middle. So what I'm going to want to do is wait until this transition completes and then set that mask expansion point where it's completely closed, and now have it completely open. And then I'm just going to go to that first keyframe and get it as close to where that circle is completely filled in as possible. So something like that, negative 360 pixels. And then I can easy ease these. I can even, what I can do is add motion blur to this. This will look a lot better, I think. I don't know if it looks better or not. Actually, you can play with motion blur. But sometimes it makes it look a little bit more natural, or just make it a little slower. So now you would do the same thing, just add this to your Adobe Premiere project using the Adobe Dynamic Link feature, and place this over 2 clips where they butt up, and it will be a nice transition from one clip to another. Cool, well, thanks for watching. Again, Evan Abrams, thanks for teaching me how to do this transition. It's super cool, and I really appreciate it. And everyone else, check out Evan Abrams' YouTube channel. He's got some great stuff. But for now, check out videoschoolonline.com for more great tutorials, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to another lesson in the After Effects Shapes course. So today I have a pretty cool project for us that we're going to do. It has to do with maps, and it just kind of goes to show what you can do with shapes. So let me just play this. I just created this relatively quickly. It just took me 10 minutes to make this, but I think it's pretty cool, and it's using a lot of the stuff that we've already done, but just put into practical use. So say, if you're a motion graphics artist, you'll probably at some point come upon a project that has to do with maps. And I've seen different ways of using shapes to add markers or paths along maps, and using the shape tool, you can do a lot of that. So we're going to recreate this cool animation of these markers, and then the path kind of jumping around. So let's get straight to it. Okay, so I have my map JPNG that I just took a screenshot from openstreetmap.org, I think. I'm just gonna drag that into a new comp. So now I have the entire map. I'm going to focus in on San Dimas because that's where I grew up. So the most excellent San Dimas, that's where I'm from. First thing first, I'm going to add a saturation filter. So over in your effects panel, just go to add hue saturation. I'm going to colorize this and change the hue to like sort of like a bluish. It kind of makes it, I don't know, a little sci-fi-y, I guess. And then just drop the lightness and maybe drop the saturation a little bit. Something like that will good. And this just gives a little bit more contrast to the background. If it's not like that, or to my shapes, if it's not like that, you see these shapes here, and if I don't have it colorized or have this effect on it, it kind of gets lost in the background. So that's one thing you have to pay attention to when creating motion graphics, just the color balance. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is create this line that bounces from Covina to San Dimas. Actually, it hits Glendora too, so it goes from Covina to Glendora to San Dimas. Okay, so let's just use our pen tool, and without anything selected, we should be able to just create a shape. I'm going to turn up the stroke and turn off the fill up here. Okay, so let's just click in Covina, click in Glendora, and click in San Dimas. Then we're going to go ahead and mess around with these little, with the path itself. Whoops. Let me zoom in a little bit and get something that we like. So it looks like it's bouncing. So I'm just playing with these points. Something like that looks pretty good. Then I'm going to go and rename this to be line. And then I'm going to go under contents, shape, and stroke, and change this to round cap so it has a round end. And I like that thickness. We're going to add a trim paths to this. So let's add trim paths to this shape. And then we're going to just animate this. So this is, let's just go from the start. So we're going to go from 0. So changing the end, we're going to, the end properties, we're going to go up all the way to Glendora. So that's like what, 52%? And I'm going to set a keyframe there. Then I'm going to go the same amount forward and complete it. Okay. Okay, that's weird. What just happened? No, I don't want to go to 0. I messed up. I want to go up to 100. Okay. So something like that. And then when it hits the middle in Glendora, I want the start function to start disappearing. And then hit a keyframe right there at 53 when it hits San Dimas. Then go forward 10 frames and complete it. The reason why I'm putting keyframes in the middle is because I'm now going to add easy ease and kind of have it bounce into the middle. If I just had one keyframe at the start and the end, it would just look like a line that just gets drawn onto, you know, the whole thing. And I can actually show you that. So say, even right now without going into the graph mode, you can see how it kind of bounces. Say I just deleted these two keyframes in the middle. See how the speed is a little different? There still definitely is a little bounce in there, but with these keyframes, we can go into the graph view now, and I'm going to go ahead and fit all graphs to view, and really have it kind of slowly bounce into that second keyframe, the middle one, over in Glendora, that is. Okay. If any of you guys are from San Dimas, that is pretty awesome. I don't expect any of you to be from San Dimas. So let's just see what this looks like. That's a pretty cool bounce. Maybe I want it to bounce out of this, out of Glendora a little faster. That's kind of cool. And let's get the second one and bounce out of Glendora a little faster. So that's pretty good motion. I like that. Okay, so now I'm going to work on our little marker right here. And I'm doing a few different things there, but we're gonna turn off this line right here, just make it invisible. And I'm just gonna create this marker. So the first thing we're going to do is, let's add this sort of spinning shape, the spinning sphere. That's actually going to be its own object. So I'm just going to take our ellipse tool, add back a fill, and make it white. That's good. Take off the stroke, and just around Sandy Miss, I'm just going to draw a little sphere. I'm going to make sure the anchor point's in the center. I'm going to turn on 3D, and then I'm going to press R to bring up my rotation, add a little bit of X rotation, and then set keyframes for Y rotation starting from 0 and then going for like 2 seconds or so and rotating. Like we can do one whole rotation, 360. It's pretty cool, huh? Okay, so now we need to do those other little lines coming out of it. So we have this red stroke that kind of pops out of it, and then this dotted blue line or dotted black line that kind of rotates around the marker. Okay, so with our ellipse tool back and with this red stroke, let's go up to maybe 4 pixels. And then under fill, let's get rid of the fill. And then just draw a red line. Oops, zoom in, sorry about that. Okay, so now under this ellipse, so I'm just going to rename this blip, and then we'll rename this marker, the white marker. Under blip, let's go under ellipse path. Let's make it a little bit bigger, and we're going to actually animate it. So I'm going to move this keyframe up 10 frames, and then go from 0 to 10. Okay, and this is going to go under our marker actually. And then with the stroke, I'm going to go from this 4 pixels at the very beginning, and at the end, and at 0. Now I'm going to add a easy ease to both of these and just play around with the speed. I want it to kind of slow into this, I think. Maybe slow out of it. Maybe make the whole thing a little bit longer, so I'm just going to move these keyframes up to 20 frames. And just playing around a little bit with the speed until I have something I like. Something like this. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so now that we have our little blip, let's see what it looks like. And I want, oh, you know one thing I forgot. I want this white marker to kind of pop up. So I'm going to have this kind of start a little bit after the blip. Go from size, scale, 0 to 100. So just set those keyframes. Easy ease them. Something like that. Maybe move these up a little bit. And then right after the white kind of pops up, we want to have those black dots, the black dotted circle kind of rotate around it. What we can do is just duplicate this ellipse underneath this blip, call this dots, whatever you want to call it, and then take out these keyframes for the ellipse path and the stroke. So I'm going to take out this last keyframe in the stroke and the first one in the size. So, and then change the color to black, and then add dashes, and add one more dashes, and decrease the dashes, decrease the stroke width, so we just have some small dots. Decrease the gap, so there's a few more, something like that, and then rotate them. So under transform properties, just set a keyframe for rotation from 0 to whatever we want. We can do 1 full rotation, which is 360 degrees. Just move that up to 2 seconds or so. Wow, that's really fast. I don't think we need it that much. Let's just do it to like maybe like 45 degrees. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, we still have this. Now we have a animation of the stroke width from 4 to 2 because I changed it over here. Let's just get rid of that first stroke width. So it's just 2. The width is 2 the entire time. But we still want it to pop on. So under transform dots, let's change the scale from 0 to 100. Okay, ease that. And then let's just move all the keyframes for this dots. For the dots ellipse back a little bit. Okay. Oops. Let me just bring up all the whole dots thing. This will make it easier. And then grab all these keyframes up above here and just drag them back a little bit. So now the red pops up and the dots pop up as the white marker pops up. Okay, so that's looking pretty cool. So now we have our marker, we have our blip, and we have our line. Let's just open up our line again. So our line is going to start over here. So what we want, we want our line to start animating maybe around 15 frames or 20 frames. So I'm just going to move this up like so. Then I'm going to take these two, and what I'm going to do is pre-comp them. So Command-Shift-C pre-comps them into, we'll just call it marker blip. And then let's move this over to where Kavina is. So it pops up in Kavina. And then maybe around 1 second, our line starts to go. As our line starts to go, we're just going to decrease the scale of this to 0. Well, and we want our anchor point to be, I think, in the center of this. Where is our anchor point for this pre-comp? Okay, it's down here. So taking our pan behind tool, I'm just going to move this anchor point to where our blip is. And now if we move it to 0, it's going to go from that point. So it's going to shrink from the marker, but now we have to move it back to where Kavina is. Okay, just ease those. So now it pops up in Kavina, and it shrinks as the line starts to go. And then now we can just duplicate this marker blip, move it over so that it starts as soon as it hits Sandemus, and just move this pre-comp over to Sandemus. So let's render this out and see what it looks like. Got 4 seconds of animation. So you're going from Kavina to Sandemus. And we don't want this to shrink at the end, so I'm just going to press U to bring up the keyframes, delete this, actually both of these scale keyframes, so that Sandemus marker just kind of stays up there. Pretty cool, huh? Okay, so now we have to create this cool little motion that we did here with the zoom in. And what we're going to do is just create a new comp. We'll call this map comp 2. And we could just make this, 4 seconds. We're going to drag our map 2 into here. And fit up to 100% so we can see the whole thing. And we're just going to play with the scale and position. So maybe we'll start here at scale and then set up a keyframe for position. And then at the end, we will zoom in like 220% and kind of center it around Sandemus. Now if we zoom in, it's a pretty cool animation. So this is the kind of thing you can do using the shaped features that we've learned in this course so far. and I really hope you kind of enjoy and appreciate, the complexity of these little things. I mean, some of this stuff I would tweak a little bit. The marker that pops up on Kavina, I feel like it doesn't stay up long enough. Maybe it should disappear right there when the line starts disappearing. So I can just go in there and move these keyframes over, go back to our map comp, and that looks a lot better, I think. Don't you think? Cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed this lesson. I really appreciate you being here and following along with the projects. If you have any projects you're working on, please post a little video clip in the course materials or on the course page, or hit me up on YouTube at youtube.com/videoschoolonline, and I would love to see your work. Okay, if you have any questions, or actually if you have any requests, because I'm only going to do another 1 or 2 projects for this course, if you have any requests for things that you would like to do with shapes, please let me know, and I'll try to get to it and add a lesson or 2 to this course. Alright, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to another cool lesson in the After Effects Shapes course. Today we're going to be working with text and actually turning it into a shape layer to create some really cool text transitions. So check out this animation that I created for introducing some cool text, and you can basically do this with any text that you have, and it's not as easy as going to your animation presets and selecting text animation or whatever, but it's customizable and you create it yourself, and it's cool to know the background of how something like this gets made, and you can even you can do way more cooler things with it, and it's using some of the same techniques we learned before. Okay, so I'm just going to actually turn all these 2 layers off and hide them. So clicking the shy guy and then click the shy guy up here so they're not there. Actually, I want to turn them off first. Okay, so now we're just going to create some text. So let's go ahead and create some text. And I'm just going to write hello. I like this. We can even add an exclamation point. So I'm just going to center this in our composition. Maybe even make it a little bigger and recenter it. And I chose Lee Gothic font because it's nice and blocky. If I chose something a little too skinny, it wouldn't look as good because we're creating this sort of outline look. Okay, so I added this cool green background. Nice hip color. Okay, so first thing you're going to do is right click the text and go down to create shapes from text. Okay, so now this creates a new layer and it turns off this original text layer, and it's just shapes that you can actually edit however you want. I'm going to turn off the fill and turn on the stroke, and we'll make it like 10 pixels, something like that's kind of cool. So already this is looking pretty cool, I think. But now we're going to basically create that custom animation of it writing on. And one way we can do that is by adding trim paths to this. So it's the trim paths, we're actually animating on the entire text. Okay? So what we can do is just create an animation first from 0. Let me put this all the way at the beginning of our comp. And then, 15 frames in, go to 100. And what this looks like is it does the whole thing all at once. I'm going to make this longer, actually like 1 second. And then I'm going to easy ease and go into my graph editor and maybe slow it into this animation. It's kind of cool. Maybe a little slowdown at the end. That's pretty cool. Make it a little bit longer, just like 5 frames longer. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so now basically what we have to do is add this to each letter. Unfortunately, that's what we have to do in this project. So I can just drag this first one into the H. So now it just is affecting the H. Okay? And then I'm just going to copy this and then click E and then paste. L, paste, L, paste, O, paste, exclamation point, paste it. And what we can do even is underneath each trim pass, we can change the offset so that it starts in the upper right hand corner. That's, you know, pretty much where you would start writing. Most of these already are doing that, like the E and the L's, but for the O, that's the only other one it looks like we have to transform. Go to trim pass and then offset it so it's starting, you know, in the upper left. So it's all writing on from the upper left. Now if we press U, we just bring up all of these keyframes. We know that the H is the one at the top, so we're going to select all the rest of these, move them ahead, you know, 6 or 7 frames, same thing. I'm not being perfectionistic about this right now, but we could be perfectionistic and count all of our keyframes. But now it's all offset and it basically writes on. Pretty cool, huh? So we have that first write on effect. How did I get that cool other effect? Let me show it to you really quickly. So it looks like these lines kind of coming through, filling in the font. Well, that's actually a Venetian blind effect that we're going to add to it. So let me just turn these off and turn back on our hello. Okay. Okay, so actually, yeah, what I did and what you want to do is turn back on the hello original text. Go to your effects and presets, select Venetian blinds, just the transitions, not the transition wipes. And then we're just going to animate this from transition completion 0, then go back in time and do it 100. And then let's just press U so we can bring up those keyframes so we can see them. And we're just going to rotate this to something like diagonal. I think that looks better. Okay? And then we could change the width so that it's a little bit wider and it still closes out. And we just want to start this right as soon as it's about to end. So then I'm just going to move these keyframes over like so. Easy ease them. And let's see what it looks like. So that's pretty cool. I think I want it to slow on a little bit more, so I'm going to go into my graph editor, drag it out like so. That's pretty cool. And maybe even start it a little bit earlier before the whole completion. What I can even do is kind of add an opacity fade too, so it just fades on. So just from 0 to 100%. And now it kind of fades on a little bit better. Okay, so the last thing we did, I added this sort of subtle rotation. So first thing, I'm going to turn on 3D for both. Then I'm going to just parent, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to parent this bottom hello to the hello outlines. And then for hello outlines, I'm just going to press R and just create a little Y rotation. So going from like 25 degrees, put that at the start, to negative 25 and put that at the end. And let's render it out. I think it looks pretty cool actually. So, you know, this is something that you can do for your motion graphics, and that's basically the premise of motion graphics, is just to play around with, you know, shapes and layers and create something cool. We can even do something like flip it up as it comes up. So let's see, X rotation. This might look a little funky, but let's just see what it looks like. Yeah, that doesn't look like anything. I think what would help is at the end, maybe flip it down. So if we want to get rid of this text at the end, flip it away. Something like right there, and then cut it. So I'm just pressing Command-Shift-D and then deleting. You can also press the, I think it's Command bracket, Option bracket, and that just deletes the rest of this layer. but we have to do that to both of these things, both of these layers, both hello and the outline. Nope. Option D. Option bracket. So let's watch this one more time and then I'll let you go. That's pretty cool. Okay, well, I hope you've enjoyed this lesson, kind of doing some more practical stuff. One thing I would do just to be perfectionistic is add a little bit of motion blur. Makes it look a little bit more natural. But anyways, as this renders out and we watch it for one last time, please check out videoschoolonline.com to find more information about my other courses and see my free blog posts and everything else, as always. And if you haven't already done so, please review this course. I hope you've enjoyed it so far. And yeah, if you're interested in learning more After Effects, let me know what you want to learn and maybe I'll create a course about it. Okay, thanks for watching and we'll see you next time. Bye. Hey, what's up? This is Phil Ebener back with videoschoolonline.com, and we're continuing our graph editor tutorial. Today we're talking about using squeeze and stretch to make our bouncy ball look even more natural. Okay, so today we're going to use edit the shape path of our ball to make our bouncing ball look even more natural. So just like in the real world of physics, when things are moving and stopping and bouncing against different things, things stretch and things squeeze, things compress. One thing we can do actually to make this look pretty good is to add a little ground right here. So I'm just going to press Command Y to make, how about a gray sidewalk. Just going to put this down at the bottom of our bounce. And maybe we'll just create a sky backdrop. So pick sort of like a grayish blue, light grayish blue, and put that behind. And so now we actually have our bouncy ball bouncing on something, not in the middle of the air. Okay, but that's not what this tutorial is. Today I want to make this ball sort of stretch and squeeze. So the way we do that is we're going to drop down this ball menu, twirl up the transform, we're not going to be editing that, twirl down contents, ellipse 1, and then ellipse path. So now this is actually the path that creates this ellipse, this circle. And so at this point, when the ball hits the ground, we're going to want it to actually really be compressed. And so first though, let's set a keyframe up here where it's not compressed. So just set a size keyframe right there. Let's set another position keyframe as well. Now this, we could have actually created these other keyframes for the bounce within this position keyframe under ellipse path, but either way will work. So now we're going to go where it hits the ground and we're going to compress this. So we're going to unlink this, the unconstrained proportions, and then just drop down the squeeze amount to something like that, so it looks like it's squeezing. But now it's not bouncing on the floor, so that's why we use this position function to create a keyframe, and now we're just going to make it bounce right there. Okay, so now if we render this, it falls down, squeezes, and now it stays squeezed. So now we're going to go forward a few frames and basically unsqueeze it. So I'm just going to copy and paste this size keyframe right there. So now you can see it squeezes down at the bottom. I'm going to turn off motion blur because now it'll make us see it a little bit better. It's going really fast, so it's kind of hard to see. And then you'll notice now here on this other keyframe, it goes below the ground. And that's because our position is kind of messed up now. But we want to add a squeeze right here anyways. So let's go a few frames before this other keyframe, the transform keyframe right here that we set last time. set keyframes by clicking the diamond next to size and position, and go forward. And we can just copy and paste these two things, or the size anyways. And now it's at the perfect location. Then we're going to go forward and then copy the size again so it unsqueezes. And then there you go. So it bounces, squeezes, and then it comes to rest. So let's just make sure that the keyframe position is at the right spot right here. So something like that. Now again, these position keyframes, this isn't really how you should do it. I should have done the position here, or just use the position here to edit right now, but you get the point of what I'm doing. I'm just fixing what I kind of messed up. But maybe there should be a little squeeze right here at the end. So I'm going to set a keyframe right there, a few frames before this bounce, or the last kind of settle. And then I'm going to have it squeeze. And I can actually delete this keyframe right there. So then it's at the perfect spot, squeezes, and then we'll just have it kind of unsqueeze, and it stays rested. But so now I'm going to set a keyframe, set the right spot, and then I'm going to unsqueeze. So I'm going to just copy and paste this keyframe and move up with the position. So now it kind of has that little squeeze, unsqueeze at the end. I can make it a little bit slower too by bringing out those keyframes. That was too slow. Maybe it was better before. So now I'm going to go through all of these and press F9 on my keyboard, or function F9 to do easy ease, or you can right click keyframe assist and do easy ease. So now the bounce will kind of slow into these keyframes. And with these, I could go in here and with this, select the size and go into my graph editor, select these keyframes, and I can even zoom in on these ones right here and make it, change it up a little bit if I want. I can make it squeeze faster right when it's about to hit the ground, and just kind of change the speed so it's a little bit more natural. It's a little tough getting the right keyframe, but something like that looks pretty good. So it kind of slows into the squeeze. Okay, and then just one more. Okay. So now this sort of speed using the graph editor matches the speed that we were doing with the position in the last lesson. So there you have it. Now we have our bouncy ball that really actually looks pretty good. So I'm going to turn on motion blur, and it looks like a cartoonish bouncy ball. Okay, so that's using squeeze in terms of shape paths to create a realistic bouncy ball effect. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe, like this video, and share. I really appreciate it when you guys do that. It keeps me going, keeps me doing these tutorials, and I'm really looking forward to the future because I got some awesome stuff lined up for you. Anyways, have a great day, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome back to the After Effects Shapes course. Today I want to talk to you about creating another cool project, something practical, using the hipster circles that we've learned to make. So you may be thinking, okay, Phil, cool, you've taught me some cool effects and they're pretty neat, but when would I actually use these effects that you are showing me? In the past couple lessons, I hope I've shown you that there are, in fact, practical ways that you can use this. But what about these hipster circles? Well, let's use them. So I am going to create sort of a scene from an explainer video. This is from scratch. I haven't done this yet. So this is kind of, you're just watching me do my process of making an explainer video. So sorry if this one's a little bit longer, but I think it's important for you to kind of see how I come about my animations. So I don't know what company we're making this for, but I like sort of like this range of blue colors, maybe a little gray. So let's just create a background that's this color. Just gonna rename that BG for background. And then I have these 3 icons that I found online from, I believe, Icon Finder. I think 2 of them are from the same person. That's why they're both gray. And I like that color, so I'm going to actually change this camera icon that comes from another person who creates icons and change the color. So I'm just going to add a fill. So type in fill under effects and presets, add that to the camera, and I'm just going to take the eyedropper and grab this gray. Okay? So I'm going to go one at a time, but it's going to be pretty quick because once I have one done, it'll be quick to add to the second 2. Okay, so we have this little map icon over here on the left. So how do we introduce this to the viewer? Well, we could just have it fly in, we could just have it fade on, but that's kind of boring. I want to create a cool hipster circle. So I'm just going to create an ellipse with, actually it's cool that it was already set up, no fill, just a stroke of like 25 or something. We'll call this hipster circles. And I don't know why I call it hipster circles. I just feel like it's totally cool to do these right now. And yeah, a lot of hipsters do stuff like this, hipster motion graphics. Okay, so then I'm going to create a circle about a little bit larger than this icon. I'm just going to put this icon in the center of the page using align layers. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So first we're going to create one sort of circle drawing on. And let's do that with a trim path effect. Okay, so trim paths, we're just going to create keyframes going from 0 to 100. And as always, just play with the speed of it. Where is that? Okay, so there you go. Play with the speed a little bit, make it a little interesting. Something like that looks pretty cool. Okay, so then we're just going to duplicate this, and we're going to play with the stroke, make it a little skinnier, play with the ellipse path, make it smaller, and then play with the trim paths and get out of the graph view. We're just gonna reverse this. Okay, so it's going to, actually no, we don't want to reverse it that way. Actually, yeah, we can reverse it that way. So it starts at, yeah, so it goes from 0 to 100%. Okay, actually, am I doing this right? No, I want it to go the other way. Why is this working? Okay, yeah, so it starts at 100%, but we don't want it to start at 100%. We want it to start off the screen. So we're going to set a keyframe for start, right about there, and then change it back to 0. Easy ease, F9 on your keyboard, get to your graph, and play with the easy ease. Okay, get out of the graph view. I'm just going to drag these keyframes so that it starts disappearing. Okay, something's funky happening with this ellipse. Okay, so now I want to duplicate this ellipse and do something else with it. So under trim paths, I'm gonna actually, first I'm going to shrink it so I can see what I'm dealing with. And then I'm going to kind of complete the circle. So using start, I'm going to change that from 0 to 100%, okay? Now easy ease that and go into my graph and make sure that it is easy ease. Okay, I can't grab that easily enough. Okay, error, I don't know what happened right there, but okay, I just want the start. Okay, there it is. Okay, start, make the motion a little bit cooler. Okay, so we're going to then play with the stroke, make it super skinny, and then play with these keyframes, kind of drag them over so it's kind of a skinnier line that's going, something like that. We can even play with the color, maybe do something like a little wacky, just add a little bit more color to this. Okay, so that's cool. Okay, now I want to duplicate this, but I want to reverse it now. Okay, so I'm just going to take these trim paths and basically swap them. Okay, so it's something like this. And then I'm going to change the ellipse path and the stroke. Maybe I'll make it super thick, something like this, and change the color to something kind of bright, something like that. Okay, then I'm going to put this ellipse beneath everything. Wow, there's something going on right there, right there. Sometimes this happens and you just have to play with the keyframes. Just kind of edit them, move them over. Something like that works. Okay. Maybe speed it up a little bit. Oh, it's got this weird thing happening again. So just play with these keyframes. Okay, so something like that looks good. And then, last but not least, I want to add sort of a background for my icon. So let's just go ahead and duplicate this first ellipse. Duplicate that. I'm going to put this one on the bottom as well. And then I'm going to play with the stroke. And I'm just going to make the stroke width something pretty thick, but also make the ellipse path smaller, just until it kind of closes that circle in the middle, that gap. And we're actually going to put this hipster circles beneath our site icon. Okay, so let's see what's going on right here. So that's pretty cool actually, but I want to offset this final sort of circle animation that I'm just doing right here and make it happen a little bit later. And maybe instead of rotating that way, I want to rotate the other way. So I'm just going to delete these keyframes for the end and do it from the start. And that should work. Yep, so now it's rotating on the other way. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to change the color of this initial ellipse 1 so that it's different than this final white circle, because I want the circle to be white at the end. Oh, I sound like that's pretty cool. Okay. So now at the end, let's see what we have. So now we have this white circle with a red sort of outline. So now do I want that red outline on the end, at the end of it, or not? What I'm going to do is just use this transform ellipse to decrease the size, something like that. Yeah, maybe so it just has the border. Okay, so this is pretty cool. But now I just want to sort of then animate the site icon, this little map icon at the end. And I think I just want it to sort of, let's see what I want it to do. Maybe I want it to drop in, okay? So what I'm going to do is, using the ellipse tool, just create a shape that actually goes from the center. So let me turn on my proportional grid so I can see the center. Create a circle that covers basically everything in the circle. turn on the fill and turn off the stroke actually. Make this a little bit bigger so it covers our red circle, at least at the very top. Okay, so now I'm just gonna put this above site icon, do toggle switch mode, do alpha matte. So now under track matte, when I change the track matte to alpha matte shape layer 1, now my site icon only appears wherever this shape is. So it kind of creates a mask in that sense. So now I can just kind of animate the position of my site icon. So just bring up position, make sure it's in the center. So that will be our end point. Set a keyframe for a position there. Go back a few frames. Might have to shift these over and then just move it up out of that circle that we created. So now it kind of comes onto the screen. And I'm going to create a little snap effect for the motion. So I'm just going to keyframe those, easy ease them, get to our graph editor, and really just move these and make it super slow at the start and super slow at the end. So that's pretty cool, and maybe I'll add motion blur to this one. So turn on the motion blur for that layer and move these keyframes up a little bit so it starts coming on right when that finishes its animation. Okay, so that's looking pretty darn cool if I say so myself. So I'm just going to call this Hipster Circles 1. And then I'm going to actually parent these two layers. So I'm going to rename this map icon so it makes more sense. And then I'm going to call this map icon map, I guess. I'm going to select both those and parent them to Hipster Circles, because now I want to do a little size and position animation. So bring up size and position, I'm going to set keyframes where it is right now, then press U to bring up all the keyframes, then go forward like 10 frames, decrease the size, and bring it up something like, or actually, yeah, maybe just move it to the left, something like this. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Maybe make it a little faster, and then easy ease it to make the motion a little more unique. I like this kind of snapping motion so that you get that just by taking the keyframes on either side and making them a little bit slower. So the middle of the motion is the fastest part of it. So that's pretty cool. And then we could have like text pop up or something. But first, before I do that, I'm going to kind of duplicate what I just did with the rest of these icons. So I'm going to duplicate Hipster Circles, move it above and just below News PNG. So it's going to come up in the center. I'm going to turn on my News PNG right there. Okay, so let me just look at what I did with the map icon. Just press U to bring it up. And I'm just going to copy these position keyframes and paste it to the news right here. Whoop, that is not going to work. I'll just have to replicate what I just did. So I'm going to move this to the center. Okay, press P for position, set that keyframe, move it to the end of this, and then now move this up, and that sets another keyframe right there. So it moves in like so. And then we have to create this other icon mat. I think I can just duplicate this, move it above news, turn it on, see where it's at, so it looks good. And then toggle switches modes and change the news track mat to alpha mat map icon mat 2. But I'm going to rename this to news mat. Okay. So now the news kind of flies on like so. But I want to change the motion, make it sort of snap into place like we did with the other one. So just take these points, bring it in like so. Something like this. Looks good. Okay. And then I'm going to go to these keyframes where I change the, or actually just parent these two layers, the news mat and the news PNG, to hipster circles, and now it moves to that spot as well. Except I don't want to move it to that spot. I want to move it over to this right side. So I'm just going to take this right there and move it to the right. So, and then drag these three layers, so the news mat, the news PNG, and the hipster circles too, just drag them to the right. So I want this to start animating as soon as the first initial map starts to move. So maybe something like right there. Okay? So you get the point of what I'm doing. I'm not going to actually replicate what I just did for this last icon, but what I can do is kind of show you what I would do next. So say this is, an explainer video about an app that does mapping and has a news feed or whatever. Then I would just add text and do something like this. So find yourself. I don't know if that's what you can do with this app or not, but just add this text and maybe it'll kind of pop out from underneath this icon. Okay, so find yourself, I'm going to put below these layers right here. Right when it ends all of its animation, I'm just going to do the animation for this text. So bring up position and size or scale. Press U to bring both of them up. Kind of move them out a few frames. And then bring down the scale and move it up behind this icon. Then I'm going to cut the start of these layers away. So just Command Shift D and then get these first parts of these layers and delete them. So let me just grab our play area so that we can just render this out really quickly, see what it looks like. Okay, looks pretty cool, except, I don't want to do that with hipster circles. I just wanted to do that with my find yourself layer. So drag that back out. First I'm going to add motion blur, so turn on this motion blur tab and then add a little snap motion to it. So get to our graph editor and zoom in over here and add a little snap to these keyframes. Okay, get out of the graph view, zoom out. So that's kind of cool, and maybe I'll have it pop out a little bit earlier as soon as this motion is kind of starting. Boop. That's pretty cool. Then I can just duplicate this actually. Slide it over a little bit. Make sure I'm where the keyframes are. Select both keyframes and move it to the right. And then whatever we say. And share. And now this is going to come from under this. Or we can even move it to the top. So it's a little different. And make it a little sooner. So it starts right when that gets to its endpoint. So that's pretty cool actually. I like how this is looking. So this is kind of the basics of what you do with an explainer video, and you can see that these little animations right here kind of help a lot. And I could keep going with this, add more details. What's going on here? I don't want my, I think I messed something up because now my map is sliding on over there. Well, I think I messed it up when I played with the parenting or something. But yeah, I'll have to go back and check that out and fix that. But you get the idea of how it was before. It should look like that. Okay, well, thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, please let me know. I hope you've enjoyed this course so much. If you have any more lessons that you would like me to do, any ideas, any videos that you see online and you're like, oh, I wonder how you do that, please let me know. All right, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye. Hey, what's up? This is Phil Ebner with videoschoolonline.com, bringing you another cool tutorial in After Effects. We're going to be doing a cool clean lower thirds, another one that was found on in Envato on videohive.net. So this one is actually requested by Michael Humphreys, who saw another of my tutorials on YouTube. So thank you, Michael, for requesting this. I'm happy to show you how to create this lower third rather than have you pay this $8. And so I'm just gonna run through this, how it looks, and we're gonna recreate it in a minute. But basically it's the same idea for all of these. You have these like 4 boxes kind of flying up into the screen, and then they have some text on it. And what we're gonna be doing is this first one, and then the rest of them you can kind of figure out yourself, I think, with the technique that we do with this one. And this is a great follow-up project for those of you who are taking my Advanced After Effects Layer course. So if I just launched this in June of 2014, if you're just recently watching this, this is a great course for those of you who know a little bit about After Effects but want to take it to the next level. So check out videoschoolonline.com to enroll and really bring your skills, After Effects skills, and take it to the next level. So let's just watch this one more time, see it pop up, and then this box with Motion Designer at Envato pops down, and then above it, it pops up from behind. Okay, let's get straight into it. So I'm gonna open up my After Effects, and then I'm going to add a new comp, 1920 by 1080, that's good, 10 seconds, that's fine. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is create a new rectangle. Okay, so I'm just going to set my fill to be something like a grayish color, not completely white, not pure white. I'm just going to create this rectangle, something like this. I'm just going to set this in the corner. I'm just going to use my Move Anchor Point script to the center. So you can just download this Move Anchor Point script by searching for Move Anchor Point script on Google. Okay, so then I'm going to add a little bit of motion to this rectangle. So underneath my shape layer, I'm just going to call this block, block 1. I'm going to go under rectangle path and then set a couple keyframes. So one is I want to set a keyframe for size and position. So this is going to be my final size and position. So I'm going to put this around 1 second. Okay? And then I'm going to, whoops, don't want to do that yet. I want to go backwards, so around 0 frames. And then I'm going to stretch this out a little bit and move it down completely. So let's see what this looks like. Oh, I wasn't actually stretching out these properties. I was stretching out the entire layers properties. So I want to do that under here. So under size and position, I'm going to stretch out and move down. So let's see what this looks like. Boop. So now we have this shape kind of moving up, and it goes in this spot. So it's a little bit slower than I need, and the speed isn't right. So I'm going to ease these keyframes. So press function F9 or just F9 on your keyboard, and then just make it a little bit faster. And then I'm going to go into these keyframes, press the graph editor, make sure that you have your edit speed graph up, and then I'm just going to slow into this motion. So it's going to go fast and slow down. And then I might have to, I want to go out of the graph editor and extend this now. So something like this. So let's look back at our animation. So yeah, it's actually pretty slow how that kind of goes in there. So let's see, make it even a little bit slower, I guess. Something like that. And I think it actually moves up even higher in the screen. It doesn't really matter. You can move it up however high you want. And something like this. Okay? So it might not match exactly, but you know, you get the idea. You can play around with this. Okay? So then I'm going to name this 1, rectangle 1. Then I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm actually going to put it underneath the 1. Then I'm going to go under fill and change the color. Say we want something with a little bit of blue in it, but still grayish. Then I'm going to duplicate this again one more time, put it underneath. And it doesn't really matter if I'm putting it underneath. I just like keeping the numbers in order. And I'm going to make this even darker. Okay. And then one more time, put it underneath, duplicating. I'm duplicating by pressing Command D on my keyboard. Change the fill. I'll change this one back to something lighter. Something like that. Okay? Then I'm going to click on my shape and press U to bring up all the keyframes. And so the one on top I want to come up last. So I know these first 2 keyframes for size and position are going to be my top layer. Okay? And so then what I'm going to do is, and it looks like it's still on the screen right here. So I'm just going to go to this keyframe at 0 frames, and then in position, let's see if I can do this all in one. I'm just going to move down. Yeah, with it all selected, move it down, move this position down a little bit. Okay? So now I'm going to take all the top 3 layers, the top 3 shapes, and just nudge it over a few frames. So I'm pressing Option or Alt and the right arrow on your keyboard. Just a few frames. Then take the top 2, do the same, and the top layer and do the same. Okay, so you see where we're going with this. So I'm just going to make it a little bit slower. Okay, see, now that looks a lot better. That looks a lot more like this. Okay, so in here it looks like they're even spread out a little bit more. So let's see if we spread these out a little bit more. Whoops. Something like that is pretty much exactly what they're doing. Okay, so now we have to add our text to this last sort of box. So what we can do is just go to this final frame where it stops its motion and add some text. So I'll just say Phil Ebner, change the color to something like maybe like a dark gray, not completely black, and just put this in here in this box. Alright, so the one thing about using motion in this in each individual shape layer is that I can't parent my text layer to this motion. Typically, if I added motion to a layer, I would just parent my text to that layer and have it move. If you don't understand that, sorry, but I'll explain it in another lesson. I don't want to take up too much time to explain it here. But what I can do is just add keyframes to this text to create that same motion. So I'm just going to, with my text layer selected, press P to bring up position, set a keyframe, and then go, and when this top layer is almost off the screen, just move this down below the screen. So something like this. Now the timing is going to be completely off, so we're going to have to try to match the graph editor of the shape layers with the graph editor of the text layer. So I'm going to easy ease these. Okay, and then I'm just going to go into the graph editor and slow it down at the end. Okay, so make it a little bit faster at the start. So something like that, so it matches. So that's pretty good. And I actually like that a lot. I think right in this video, it kind of just stays at the top the whole time. I don't know. I think it looks pretty good though here. There's lots of different ways to actually create this motion graphic. I use shape layers, but you could use individual, or I created 4 shapes within this layer. You could actually do individual ones. But okay, so now we have that text. And then let's see what happens. The design by text kind of pops up at the top. So let's just add that. So I'm just going to, add my website in a light text. Okay, something like that. Now this is going to go over my text right here, right? And this is going to go behind this block layer. And so right about at the end, it's going to end up right there. So I'm going to press P to bring it position, set a keyframe, and then go back, and about here, move it underneath. And then just with this layer selected, I'm just going to press Option, left bracket, and that cuts off the rest of this layer because we don't want it on the screen. See, if it was on the screen before these shapes moved up, you would see it. We don't want that. So I just cut that to that point. And then I'm just going to easy ease this to make the motion a little more interesting. Use the graph editor and just kind of slow it into the final spot. Okay, so we're getting there, pretty good. Okay, so now we're going to add another block with text. So let's just look at this. So this block pretty much matches up with the left side of this block. So I'm just going to go in here. Okay, and create another shape. So with no layer selected, I'm just going to create a new shape, and I'm gonna make it a different color. Maybe I'll make it, maybe I'll make it sort of a dark blue to complement the other blocks that we had flying up. Okay, so just make this block right here, something like that, and then I'm just gonna nudge it over to make sure that it's lined up perfectly. Okay, so then I'm going to add my text to this. So just create new text. I'll just say online instructor. Okay, move this up. Try to make all of these aligned. But if I move this video school online text, I'm gonna have to do it make sure that these keyframes also move. So I'm just gonna nudge it to the left with both keyframes selected. Okay, with online instructor, I'm just going to make this text a little bit smaller. Align it to the left. Okay, so now this is what I was talking about before, parenting these different layers. So now I can actually rename this to block 2, and I can parent online instructor to block 2. So using this little twirly thing right here, just drag it and drop it on block 2. So now, whenever I move block 2, as you can see, the text sticks with it. Okay? So now I'm going to put both of these also underneath, and then I'm going to add a little bit of motion to this block. So this is my final position, so I'm just going to press P, set a keyframe, go back about half a second, and move it up. Okay? Actually, I might do this after the final motion of this text comes to rest. Okay, so you can see barely that this blue is showing, so I'm just going to move it up a little bit. So it's out of view, and then it comes into view. And it comes into view, and it goes down a little bit further. Something like that. Easy ease these keyframes, go into the graph editor, slow down the animation at the end. And okay, yeah, see, now you see it before. I'm just gonna cut both of these layers to right about here where, you don't see it anymore. So I can just select them both, Option, left bracket. And maybe make that animation a little bit earlier. Something like that. It's looking pretty good. So let me just zoom out. And of course you can, before, what I would probably do is make sure that all of these blocks are the right size according to your text. So I probably should have laid everything out beforehand with the text and the blocks, just so that they're the right sizes. But you get the idea. See, now you can just, if you want to duplicate this, you can just duplicate this comp and then go into the comp and change the text to whatever you want, etc., etc. Okay, so let's just watch it one more time. Okay, you see that? And let's go in here and see what they did. Okay, I think it's a pretty darn good match. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, send me a message, shoot me up on Video School Online, hit me up on videoschoolonline.com. Don't shoot me up there. And if you have any more requests, if you see any lower thirds on videohive.net or wherever that you want me to go through, please let me know, and I will try to accomplish that for you so that you don't have to waste any money purchasing stock lower thirds when you could make them yourself like this. Okay, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye. Hey, what's up? This is Phil Ebner with videoschoolonline.com, bringing you another cool After Effects tutorial. Today we are recreating a project requested by Motashim. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but Motashim, he requested this cool After Effects project called Storytime. Let me play a little bit of it for you. So basically, it's this folded paper texture, and the camera is kind of zooming around it, and different photos are dissolving onto the paper. And so it's actually not too difficult to do. So let me get straight into it. So first, you're going to need to download this paper texture. I'm just using this one that I found searching in Google, so just find something like this. If you search for folded paper texture, you'll find something like this from cartographersguild.com. And then you'll also need 4 pictures. I'm using 4 pictures from my photo colorizations that I'm doing. I also have a course in photo colorization if you're interested in that. But let me just play through what I created. So I did this in about 15 minutes. So to be honest, it's not as high quality as this project, but this probably took whoever created it a few hours. And this, with tweaking, with expansion, could be just as good. But this is the basic. I'm teaching you the basics of it, so that you can take it and run with it. So let me just play through it. So we have these pictures zooming around and fading on, and you get the idea. It's basically the same thing. So it starts with the logo in the center, and then photos kind of zoom in. So let's get straight to it and recreate this. So I'm going to put all these files into another folder, and I'll try to upload this project file somewhere so that you guys can download it as well. So put all these pictures in our project, and I'm just going to start from scratch. Okay, so basically what you do to start out with is create a new composition. I'm just going to do 1280 by 720, 2997 frame rate, 15 seconds. That should be good. Ultimately, you would want to do something bigger, so something like 1920 by 1080, which is full HD. This is HD, but not as good quality. But just for training purposes, this will be easier and it will render faster. Okay, so now I'm going to take our paper texture and just drop it in our composition and decrease the size. I'm going to rotate it the right way, so rotate it 90 degrees. And I'm pressing S to bring up scale and R to bring up rotation. And now just kind of plug it into this composition. Okay, so now, and you can press Option question mark to fill the composition in full screen. Okay, so now what we want to do is start building our different elements. Actually, first we can create sort of that little intro logo at the start in the center. I'm just going to do something simple, just create a shape, center it using the align feature. If you don't see that, go to window and align and center. Then I'm just going to change the opacity blend mode of this shape layer to something like overlay. I can toggle through them by pressing shift up, maybe something like vivid light, and then bring down the opacity or something to like 40. That's semi-interesting. I'm going to make this size a little bit smaller. Okay, and then I'm going to, and I can make this 100% so it looks a little better. Then I'm just going to add some text, story time. I use this font that I've downloaded from dafont, dafont.com, and that is KR Graft font. Looks kind of cool. And I'm just going to pre-comp these, so Command-Shift-C to pre-comp. I'm just going to call this logo. You can see that it changes blend the style once I do that. So I'm just going to toggle through these blend modes until I find one I like. Okay, color burn, that's pretty cool. Okay, so now I want to create a new composition, which will be where we put our photos. So this one, I want it to be, I'm dividing this paper into quarters, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So the width has to be how big? Half the distance of 1280. So an easy way to do that is just do 1280 divided by 2 and click off to the side, and it does it automatically, so you don't have to do the math if you're not good at math. So that's pretty cool. So I do that for both width and height, and I click OK. Then I take my photo, drop it in. See, these photos are really big, so for these small compositions like 640 by 360, you're going to have to decrease the size. So you really don't need to use huge photos for this. Okay, so then what I'm going to do, and I'm going to call this comp photo, just so I can, or photo 1, so I can differentiate them. And then we're going to create that sort of fade on that is happening here in this Storytime project. So let's see, kind of it fades on from the center, and these photos are very feathered around the edges. So we want to create a custom kind of feathering. So let's zoom in a little bit. I guess we'll stick it there. So to create this custom feathering, we're going to take our pen tool, and with our photo selected, we're just going to click and drag and create a custom sort of shape, a custom mask around our photo. So connect the dots, and then press MM a couple times to bring up the mask properties. First, I'm going to change mask feather to 300. Then I'm going to decrease the mask expansion to something like -110 or so. Okay, so this is going to be the final look of this photo. So I'm going to go to like something like 3 seconds and set a keyframe for mask expansion. And then I'm going to go to 0 seconds and decrease the mask expansion to something like this. We don't want it all the way expanded or unexpanded. And then we're going to create an opacity fade to make sure that this fades on properly. So I set a keyframe there at 100. I'm just going to drag it to about 1 second and then drag the opacity down to 0. So now we have it fading on and expanding at the same time. I can select these and ease them and basically do that, and it kind of fades on. Okay, so then what you do back in your main comp, you're going to take this photo and drag it into one of the quadrants. Okay, so now if you see, it fades on. Got it? Okay, so basically what you're going to do then is duplicate this photo template or comp, rename it to photo 2 or whatever it is, and then you're going to redo all the steps I just did. And you can't just copy and paste this mask unless all of your photos are the same size. But what you're going to have to do is drag your photo on, resize it, frame it properly, go through all the steps, set the mask, and then do it at the same timing. But I'm not going to do that in this tutorial because I don't want to waste your time. So what I'm going to basically do is pretend that I have already done that, and I'm just going to use this photo 2. Actually, I guess I can use the ones that I already did, so I'm not pretending, and just show you how to do it. So now I'm just pasting or putting my different photos in different quadrants. Got it? So something like that. And I can put it all beneath the logo. How about? Okay, so now we just have to create this sort of camera movement. Well, actually, first what we have to do is make sure that they fade on at different times. So around 2 seconds, the first one's going to start fading on. When that one's done fading on, the second photo fades on. So I'm just dragging these layers out. And so just make sure that they are staggered. So something like this. Okay, so as you see that, just like that. Okay, so I'm going to make my composition quarter quality just so it renders faster. So sorry it's blurry, but it'll just help it render faster for now. So then what I'm going to do is make all of these layers 3D. So under this cube, select that option. And then I'm going to add my camera. So go up to Layer, New, Camera. Just press Enter for these camera settings, so that's fine. And then you want to go up again to Layer, New, Null Object. Make this null object 3D, and then parent the camera to the null object. I'm sorry I'm going really fast, but I just want to get through this. It's already been 10 minutes, so I don't want to bore you. So if you're having trouble staying with me, well, please just let me know in the comments below if I am going too fast. Otherwise, I'm teaching this tutorial as if you know a little bit about After Effects already. So if you don't know anything I'm doing right now, please check out my After Effects complete course, which goes through all the beginner things, getting started with After Effects, and you can check that out at videoschoolonline.com. So sorry for that pitch, everyone, but let's get straight back to it. So now that you have your null and camera layers, you can play around with the null and see what it does. So if you play around with the position or rotation, you can see that it changes the comp, and you can create these sort of interesting camera moves. So we're gonna first just play with position and rotation. So first we're gonna just create sort of a zoom into this, or a zoom out of the story time maybe, or maybe a zoom in. So maybe we'll start something like right here in position. So set a keyframe right there, and then go forward to right before, a little bit before this starts to fade on, and zoom in right there. And then we're gonna press R to bring up our rotation and just set a keyframe right there, because that's what we want the rotation to be at this point in time. And then select your position keyframes and right click it, and then just click keyframe interpolation and change it to linear. This just makes it not wacky in the future, so just do that. So if you're getting some weird moves, make sure you check that. So now it zooms in, and then it's going to go over to this photo of Lou Gehrig. So what we can do is just, change a little bit of these rotation properties, something like this. So just rotate it a little bit, and then with position, recenter it to where this photo is. Okay, so it takes a little bit of practice to figure out which setting over here you have to play with to get to the right one. And then this motion is too long, so I'm just going to drag all these keyframes over to the left. And I'm going to select them all and easy ease them. So function F9 on a Mac, or just F9, or right click and keyframe easy ease. So now if I render this out, you can see it zooms in and then it goes to this photo. So that's a pretty nice move already. But you'll notice in the original composition, there's still sort of some motion as it fades on. So I'm just going to go in, and then for each of these, I'm just going to play with one of these properties. So for this one, I'll just do Z rotation. So now you'll see that if I render it out and play it, it does the first move, and then it continues to move. And that kind of might be a little too much of a move. So maybe I'll just do a little bit less. Okay, so now for our next photo, before it pops up, first I want to set keyframes for all of these right here. So this is the starting point. Then go ahead and let's see, we're going to, I guess this is our second photo that is going, the one that's in the top right. And I'm just going to play around, just move the rotation, move the position so that it looks good. And so something like this. So now it flies over to this photo as it fades on. Okay, so if I render out, play it, first Lou Gehrig, and then it goes over there, right? And then same thing, just set a keyframe for all of these functions, properties over here, and then go forward as it fades on and just play with one of these. So maybe we'll zoom out a little bit, but you'll see as I zoom out, you get this black over here, which is not in there's nothing there. So just make sure that you don't get that, or if you do see that, play with another one of these properties so that the black on the edges goes away. So now it kind of goes like that. Okay, so you basically just keep doing this, fly this null object around, or the camera, and get to all your photos, and that's basically how you create this composition. Okay, so I hope that sort of is a good representation of how to recreate this story time After Effects project. You can see here it's basically the same thing that I'm doing. The motion is pretty much the same, and you just have to play around with the different transitions from one photo to the next, so you can see. And you see text here and different things. Well, you can add text to your photos. So for example, say I want to add text, then I add text. I call this Lou Gehrig, and I change the font to something that's readable. So something like, I don't know,